I ult here.
Go. Look behind. She's stunned. Kill Lissandra.
I have Ian 3. I have Ian 3.
We can
2.
fight it.
I
We
think.
can
Yeah,
fight
I
it.
use.
You hard win.
Here.
Nice.
You hard win. Just go on.
I have Ian 3.
Go Drake.
I just eject bank. You can or.
Nice.
Oh no, needed
Nice.
my class, but that's okay.
Get mid probably. I think you can.
I still.
No dopamine the private this
Look
one.
something top.
Oh, they are looking.
Yeah, they are top. Just give turret, I think.
Xin Shao is here.
I think
Yeah.
fine.
I'm chilling.
They use this under ult. Nice. Holy shit.
He's on me too. We can start.
Nash.
Yeah, we should just do Nash.
Go Nash.
Yeah.
Unless Lissandra
Yeah,
lives.
win us.
No.
Yeah.
We go
I
Nash.
will- I will just pink pixel.
Go
and
for
then we
it.
have,
Think he's dead.
Nash.
Yes, Nash.
I can chase.
we can chase after.
Go,
Yeah,
go, go.
I can TP in 5
Yeah,
seconds.
I ult. Come.
Care for Renata.
He's bubbled.
I'm looking. Do you have juice?
Do it.
Kill him. Nice.
Look,
I'm
Sin.
Twitch
Sin.
now.
Sin.
Yeah.
Move the kibble.
I push bot.
They tip it top.
30 ping top. What?
We can take bot in him. I look.
Yeah, this guy's going. I stand him.
Yeah. Oh, the good move.
Play together. Play together.
Man is dead.
Which?
I pick
We
up
can
one.
fight it.
Yeah.
We're 1 HP.
I mean, you're 2v.
Okay, go mid.
Ah.
Last for it.
Well,
Okay, don't let them live. No survivors.
GG.
Look, KDA.
Where's my juicer? Oh, my juicer is
The
dead.
juicer is dead now.
Oh, disaster. Oh, little bot cap in it.
So what makes you the super fan for JDXL?
Well, I love the NLC, and you know, especially when XL and JDXL now got involved. I was like, this is really
Yo, big man.
this is really good.
Acquisition,
And,
interview, convened. June, listen, let's go, boy. What are we saying? What's going on here,
This
bro?
is a fan on the street segment for JDXL.
For JDXL, spreadsheets, Bill Gates, them man, love it. PowerPoint, big fan. Anyway, look at my creps though. Little pan down. These are the mobility boots. I use these to run man down in the op block jungle when I'm trying to equalize no rumble. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
No.
Who do you play against this week?
Astralis.
Astralis. Listen, I've got some bars for you. This track has been supplied. Let's get inside. Let's do something. I'm repping XL. And when we beat Astralis, I'm going to do the running man. These Danes are going to spam Fs and GGs like a requiem. That's a Carthus ulti coming, man. You brought back Vendetto, but without them Voxnay, I won't be tricked. That's a chessboard without a king, aka a disaster. No wonder you guys have Carlson, because you're all stuck in Grandmaster and won't make EU Masters. And I'm simply the best in the mid the way I've got MNS. That's Marks, not Venza. Now just remember that you can't censor. We ain't friends. I've got a Matt LeBlanc to dish out chains, and now Cress is crying because he can't cleanse her. Astralis talent. I should laugh, but I'm not able. You man should just rename to legs, the way you're always at the bottom of the table.
There's the 5-man RLT! What was that Bifrost? are just dominating this entire game. 3-2, and Bifrost are your Telia Esports Series.
Tempt is dead as well. I think they've done it. Jaeger is the last man standing, and he falls as well. Where were you when Bifrost brought down X7?
Breaks things up. Bifrost have done it. They take down Dusty. It's a clean 3-0, and they're en route.
If someone would have told me 2 years ago that I will be sitting here today after a Bifrost European Masters participation, I would have never believed this guy, because honestly, when I joined in 2020, things were rough. We were 7th place in Norway and it was all not so structured, so we completely rebuilt our whole League of Legends section. We invested resources, we invested a lot of time into a team that won the Telia Masters in spring 2021, but then fell short in the NLC relegation afterwards.
He's coming in to 28 minutes on the clock. 1 kill every minute in game number 4 here. It has been a bloody series and a hardball series as well. But at the end of the day, Dusty will take this 3-1.
When I joined Bifrost, I knew we were capable of achieving a lot of good things. For the competition itself, it was a bit of a surprise, in my opinion, to get first place, even though I think we deserved it. Coming into the playoffs, the finals was kinda smash. We didn't have anything to do. We couldn't put any fight against them.
At this point, Haru gets to go in and do that. That's why they weren't either land an encore onto 1. There is still a redemption that comes through and does even less damage. Jewel is dead as well. Z-Boy goes in, but Nat has got a wild run. Cannot be stopped. More autos come through courtesy of a health. Picks a triple kill for Haru. Jewel is down. No way out of this. An X7. It's a victory march. The trophies in their sights.
So I think it was a good wake-up call coming into AM Masters. For AM Masters, for planes, we all expected to go out. We struggled a bit in the groups, but I think versus Barcelona we had a great showing, and no one expected us to go out.
Finalmente en medio de todo el mundo, el primero en clasificación, finalmente Dridi, esto que es un desastre, cuidado con Lucky, está pegando Dridi de gratis, se muere finalmente, esto que puede ser el punto y final al European Master de Basa Esports, se flashea B-Boy, esto que va a ser finalmente partida para el equipo de Bifrost, Z-Boy, que se va a apuntar otra más, finalmente le consigue rematar.
Coming into the groups of death, everyone said, against BDS and Fnatic, it was really fun to play against those teams. Once again, no one expected us to go out. I think for myself, I didn't even expect it as well. So coming out first place was really hype, and it was really nice experience.
What comes in? Here comes Aggressivo. Fury is going to force Psycho to go into the stopwatch at the moment. Finds himself a quick shutdown, and just like that, Bifrost are finding their opportunity. Fury's still alive. The zap's coming in. They've got the event horizon. They've got the kills. They've got the shutdowns. Bifrost cashing in big.
During the past 2 years, I often questioned myself, like, is all of this even worth it? Is the resources I am putting into this project even worth it? But sitting here today, I can say it was worth it for sure.
Down 2,000 here will be a slight fight, still secured by Bifrost. Oni doing so much work against 2. Crowny is dead. He's dead. The crowd falls one more time. Aggressive on the backside, but he doesn't get the kills. He needs to get more. No, Bifrost are doing it again. They've done it again. Shadow is dead. And Bifrost in another late game miracle team fight. They have found their way back from the depths of a gold lead that seemed insurmountable.
I would buff Anivia because it's my favorite champ, and I want to be able to blind her without getting dumpstered in lane.
It's probably have to say Heimringer. I think I used to be a bit of a Heimringer connoisseur back in the Swedish scene, and used to play him a lot bot lane. So if they were to buff him, so I could whip it out and then they'll see for perfect. Because now in this long range meta, it's not playable.
I mean, honestly, Maokai, he needs some love.
I would like to see Rise buff because I think he's way too squishy and he doesn't deal any damage compared to I don't know, Victor or Syndra, for example?
I kinda actually want to buff Fresh. I think he has been in a very bad state for so long that he's not even being played.
I guess it'd be champions like Zyra. I don't know if it'd be Zyra in particular. I think in general, I want there to be like more anti-engage like support options that are super viable. I think that would be like the main thing that would push the meta into a different direction. Because we've seen kind of like Nautilus Leona in support role for a really long time. And I think if there were more options like Zyra or Taric, it would open up kind of a lot of champions in the game.
I would buff Rengar because I miss playing that champ, and I feel like, although he's decent at the moment, I still miss him when he was broken, and I'm one-shotting everyone.
Lee Sin for sure, because I love playing the champ and I would like it to be more broken.
I'll buff Echo because it's fun.
I would buff Set with TT at the end, not Set Assassin. Since I enjoy playing him a lot and he hasn't been meta for a long time.
Probably Twitch. That is one of my favorite champions. And he has been very shit for a long time, and also his Q is bugged, and that's very frustrating to play as.
I would nerf Viego. I think this champ is completely unbalanced, and it's unfun to play against.
I think a champion who I don't necessarily like being in the meta in general is Zillion. I think he's like pretty uninteractive to deal with, especially in mid lane. At least in solo queue, because he can kind of just like double bomb the wave and run away. And yeah, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of counterplay. He can kind of fall behind as much as he wants, but there's nothing you can really do about it, especially as a jungler.
And I would nerf Riven. I find her quite OP in solo queue and annoying to face. Feel like there's not much counterplay in a lot of matchups.
I would like to see Kiana nerfed because I never want to see her again.
I would nerf Gwen. It's not fun playing against a champ that one-shots you and you can't even target them.
For me, I think right now it's probably gonna be Gwen for top lane. I think it's really strong. It's probably gonna be like even stronger now in this new patch 12.10, right? But I mean, it's just so frustrating not being able to hit the champion as an AD carry, right? So
generally, I really dislike Yumi, so yeah, that champ.
Nerf Rengar because it's just annoying, boring to play against.
I think for competitive, there's not really a champ that I want to nerf, but for solo queue, I really hate playing against Masi and Fizz. It's just annoying that we can go invulnerable, and as soon as you step up one step too far, you just press R and then you're dead.
Nerf, definitely Talia. The champion is overtuned. I don't know how she dodged the nerfs after the recent patches.
Nerf Evelyn, just because it's really annoying champ and I don't like the stealth mechanic.
I would remove Yuumi. This champ is so unfun. You know, you can just, in solo queue it's unfun. You have to rely on your bot lane to win their lane as they should against Yuumi, but if you don't win your lane, then it 1v9, so I'm pretty sure that's a standard answer, but I hate this champ.
I have to say Zac, man. I freaking hate this champion. It's not played in competitive, but it's terrorizing my solo queue games. Like, there's no counterplay to this champion. Like, he can gank from everywhere. He has so much CC, like as an AD carry main, it's just so frustrating. So remove the Zac champion from the game, please.
Remove, it's definitely Akali. I've thought about that one before.
Yuumi. I never want to see Yuumi again. I think she's so much, skill-less.
I would actually probably completely remove Yuumi. I think the game design is not very good or very healthy. If you have someone that's not very good on your team, you just pick Yuumi, and then it's very annoying to play. Like, I play off-roll as AD, and sometimes I get a Yuumi that just sits on me, and it's not very fun just sitting there.
Maybe like Rel? I feel like Rel just isn't really a character that's super interesting. Yeah, I guess Rel.
That's an easy one, Zoe. I always ban that champ in solo queue. It's really obnoxious to play in early game, where she can steal like all your spells. Yeah, I would remove Zoe.
I mean, if I nerf Yuumi to the ground, then I would probably remove Yasuo. Because he gets a shield from walking, and he has a wind wall that removes all of my damage as AD carry.
I would like to remove Tryndamere from the game. I find it quite annoying how it's basically his champion that decided a lot by luck and not by skill, getting free crit chance. And it feels quite unfair to play against most of the time.
And then remove Yumi because it's just, yeah, disgusting champ. No, I mean, you can basically sit and watch Netflix and play this champ. That's why it needs to get removed.
Probably something like Guardian Angel. You know, you die once, that's it. You can't have second chances.
I think remove that stance. I think it's good. It's too unfair to only have it for melee champions as well. Like the item should be long gone, I think.
Probably Hullbreaker. It brings a really toxic way of playing the game, in my opinion. I think you don't really need it to split push, but it helps you cheat the macro that's usually needed.
Ex-drinker. I'm playing mages and I cannot burst anyone.
I'd like more items, if that makes sense. I think like the more options there are in the game, the more fun it is. I don't necessarily would want to remove an item.
I mean, I'll remove Rocket Belt, so more people can build Night Harvester.
Crown of the Shattered Queen. I don't see anyone buying that item. It feels so pointless.
Remove Anathema's chains. It's really broken, especially when the enemy team has only one source of AP or AD damage. It's completely unplayable for that carry to play against the enemy tanks.
Nerf favorite AD item, I just remove Gale Force to begin with.
I would buff Medjaz, Soul Stealer, because it would create a lot more snowballing. You know, like there'll be a lot more high risk, high rewards, and I think that'd be really fun for the game. If people are buying Medjaz early and then playing to get the stacks.
Bloodthirster, I think. It used to be such a good item, and like lifesteal on 80 carries is really big. I feel like a lot of other roles has a lot of natural lifesteal and with Conqueror and Gordrink and all that, but I think you can't really build item too much now because it's not too strong with the shield and healing and whatnot, so probably just buffing Bloodthirsters would be great.
I want him to buff Ravenous again because I really missed the active on that.
Navori Quick Blade, because I'm a Lucian player and I can't build this item, even though I think he's very interesting. But yeah, I don't think you have a spot in the game right now to really play this item except Tryndamir.
I think Seraphs would be a really interesting buff. It doesn't seem like it's the mage item that it was kind of meant to be with the item rework. Yeah, I think like mage items in general just don't feel super great in mid lane.
Gale Force, I think. I think it was really fun to play on Graves. Even like I built it on Viego sometimes. I think it's a really fun item, and now the cooldown is like too big.
Probably Runans. Because if it's broken, it's only broken for AD carries, and then I'm happy, because only range champions can buy it.
Buffs Derek's Gauge, since after the nerfs, it's a very, very niche item, and not a lot of champions build it.
Okay, I would buff every AP item.
I would nerf Maw because I'm a mid laner and I want to kill 80 carries and bruisers, but when they build Maw, it's a little bit more difficult. So yeah, get rid of Maw and give me Soul Stealer.
It's probably Death Stance actually more, like right now Death Stance is completely bonkers. It has to be nerfed.
Probably Death Stance. I think it's a bit overtuned and it makes people like junglers as well be able to abuse it when I think it's mostly meant for top lane. I mean bruises in general, but yeah.
Divine Thunderer or Death Dance?
I think especially in 12-10, Death Stance seems to be extremely strong.
I would nerf Moonstorm. I think the healing on some champs makes the game really unfun and unskilled. Like the unskilled champs are like stronger, I guess, especially in the new patch.
Divine Thunderer. That item is not okay.
I would nerf Divine Thunderer against tanks. It feels completely unplayable as a tank when the enemy top laner reaches Divine Thunderer. There isn't really much counterplay at all.
Nerf favorite AD item, I just remove Gale Force to begin with.
Hello there, fellow NLC fans, and welcome to Iceland. My name is Daði, and I'm a Thirsty superfan. I never leave my house without wearing my Thirsty cap, and I drink one Thirsty Nocco every day. We have X7 next week. It's gonna be an easy dub. I mean, we won Eminem, they lost against Eminem, So don't forget to dream Dusty.
My name is Romy, and I'm a Riddle fan, and we're gonna beat Singularity easily because we have the most Norwegian players and the best Riddle fans.
Hello, my name is Dion. Sorry. I am Baba Yaga. I am the ultimate Vanir fan. Vanir will crush Singularity and mow down everyone in their path because they have the power of witchcraft and the Norse gods on their side. Glory to Vanaheim!
Yeah, I will ult soon.
They will try to engage when I end. When I enter, they try to engage.
Yeah, I will stun them here. I will stun them here. Look.
Okay.
But we have to like step up.
But it's hard to engage, no? Or we should just go insta, but I think it's better. Just don't hit this, don't hit this, don't hit this.
Yeah, I think push mid now. Reset.
Just slowly poke, maybe?
You want to end this?
You need form, by the way, you need form.
Yeah, that's why I need slow.
I can get it slowly now.
Kill the first guy?
Ash.
Yeah, I'll kill this.
Yeah.
Play with Jinx.
Can I flash the Lolo?
Can we end bot?
Nice. Holy fuck.
Yes, and the fucking game.
Did you see my flash? Oh my fucking god.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the NLC. My name is Bryson. Don't worry if you're thinking you may need to adjust or refresh the stream. I am new here, but I will be bringing you all the great League of Legends actions for today. We have so many great games coming up, but we also have questions like JDXL. They are currently on a winning streak. Will they be taken down by Bifrost? And also, if you're wondering, while people are getting used to the new meta, this will be the very last day we stay on the old patch. So, we are going to find out who comes out ahead, but I am not alone. Joining me here in the studio, some experts, some veterans, some would say, that will bring us all the action and knowledge that we need to navigate the waters that we find ourselves in. So, how are you doing, Trouble and Goldberg, today?
Young and the old.
Why are you calling me old?
What? Excuse me?
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying. I'm not crossing.
Hey guys, Trouble here.
Feeling good, having a good time. Thank you very much.
All right, well, you're the expertise, so let's get on to the voices then. We also have casters joining us here in the studio, and they should be bringing us everything that happens in the game. Viperun and Yamada, how are you?
I'm good.
Yeah.
How are you, Jamada?
I'm alright. I'm the actual Zoomer of the broadcast, not Gorborg. I claimed that by about 2 months, so
young.
That's how that goes. Yeah, you're the older year.
I'm not the oldest, but I won't say who is, because I don't want to get in trouble.
There's a lot of talk about old and young today, and I wonder if that's just because I'm joining you here in the studio. I'm not entirely certain that's a good point to go through, but before we talk about everything coming up today and the games, what is the NLC? Well, it's all the best players in the Nordic region of League of Legends. They're throwing down to find out who can call themselves champion. And hopefully, we'll see how that plays out as well as we go through. But before we talk about all the teams and what they could do today, we need to go back and find out what has happened before. Trouble and Goldberg, been an awful lot of action so far in the NLC.
Yeah, and I was actually casting on that day as well, starting off with Nuriki versus JDXL. Nuriki, of course, coming hot from an insane win versus Bifrost, one of our front runners on the leaderboard, playing against JDXL in this particular game. I felt like they had a pretty good chance. They didn't necessarily fall too far behind. The teamfights felt really close, but yet again, I think JDXL individually managed to outplay a lot of these fights.
It's this play specifically here where the setup is lacking a little bit from Nuriki. They have actually managed to make the early game quite close due to Flipper picking up a triple kill by the Rift Herald. A little messy from JDXL. Yes, they are 4-0, but I still think that they have loads to improve on.
Moving on to Vanir versus Dusty. This was the longest game, I felt. I was casting this and I was like, oh my god, I don't know which way it's gonna go, because we had Kerberos on one side taking literally tower after tower after tower after tower, and we thought he was literally gonna take the next, as you can see on your minimaps right now. That's exactly what he's doing. But then the rest of Dusty did not necessarily have the composition to make these fights, and Vanir, even though they had the team fighting composition, they didn't necessarily have the go buttons to try and force fights while Kerberos is taking the base, and then it all came down to one fight, very long death timers as well, where finally Dusty were able to use all this clear from the top side of the map that Kerberos had created.
But I did like it. It was kind of just the reinsurgence of split pushers in a win condition. A team that was a little more defined by the team fighting as well was Riddle against X7, but this game just completely blew wide open for Riddle in the early game, specifically from Stefan as well. They came through with a level 1 invade onto X7's red buff. They pick up a few kills, and after that, they just have a comp that's designed for letting members move forward. You see Keva with the Seraphine, you have Stefan once again on the Graves, and this was a clear-cut game where Riddle was able to take. You can see the gold lead 30 minutes into the game. They picked up the entirety of the soul as well. Just very dominant from Riddle.
Yeah, and it felt like one of the closest games that we probably had on that day was the Astralis versus Eminem. I felt like this was 100% Eminem's game to lose, and Astralis again with a very weak, slow-paced early game, not necessarily getting a lot of kills, not necessarily pushing a lot of opportunities, but then it all came down to team fighting, slowly bleeding their opponents.
And this was a weird one, because it was one of these games where whoever was really first on the objective was going to win the fight, because they could just turn. This team composition from both sides was very much about the fighting that was evolved around them, but as you just mentioned yourself, Trouble, Eminem, this was their games to lose. They pick one bad fight where they're setting up for the soul win condition, and everything just falls apart from them.
And honestly, that game was a little bit unfortunate for Singularity. It feels like there are a bunch of problems that show the results that you're seeing right now, obviously, with a lot of things bleeding outside of game. A lot of times we only see the gameplay, we only see the players performing poorly, but there's a bunch of things that are happening behind the organization and other parts that are resulting in this gameplay. But on the other hand, I think when one of our teams that have made E-Masters like Bifrost go against one of our weaker teams in the league, they can do nothing else but stomp, and that was exactly the story of this game.
And speaking of poor performances, Fury, the one dying, stopping Bifrost for picking up the perfect game here. So I feel like he has a lot to prove in his coming performances, having to step up from a very big mistake last Monday.
All right, well, looks like a bit of a one-sided affair, that last one. The top going against the bottom. And well, speaking of the top and the bottom of the NLC, I think it is time to find out how our teams are all standing. And this is exactly how it all plays out at the moment. A little bit of perfect symmetry coming in. JDXL and Team Singularity, both flawless, but in different ways, Goldberg.
Oh, yeah, that's one take too.
You've got to be positive about these things, all right? Flawless is a great way.
You see the glass half full.
And all things should be. That's what we're looking at right here. 2-3 coming in from Nuriki, 3-2 from Riddle. But once again, what you really want to pay attention to is just the fact that Astral is sitting at third, is 3-2. 7 plays coming through, or 6 plays rather, is 2-3. We're only talking about one game making difference here between a lot of these teams. So while the standings are looking very, disproportionate from top to bottom, the middle of the pack team still has very much a lot to fight for.
And I'd say that the X7 standings right now, and I understand, yes, they're very close to top. It's 3 games difference. It's 2 games difference from Bifrost. From third place, it's only 1 game difference, yes, but this is quite disappointing. Having the guys that we pretty much praised to even win last European Masters, making it all the way to quarterfinals, only to fall to LDLC, one of the favorites, right? Coming now into this split, and they just cannot find their footing. Once they've been taken off of their comfort champions, it seems like they cannot gel together. And I feel like, yes, it's better to probably lose at the very start of the split and learn from that, and maybe it's just not their path and they're waiting for it to move on, rather than win towards the later stages of the split, and then you just don't know how to turn it around.
Okay, interesting. So X7 could be doing a little bit better, potentially might do as we go through the split, but it is very tight there in the middle of this game at the moment. All right, well, we are going to see how this all plays out, because of course that is the standings, and here are the games for today. First up, Vanir versus Riddle, then M&M versus Nuriki, JDXL versus Bifrost, very big game. I know a lot of our talent here have been looking forward to it. X7 Esports versus Astralis, and then Team Singularity versus Dusty. A game I'm looking forward to because I am a fan of the underdog, Trouble.
Okay, if you're a fan of the underdog, I'm not going to give it to Gubok, because if you have anything scheduled for 8 o'clock CEST, cancel it. Stay home, watch this game, grab a blanket, grab a beverage, grab popcorn, grab vegetables and hummus if you want to be healthy, which who wants to. But this is an insane game. Why? Because JDXL, yes, are undefeated and 1 game above everyone else. But if Bifrost win this one, they technically tie with JDXL 4-1. No, they don't. They go to first place because the head-to-head versus JDXL will be 1 up for Bifrost.
So what do I do if my plan was already to watch this game, as 20 says? Do I cancel that? Do I go home? What's the plan here?
No, you grab your beverages, your blankets, your popcorns, your snacks, your hummus.
And I'll do that for that game specifically, but I'm also looking forward to...
You can't eat until then, just to be clear.
Oh,
not allowed.
It's going to be a long night, isn't it? I'm also looking forward to some of the other matches we have here. I feel like the Riddle we saw from just last Monday was exceptional against the likes of X7. I also think Vanir has more to prove with their roster than the split push win condition they lost to, which was... It's not new in League, but it's something we haven't seen for a while. And the big one I'm looking forward to is actually X7 versus Astralis.
Of course it is.
Because I actually feel like this is 2 teams that hasn't really showed up at all whatsoever. The games has not been consistent whatsoever either. And I feel like they need to take this opportunity as a stepping stone to kind of get their gear moving, because we saw once again how close the standings were.
All right, okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that game as well. And obviously, we do have to make sure we get our 8 o'clock game locked in. Otherwise, Trouble will put us all into a little bit of trouble by the sounds of it. But basically, an awful lot of great action here on the NLC. And speaking of great, it's time for a new segment as well. So I will hand it over to our casters for NLC News.
Hello everybody and welcome to the NLC News, your 3rd place to hear all the League of Legends news. Viper Jabana coming at you live from the studio. We've got some massive news stories to bring you today. First up, the new patch. If you're not sick of 12.10, then you're a pro player and not someone watching at home. But we've got some news about what is going to be changing. The buffs, the nerfs, Katarina players weep from what I've been hearing.
Probably from travels first, mostly. But Singed, Janna, definitely interesting changes. Singed has basically been terrorizing solo queue for the last couple of patches and definitely needs to be toned down a little bit. Janna kind of towing over that kind of line too. As for Karina and Shaco, haven't really seen too much Shaco since the durability patch came out. Karina definitely kind of struggling, depending on who you ask, and definitely needs to have some of those changes to maybe allow different and more viable build paths. But moving away from this, technically kind of down the same line of thought though, Sivir is going to be getting a mid-scope update, which is definitely something to be very excited about. We haven't seen Sivir in the meta for what feels like an eternity, to be honest with you. Something similar to scale in what we saw with Talia. Olaf and Swain, of course, had their changes on, I believe it was 12-7 or 12-8, and those were pretty successful. So I'm very excited to see Sivir potentially return back to the meta.
Absolutely, and getting a bit more variety down in that bot side. We tend to see marksmen playing 2 or 3 champions at any given time, whereas we've got a lot of diversity in other roles. So very, very excited to see what we're going to be getting out of that Sivir rework. And as you mentioned, a lot of them have been very successful recently, so it's going to be thrilling to see what happens there. Moving on to a bit of ERL NLC news as well, talking about X7. Hyrav, their CEO, sat down with Meg K to talk about their strategy for making imports and bringing them through, sending them to LEC. Of course, Haru just went. Fun fact about Meg K, the author of this Dexerto piece, I was on a quiz show with her once, and I beat her in a tiebreaker to qualify for the final round, so that's still got a sting. But if you want to catch that whole news article, make sure to head over to dexerto.com, where you can see exactly what they talked about. I mean, Haru, big success story out of the NLC. They brought Chasey in to replace as import for import. Are we going to see the same thing again?
I mean, we'll have to see. Haru obviously had a lot of name coming in behind him, ex-world champion. We know the narrative behind that. Chasey, a little less of that sort of historied story. So we'll see how X7 do with this potential sort of, import into buyout kind of strategy.
Yeah.
Interesting business model. But moving into the final topic of today, JDXL. Pretty good at the game, so it would seem. Venza, FGG, Eminez all leading in kills, assists, and solo kills for Eminez. The king has returned to the solo bolo gladiator pit, I suppose. He's just not stopped since he's been here.
And I mean, we talked about the JDXL bot lane a little bit. Some people have been slightly critical of them in terms of how they're playing versus the rest of their roster. But hey, these numbers, okay, numbers can lie sometimes, but having the most kills and the most assists of any players in that same lane, that's very impressive.
Still a very impressive stat, yeah. No matter how you slice it, they are kind of quite far ahead of everybody else in those statistics. So they are absolutely dominating, even with some of the potential flaws we're seeing from the bottom lane, which will probably get cleaned up relatively soon, though, in Tarok.
Amazing. And that is all the time that we have here on the NLC News. Back to you guys in the other part of the studio.
All right, thank you very much there from our casters for all the news we needed to know from the NLC. But great topic to end on as well. JDXL, a lot of kills on the board, and kind of leads us into our game, the game of the day. JDXL versus Bifrost. Let's talk a little bit about this flawless team to begin with. JDXL going from strength to strength. And speaking of which, what are the most positive aspects of them, Trouble?
Yeah, and absolutely. Okay, we have a very dominant team. We had X7 in spring, that they were undefeated for a large amount of the split, and now we have JDXL starting in 5-0. My only problem with that is that they do not necessarily look as dominant as X7 did when they were pulling off the victories. This team could very easily be 2-3, 1-4, 3-2, but they're sitting right there 5-0 because of particularly 2 individuals that have had insane performance of their champions. And the one that I want to particularly put my finger on is Cries. We've seen him in the ERLs. I particularly have followed his journey back from the Nordics 2019 summer split all the way to the LEC, back into the ERLs, playing for JDXL. And as you can see, Jamata said some numbers lie. These numbers do not. If he's given one of these scaling championships Gangplank, his Gwen particularly saved one game for JDXL that day. And as you can see, among all the top laners, he's first on all stats. I feel like Christ has come such a long way from back in the day that right now he can call himself one of the carries for JDXL.
And then you got the bridesmaid over on the other hand with Dan. He's not #1 in all of them, but he's coming in second for a lot of these jungle stats. And I think they just speak for themselves. Having high damage numbers as a jungler is incredibly important, but it also speaks to how aggressive they can get. It speaks to the kind of champion pool that's also come through from Dan as well. He's not been afraid to whip out the Rek'Sai, come through with early aggression if that's what they're looking for. He's also then kind of adjusted to the full clear pathing you also get with the likes of Nocturne, with the likes of Shyvana as well, that really needs that level 6 before they can really start to accelerate on the map. And then just that gold lead, that is just kind of relevant for majority of JDXL, as you can also see with Kreis. They know how to handle a gold lead. They know how to handle their leads. And yes, I will have to agree with Trouble though, in one instance though, that games have been shaky. They could easily have gone either way in some of the instances, but so far their end game has been true and they've not managed to drop the ball yet.
Yeah, and I feel like once you know how to press your buttons better than your opponent, right, and you're playing these sort of champions that we're seeing on the mix right here, on one side for Dan, the outplaying champions, on the other hand, the ever-scaling champions, and you're better on the day, you're basically just going to move forward. But I think what's been a very sore point for JDXL and why I don't feel like they're so dominant as the 5-0 makes them to look like is towards the bot side of the map. And I think this is the irony, because back in that NLC news, we mentioned MNS, leader on the solo kills, FGG, leader in kills, in assists, and Venza, leader in kills. And I feel like these are the two sore spots for JDXL.
Okay, so let me get this right. Flawless so far. They've also managed to get some of the best stats out of everybody in this league, but I keep hearing this. Why are they flawed? Why did JDXL, do we think that they may not be the most dominant team that we are expecting?
Because you say the word team there, right? That is something
yes.
There's no I in teamwork.
There's a me. But either way, they have really skilled individuals. They're so talented, right? And it allows them to make plays that you sometimes would say it shouldn't work. You put that into the factor that they're playing against sometimes players that's not going to be at the same skill level either, because we are working in European Regional League where sometimes the skill difference between players will just be that abnormal.
Yeah, and I feel like that is sort of a sub-tweet to MNS right here from Gulborg. I feel like this guy is absolutely insane, right? In the previous split, I always had a segment where it was called MNS time. I had to mention this guy because he was absolutely incredible, super vast champion pool. He can play ADs, APs, whatever you wanted, he will play it. The thing that was mind-blowing is how he knows the min-max on every single matchup, even though there could be champions that we've never seen before, matchups we've never seen before. He absolutely knows that. His 1v1's spectacular, but when it comes to teamwork and team play, I feel like this is where we're lacking a little bit. The macro, the movement on the map, making sure he's positioned at the right angle so he doesn't just get the solo kill, but also helps his team around a team fight. I think these are some crucial key points that I would love to see MNS evolve as the split goes by.
Okay, awesome. All right, so incredible ingredients. Just need to figure out the recipe to make that teamwork work. And it could be as flawless as their statistics say. But today's the real challenge, of course. Their enemy, Bifrost. We're going up against them. Now, some of the talk has been about this team overachieving. Goldberg, why is that?
I think, okay, so let's take it to what we're first seeing on the graphic initially, right? Because spring season regular, #1. And I think when you take a look at the rosters that came through there, X7, JDXL, that kind of should have been them in that instance. But either way, they still had a really solid regular season. I think playoffs is where they started to be a bit exposed. We saw some of the flaws to come through from this roster. We saw some of the incohesion at times as well. Once again, going back to that nice work team. So when they got into play-ins at European Masters, when they qualified, and I saw that they were against Barcelona, who for me, looking at Barcelona in Superliga Orange, I just thought, you know what? They're not going to be able to take it. They're going to go out and play it. They still managed to qualify to groups. They didn't get into European Masters groups. I look at the groups they get put into. I start thinking, well, that was a good run. They exceeded my expectations already, but that was not the end of them. They make it all the way to quarters, and they inevitably fall there. But I still think from the issues and faults that this team had, they actually managed to overcome a lot of them, and then that is why we say they're overachieving.
Okay, that's an interesting point. Actually, Trouble, I'm going to throw this one at you. You're saying Bifrost are overachieving, but if you consistently overachieve, surely that's just your new level, and especially considering that we're talking about JDXL facing a big challenge here in Bifrost. Why are we saying that maybe Bifrost could be the team to take down JDXL if we think they're above their current skill level? I
feel like the roster changes that they've implemented in the roster this split have been a breath of fresh air. I felt like a lot of the times we put our finger in the jungle back when they had Sibo, and we're like, something's lacking there. The pathing, the creativity, the aggression is just not it, and especially when you have two very solid solo laners and the likes of Fury and Shikari bringing in a veteran such as Diamondprox with the experience. It's the guy who pretty much invented invading enemy jungler, stealing your camps, really expressive jungler as well, heavy on ganking. I feel like, yes, 12.10 might not show that much of the ganking, but I feel like he's a very solid piece for the puzzle of the two solo laners.
And even going down towards the support here, right? I think actually Highway and Duel are quite similar in terms of the champion to play, the stylistic they're having here. But I think Highway just seems to bring more for Odie as well. They seem so scary. Even we saw it last Monday when they were playing the Senatam Kench, where Highway was not only the one who's super aggressive with the Senatam Kench, where they're able to really play this, what should be a weak side as a strong side and get the kills, but he's also incredibly skilled as a support player, even in the farming department, out-farming the opponent, and it just brings a lot of flexibility. Do you want enchanters? Do you want some Kench? Do you want to move forward instead? You can even see it here in the dives as well. It's just so cleanly done from them. So I think Odie, one of the best AD carries we have in the league. You pair it up with Highway now, it just looks even better.
I just really enjoyed seeing the Senatam Kents come back from Bifrost, right? Odie and Duel were by far the best Senatam Kents. If I don't want to exaggerate to say in all ERLs, because that's what I believe, at least in the NLC, 50% of that duo is still there. The best Senna we have in the league is Odie. Highway showing how well he can actually match that energy from Odie on the Senna, and especially on that clip, the fact that the W connects on the route from Senna. Highway flashing for Abyssal Voyage instantly. And yes, I understand this was a game versus Singularity, so it doesn't say too much. I'd love to see again the Senatam Kent in like a very difficult matchup, potentially versus Venzer and FTG even.
Yeah, I still think it speaks to instinct though, right? The fact that you already can see the synergy between the duo, I think it's a good sight for I mean, months to come forward, or weeks to come forward, at least with Bifrost here, and hopefully we've only just scraped the iceberg here.
Okay. All right. So to me, anyway, it looks like a bit of veterancy in the jungle, tying things together, and then dynamite chemistry down in the bot lane, essentially elevating Bifrost to these new levels that we've been seeing of them recently. And you know what? I'm looking forward to seeing them kind of go into this game and how actually it plays out. An awful lot have been said about this matchup as well, and excitement. But before we get into the games of today, we're going to talk about a game in the studio. I believe it's time for a little bit of true or false. So, if you are curious about how this one is going to work, essentially, I'm going to ask you both statements about everything that's been happening in our split so far. You get a chance to buzz in. The first one who buzzes will have first chance to answer. If you get it correct, you get the point. If you get it wrong, the other player gets the point, okay?
So we're just not playing a win? Like,
well, I've heard this. So this is something that I've actually been hearing backstage an awful lot. Apparently you're the undefeated champion. You're the favorite for this one. I did notice you kind of sneaking in the production room earlier, and I don't know whether that was just because I had the questions then or what's going on, but we'll certainly find out for it. All right, let's get this one underway and get the questions on board.
We do.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, first question. There have only been 2 Baron steals this split, both by the same person. Trouble?
False.
Unfortunately, that is true. Flipper.
Flipper has stolen 2?
Flipper, the jungler for Night Ricky, has stolen 2 this split. Goldberg.
Don't even have to do anything. I'm just racking up
I remembered the one from Monday, but Flipper, oh my god. Dude, you're a beast. Congrats.
Yeah, and unfortunately for you, has made you go behind in this one.
It's fine, I'm giving him a head start.
Love that. I do love that. Don't worry, there are tiebreakers and all kinds of things to go for this one as well. All right, question 2. There is a top laner with over 32% damage share.
Go on, hit the buzzer.
You want a quick W or what?
Yeah, we're looking
More
for
than 32% damage share?
Yes.
Yes, Cries.
It is true. It's Calum from MNN.
Close enough. They both start from K.
Yes, that is very high. 6% higher than anybody else currently in this split on the top lane.
In my mind, I had Cries and Kerberos, so at least Kerberos showed up.
That's just crazy.
It is, yeah.
All right, 1-1. Guess that means this is the decider. Last question. Hopefully, one of you knows it this time a little bit quicker. All right.
You're holding it the wrong way.
I don't think that's going to help you in this. Remember, first buzzer in. Okay. Despite being undefeated, Venzer has the highest average deaths among starting bot laners.
That's easy.
I think that's true because it's Venzer.
It is in fact true. He averages 3.4 deaths per game.
Of course.
And that does mean Goldberg is our winner.
Nah, I don't accept that.
Easiest game
I told you that.
of my life.
I can't.
Well, Easy questions are the reason. You just have to buzz in. Sometimes it's the buzzer, sometimes it's the
deaths. I told him about the deaths.
Then you should have buzzed in. That's how this
I
works.
don't remember it. It's just Venser.
There was a lot of bragging before the game, Trouble, and unfortunately you've let me down and everybody at home. But Goldberg walks away the winner in this one. Just a little bit faster on the buzzer there in the end for it, of course. All right. Before we get from fun and games here in the studio, it's time to talk about a little bit fun and games back at home. We had a chance to catch up with Don't Ban Nida, and from Team Riddle, let's have a look at what he had to say.
They have an interesting roster. They made a lot of roster changes as well. I used to be good friends with Sahira, their old mid laner, but he's not on the team anymore, so I don't really have a rivalry with them. I guess it's another Norwegian org, so Riddle has some history and some rivalry, some banter. I didn't know how demanding it was to be head coach, because I used to be assistant coach in 2021 summer. But yeah, it's very demanding. A lot of the responsibilities on me, and I have to take a lot of the blame, which I do. I'm not delusional if I mess up in draft or if I don't prepare my players enough. I'm definitely the first one to be like, yeah, that's my bad. Like, for example, against XL, I felt like we had Exodia draft, and then we get into the game and we have no engage. We have no one who can face check bushes. It was really hard for us to set up any sort of vision control around objectives. So yeah, we should have definitely just picked the front line instead of going for like 1-3-1 comp kind of with Cog Lulu. It doesn't really make much sense. I think the picks in isolation were good, but when they come together, it just didn't do anything. So yeah. There's a lot of changes recently. Like, we started on 12.9, and everything we prepped for 12.9 was pretty much useless for 12.10. So like the first couple weeks of scrims were out of the window again, and then we started playing on 12.10. So now we're like relearning the game and like relearning what's meta now. But yeah, there's a lot of different changes that we have to take into account. So it's kind of my job to figure out like, okay, what is the strongest pick in the meta right now, and like how can we make a comp around that? Oh yeah, I was surprised that Bifrost went 3-1, honestly, and I'm honestly surprised that X7 lost to Eminem. They seemed like super weak when we played against them. I don't know what happened there. But yeah, everyone else is pretty much how I expected them to go. But yeah, I think Bifrost is like my most surprising one. They got kind of a free win against us because they had full roster and we had 2 subs. And yeah, we hadn't played much with them. I'm surprised to see how much solo queue my mid laner plays, or how much he wants to play solo queue when we're about to scrim. He's been late 3 times to scrims because he's been in solo queue games. So we like signed the verbal contract, and everyone put the handshake emoji in Discord that we're going to be there 5 minutes before, and we're not queuing up 1 hour before we scrim. I mean, I like the players. They're all super agreeable and nice to work with. I think when you have people in the team that are very like quick to anger and very hostile, it gets really hard to work with. So I'm just glad that everyone is like nice to each other and like each other both in and out of the game. Don't underestimate Riddle. We're gonna be a real contender, and I'm gonna do my best to make sure that's the case. I'm sure the players are gonna work their ass off to provide good games and good content for everyone to see. So yeah, check out our games. You won't be disappointed.
All right, well, don't underestimate Riddle, and they're jumping into our matchup against Veneer. So let's start talking about it a little bit then. Trouble, what was your kind of first feelings on this Riddle roster?
Honestly, there was a huge shake-up, right? Because Don Banida mentioned as well, they needed to play with a sub ADC, then they needed to play with a sub top laner, then their actual top lane was lane, but place, and Vladi has stepped into the mid lane, Kevo is down in the bot lane, in together. One of my prizes about Riddle was out Stefan as a jungler.
Okay. Wait, to Goldberg. Goldberg, I'll jump to you to pick it up. There we go. We're on to the emergency, but I'll jump to Goldberg while we get that one fixed here. Let's talk a little bit about Riddle then, and coming into this game, your expectations.
Yeah, I so far with the Riddle roster coming through, I actually think it's very interesting with the revamp they also had. Yes, Trouble. You didn't hear about it. She was talking about some of the roster movement they had and how some players were playing in the beginning. Now the ideal roster has come through. But I also think like there's one player specifically that I think has been absolutely incredible. I think Stefan in the jungle, a player that was the positional coach for X7 just last spring, where he was playing, or not playing, but he was coaching the likes of Haru. You know, the guy wasn't really coaching him then. He was talking about in interviews, well, I'm actually learning just as much myself. I want to go back into the player role. He's had his reflection period now. He's coming back into playing. And his stats reflect how good of a player he's become. He's first in everything as a jungler. He's diverse with the champion pool. He's not afraid to take control. We saw that against X7 as well, when he was playing against his former teams, coming in with a level 1 invade, taking over the entire game as the Grace, and just like that, just finished it.
Okay, let me get this right here. Stefan is such a superlative talent that you believe that may be the difference maker going into this game for Riddle. Trouble, obviously we lost you a little bit there in that last segment. But is there any point you want to kind of re-emphasize about what you were saying before?
Yeah, I feel like he has a large history, right? He started all the way back when Click of Dreams was created in the Balkans, meant to take European Masters by storm, but back then were stopped by the Mad Lions Academy that blew up, and then all players went on to LEC. And then from there on out, it has been a little bit of a roller coaster when it comes to Europe. Like in the Balkans, he was playing in top-tier teams like Asus Rogue and all that. But then back to coaching, and now back to playing. And I feel like he was a huge surprise, because I feel like his pathing is very intelligent. I feel like his ganks are always very successful, and that brings a big breath of fresh air and a big challenge to all the junglers that we already have on the NLC.
All right, okay, I like that. A little bit of a complicated history, but at the moment hitting a peak that we may not have seen before. But it's not just, obviously, going to be about Riddle and their jungler. We do need to talk about their opponents. Veneer here, Goldberg. Obviously, you've said already about how much you kind of think that they have a jungle issue they may have to deal with. What do you think they're going to do in this game?
I think Veneer has already showcased that they can be very flexible. We saw that they were willing to put a tank in the mid lane with the Sion, flexing that around. So just for the patch, we can already see that they are quite flexible. They have different ideas how you can play the game. And I think that can be a strength. I think they actually only lost because they all of a sudden was faced against a curveball when they were playing against Dusty with Kerberos on the Fiora. Had the game only been about team fighting, which is quite often is with all the other teams, I genuinely feel like Veneer would have taken the game with the draft and composition they had coming through. So I think, to me, they're a very hard team prepping against because they're as flexible as they are.
I feel like Kraox is like such a huge piece to that new roster puzzle that Veneer has created. He is the leader, I feel like, that a team needs, especially when you build a brand new roster. You need somebody with a really big voice that will go for the go button, and actually everyone will follow. And so far, everything that I've seen, even the game on the Lilia that he lost, every time he would engage, the entire team would follow, and it feels like everything is falling into place. Yes, one game didn't work because Kerberos was doing Kerberos things, and it's really hard to contain him, right? But I feel like this Veneer roster looks very promising.
Okay, that's an interesting point then. So it seems like team fighting, the draft, everything about this Veneer team screams all tied together. But it also means that it kind of comes from Kraox. And we actually have an example of some of the leadership you can expect to see from Team Veneer.
I will ult soon.
They will try to engage when I enter. They try to engage.
Yeah, I will stun them here. Look.
Okay.
But we have to like step up.
But it's hard to engage, no? Or we should just go insta. But I think it's better. Just don't hit this.
No.
Don't hit this. Don't hit this.
Yeah, I think push mid now.
Reset.
Just slowly poke, maybe?
You want to end this?
You need form, by the way. You need form.
Yeah. This one is slow.
I can get it slowly now.
Kill the first guy?
Ash.
Yeah, I'll kill this.
Yeah.
Play with things.
Can you flash the Lolo?
Can we end bot?
Nice. Holy fuck.
Yes, and the fucking game.
Did you see my flash? Oh my fucking god.
Okay, but did you see his flash? Because Merv's flash right there was absolutely freaking insane. But then again, you see how Kraox is sort of mix managing everything around. Nah, you need form for us to team fight this. Do not hit the Elder Dragon. When this ends, we need to go. So even when there's not too much communication in the team fight, you see how everybody follows him and listens to his calls.
And I still feel like this is, just a little bit of a peek we get into a team fight. I think usually from players who are quite vocal, you'll see their strength like in setting up the team fight before, setting up the play, the objective, having the shot calling come through. Obviously, we haven't seen too much of this just yet, and I still think communication can get better because you still hear the uncertainties every now and then.
Yeah.
Piece of wall, let's go. Oh, we kind of need engaged, don't we? Oh yeah, let's back off. Okay, so uncertainty still, but foundations that seem very stable and good enough to build something to fruition on.
Okay, well, that's an interesting point you speak about building, because I think it's time for our teams to build their teams. Pick and ban is now ready to go. Let's find out, obviously, how these teams go into this and how it all kind of lays the land for the game we are going to see. Trouble, what are you expecting straight out of the gate?
Well, every time I look at Riddle, I'm like, oh, I'm going to see a immediately ban against them. But obviously, it's going to have to be the Jax because it's the first part of Jax Blank's name. I don't know if we're necessarily going to see the Gangplank also banned right here because I feel like...
Oh, there it is.
Never mind, we are going to see the Gangplank here. But like, there's things like Lucian, Talia that are very prominent right now. Nobody wants to actually deal with the Lucian down the bot lane. And a lot of teams that do leave it open, they'll also leave Renata open. So Renata and Lucian are like my two last bans that I'm expecting to see.
And this is very interesting as well because the likes of Wukong is up and we've seen that just be first pick every time it comes through. It's usually just, the Talia, the Wukong, Senna as well coming through. So either you ban the Wukong, you let it go, and then there's Lucian to go for. We've already seen the Lucian Nami, how prevalent teams are at taking control with this as well. But it's actually going to end up being the Lilia. And this opens up for the fact that you can also just do a takeaway. Be like, you take the Wukong if you want to, we'll have the Echo in the back, or you take the Lucian here and we'll grab the Wukong maybe perhaps on 1 or 2 coming in.
Honestly, I'm always a little worried when I see Lucian being picked and Renata being left open because some teams will either leave the Nami open and allow that. This time Riddle are gonna snatch the Nami away, but I feel like Renata Lucian is also a pretty good combo. You can put a Lulu next to him, like any enchanter that will allow him to move around really fast does work with him. But now I need to see Vanille building some room around this Lucian because it's a short range ADC, and I see a Wukong already on the other side.
This is already the trend, right? Team gets Wukong, okay, we pick Viego into it. So far from what I've seen across regions at the world, this trade-off hasn't really worked yet. Wukong seems to be the stronger one of the two when you finally get it. But this time around, though, it's still doable. It's not like it's a matchup that's completely unplayable. And I think as well, you need to kind of prioritize perhaps the support here unless you've really got a blind pick you want to get through before moving into the second ban phase because you already have a Nami. You get the luxury of then banning away all the other things moving into the second ban phase. So it's going to be curious to see what they'll end up with.
So to sum it up for myself and some people at home, obviously, coming into this at the moment, who do you think's done the better job of setting the tempo and the game plan they want to see here, Trouble?
I just need to see what Riddle are going to pair up the Nami in the bot lane with because I feel like any enchanter next to Lucian that allows him to have all these movement speed and shields and heals and speed ups works perfectly. Right now they've drafted Yuumi. They have 2 perfect targets for the Yuumi. Both the Lucian and the Viego are incredible for late game. And on the other hand, I'm wondering what you're going to give with the Nami because right now a lot of Namis in the bot lane play with Electrocute. Twitch is a really good choice right here because he can literally go incognito and the second he pops out, he will triple auto attack you, proc the Electrocute instantly from Nami E, and somebody will die.
But this is also a bot lane where you cannot fall behind. You die one time in lane as this Twitch here, laning phase becomes unplayable. It's very difficult to play. Luckily, Yuumi doesn't give the most setup to Lucian diving in. Yes, he can E forward, try to get the trading through, but then comes what you're talking about as well. Nami gets the healing through, there's all of a sudden a slow, and it is playable. But for sure, Twitch being short range as Lucian, it's going to be about the trading pattern. Twitch cannot die. He needs to get the scaling through because he will be better in the later stages.
Okay, so it seems like for me this is going to be a bit of a battle of attrition in the bot lane.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever makes a misstep could very much set the tone for the rest of that lane going through.
I like you frame it as whoever make the mistake instead of like, oh, who makes their opponent make the mistake instead. So it's just kind of, okay,
it's a high risk lane by the look of it. Both teams have gone in with their strategies. They've looked for it. Obviously having that Twitch Nami down the bottom, it does seem to be like if you come out of this in a good position, you're in a very good position for the rest of it.
I feel like if any team has a Twitch, they don't necessarily look too much to play aggressive in the lane, right? They look to get their Twitch incognito to level 6, potentially fight for dragons, have him pop out of stealth and pop someone off. I'm just looking for space for Lucian to play because, again, Lucian is a very short-range AD carry. Twitch, after level 6 with his ultimate, gets huge range, and then you have the Nami ult, and then you have the Wukong ult. You have so much spacing around Rat, and now you need to do the same for Lucian. So I'm looking at picks such as Nah, which has actually been banned away. Really nice reply if that gets locked in for Riddle. Victor, as a control mage in the mid lane, gives so much space. And maybe we're looking for something like a Lissandra, a Syndra just something that will repel Wukong from just dashing in.
Yeah, there's those things. It's also entering it with a control mage if you're looking for it yourself. This classic Orianna into Victor. It's not really the most exciting for the lane matchup in itself, but it's something that offers stability. Now, Ericsson, once again, he's shown to be flexible. In the past, I mean, way back in the day, even when he was playing UK League, he was known for the Aurelias, the Akalis, something that could punish this if he wanted to go in. So if you want a composition where you just have a go button and you just want to go at them, then Akali can actually be fine in this instance, but you can also just handshake and try and play for the Lucian down towards the bot side.
I've got you the special.
Go for it.
What if this Victor is top lane and you draft Yasuo mid with Wukong?
I mean, it's doable, of course.
Vladi
You're
has
getting
played
creative
Yone.
here.
He's played the brother. I'm not sure if he plays Yasuo, but that would have been an insane pick because I feel like Victor can farm very easily in the top lane versus Ornn. And then you add that Yasuo in the mid lane and you have backline access. Never mind, he's going to pull the Kerberos card for Jaxplank. He's going to go for the Darius.
So here's the thing how it works. Both these team composition kind of functions the same way, where you on the blue side with Vanier, you got the tank in the top lane, he's got the engage, you got control mage who can offer stability in the backline, both in terms of shielding, but also pick potential with a good shockwave and damage, and then Lucian coming through. Problem is, you're playing as well for Lucian, Viego, these kind of carries to come through. They're playing into a lot of range on the side on Riddle instead, now with, of course, the Twitch coming through, the Victor coming through, and I just feel like to get to the end game where you want to be the better team fighter, Riddle has an easier way to get there, at least with the Victor into the Ori, the Darius into the Ornn, and then just not dying with Twitch down in the bottom lane.
Only thing that worries me is the Darius pick, because if it doesn't snowball in the early, he's going to have a really hard time to reach the Lucian with the Yuumi ultimate, to reach the Orianna with the Ori ultimate, then you have a Viego, then you have an Ornn. It's just going to be really difficult to reach the backline when you have a champion that doesn't necessarily gap close, which I'm assuming is going to be like a ghost flash sort of situation. But I'd like to see a lot of ganking towards the top side of the map to just try and snowball Jaxplank. I was just about to say Kerberos. I'm sorry.
All right, well, it seems like our teams have set everything up for this game to go ahead. And speaking of going ahead, I'm going to give it over to our wonderful casters for this. Going to bring us all the action. Over to you, Viperoon and Yamada.
Thank you very much, Desk. Do you know, I feel at home. Darius, you know, here at the NLC Division 1, we don't get to see it too often, but in Division 2,
oh yeah,
it's known around those parts.
It's starting to be bread and butter down there. It's kind of worrying, but yeah, Jaxplank Darius pick. I was expecting a side lane-ish pick anyway. Darius, you know, but I do definitely have my concerns, like Trouble was voicing, towards the sort of later stages of the game, having to deal with things like the Shockwave, Ulma from Yuumi. Getting backline access might be a bit of a struggle if you don't see, you know, some kind of wild flanks come in. But we'll see how Jaxplank handles it in the later stages of the game as we get into this one, Will.
Yeah, assuming that we do get into the later stages, we found our way onto Summoner's Rift for the first game of the evening. 5 games today, of course, so make sure to stick around for all of the action. We've got Vanir, we've got Riddle, we've got a very, very important matchup because both of these teams, with a couple of our giants faltering a little bit in the earliest stages, there's definitely an opening for a team like Riddle, like Vanir, to stake a claim, not even just for playoffs, but maybe one of those top 4 spots.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely very viable, right? Everybody had those expected top 4 teams coming into the reg split. X7 being one of those teams right now, struggling in the middle of the pack. Of course, still plenty of time to readjust their position in the table, but the point still stands. If you can get an early lead on them right now, and I mean, Riddle, definitely prime candidates, especially having just taken them down. That is very crucial if they can pick up a win here today to continue what looks like a very confident-looking side.
You talk about Riddle, their performance up against X7 on Monday might have been the strongest performance we've seen a team have just end of. I mean, you can talk about some of the other games, obviously the Bifrost Singularity game, you could talk about how well Bifrost played in that one, but when you're up against the team, it was just such an impressive performance from Riddle coming through and just start to finish, absolutely dominating. But we've got Vanir on their radar now. Lost, of course, to Dusty on Monday through that split push. And I mean, if you're seeing Jaxplank look into Darius at the end there, if you're
wondering if you're scrimming
like,
against Dusty all of a sudden again.
Where's Curb? Can we make sure that they're not account sharing? Off on the top side?
Of course, Lexi pick. Still excited to see Curb pull out the Darius.
I want to see Curb's Kale.
I do want to see Curve's Kale. I think it's going to continue to be banned away, though. Of course, Monday we saw a lot of Kale blue side bans. Today, a little less of that in the opening stages. But speaking of the opening stages, both junglers starting up on the top side. They are both pathing towards the bottom side of the map. They want to ensure that both of their bottom laners get a pretty solid start here. And I think it just really makes sense. You have Lucian on the bottom side. You always want to try and propel him ahead, try and give him as much of a tangible lead as possible. Right now, I think for Stefan, probably looking to just match, ensure that nothing too crazy goes on the bottom side. But actually, Krayox coming off the Wolf Camp, walking towards the mid lane, but Vladdy's holding the bottom side pocket, so it's going to be really difficult to make this gank work, though Vladdy oversteps a little bit.
Going to try to, though. Vladdy gets the slowdown. It will land onto Viego just on the edge there. Stefan now diving forward, was stealth, but is now revealed as Ericsson is in a very safe position. Kriok's not in too much danger, and they're just going to be moving back towards the bot side. Could we see a fight over the scuttle, potentially, with Merbs moving up?
Not just yet. Actually, the rotation really smart from the Vanir bottom lane, and that's actually what stops Stefan from stepping forward. Vision in the river to actually catch out that rotation, and it just means that Riddle don't overcommit, because if they do, likelihood of Stefan having to blow flash, maybe even end up dying in that situation, fairly high. So good little bit of information gathering from the early stages from Riddle to ensure that they don't overcommit to that play. But again, you can already see, it seems like Lucian and the Yumi will be having priority for now into Twitch and Nami. Definitely very interesting to see how this Twitch will do inside of lane in terms of keeping up in CS, things of that nature, ensuring that he's not falling too far behind. It feels like anytime we've seen Nami plus Lucian, it's been really over-oppressive, at the very least. Seeing that combination now split up really does make me want to see how this Lucian will actually fare without the Mermaid.
I mean, it's interesting because it's going to give us a little bit of data on which half of this duo is the oppressive one, right? Because we've seen Lucian an awful lot in other lane states, of course. We've seen Lucian in other lanes when it comes to being played here at the NLC, both Division 1 and Division 2. But the Nami is very much, hey, it's with Twitch, or hey, we don't really get to see it that much, but has a lot of tools. And with this Twitch, it's going to be, you've got to imagine much less about going in and doing those aggressive early trades and more about being a little bit more disengaged, a little bit more peely, and making sure that Kevo can get towards those later stages where he can just unload in team fights.
Yeah, no, and I think that's also going to be one of those things to track. I actually can't recall which game it was. It was a Bifrost against... memory is failing on me. I'm getting old, I know. But we saw OD's Twitch just track throughout the entirety of that game.
Yes.
Opened up once after 40 minutes.
I think it was against Dusty.
I think, yeah, Dusty was on the tip of my tongue, but I didn't want to say it.
Well, I have, so
well, there you go.
Wrong.
If he's wrong, he's wrong. But that's all it takes, especially in games like these, which are a lot more slow-paced now compared to 12-9. We're going to start sounding like a broken record sooner or later. But slow-paced games means we get to these item breakpoints a lot more frequently than we used to before the durability patch came in with some of these more scaling picks. So we'll see if Kevo can make it to that point. It seems like the common trajectory has at the very least been yes.
Yeah, absolutely. The games have, by and large, been pretty long. Just on average, as we see Ericsson in a little bit of trouble, but able to dance away from that one quite easily. Yeah, games have just been a little bit longer because teams are taking a little bit more time to get to the big ticket moments, right? The flashpoints are still there. You still see fights over stuff like the Rift Herald, but First Dragon especially, and I don't know if I talked about it with you or with Trouble.
Would have been Trouble.
Monday. No, because it might have been in Division 2 last week.
Ah.
Talking about how teams just don't really seem to want to fight over the early Dragon.
Oh, yeah. No, that was me, yeah, on Division 2. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it feels like teams... Yeah, the First Dragon takes have definitely been getting a little bit later, as actually in the mid lane there was an attempt on Ericsson's life. He did hold into his flash, but Vladdy did expend his ultimate, maybe looking for a favorable back in the next couple of waves. But yeah, teams, they're not really forcing the issue too much unless they have like hard priority on the bottom side of the map in the mid lane. You know, like your Nami Lucian, for example. Typically that just means your jungler will be towards the bottom side of the map anyway. Might as well take the objective. See if or not we get something similar with this Lucian still there. Shockwave.
Always going to land. Kriok's going to be able to get a stun, but needs to be careful. Stun, but not under tower, as Ericsson puts a tiny bit more damage down, but isn't going to be able to secure the kill.
Yeah, and I mean, Vladdy getting quite heavily pressured here, but honestly handled both these ganks so far super well in the mid lane. First one, sidestep the Spectral more. Stefan just ensuring that Vladdy doesn't get forced off the wave, maybe. Also, actually, Jax Plank's even roaming down from the top side very briefly just to push Vanir off of this mid lane shove. Great stuff across the board there. Ericsson will be forced to back away. I believe the wave did crash, though. Didn't manage to hold that into a freeze, Vladdy, so we'll just take a slightly later back of his own. Kevo could be in trouble.
Yeah, no mana gets forced through. A lot of damage is coming down onto the Twitch. He's burning as well. Will be able to step away. Will be able to survive. Yes, he will with the heal. But that was very, very close to the first blood.
Yeah, was indeed. And then, you know, I wanted to actually talk about this matchup because we hovered over it for a brief second. But Jaxplank, not as much dominance. I feel like whenever we see Darius, top laners just kind of forget that he's Darius because you don't get to play against him frequently, and a solo kill just randomly happens up in the top side. But what I do like to see is Stefan using the priority, this slow pushing wave here of Jaxplank. And oh, I think they're trying to sync up a dive. Jaxplank will crash this one in. Stefan's still on the Gromp. Does have Smite to take it up, and I think they're going to try and make this dive work. But it's a little bit off time. Jaxplank taking a lot of damage already.
Yeah, but he wasn't taking any tower aggro. They're going to be able to get the Dragon. I think Hazira is dead. The dunk down will come through, and Stefan survives as well.
Yeah, great stuff from the top jungle duo. And on the bottom side, Kriox immediately responds with that Cloud Dragon. So potentially anticipating that dive as the slow stack came in. Jaxplank will take away at least one plate, as he knows he has the time to do so. There's a lot of gold going into the back pocket of the Darius, and even Stefan getting involved in the action as well is going to propel him towards his first IM even sooner. Good play from Riddle. Very nice stuff from Veneer to, at the very least, respond immediately with that Dragon.
It's, again, we talk about it so frequently, the idea of when you see a big play happening in the earliest stages, you've got to check your eyes quickly at the minimap and see what's the other team going to do to respond to this, because First Blood is a decent amount of gold, but getting that first Dragon is also going to be very nice.
Yeah, and the thing is, obviously, we had the concerns about Darius in the later stages getting backline access. If he's super accelerated, he can burst through somebody quickly. All of a sudden, he becomes a much bigger threat than he would have been previously if he doesn't get a bit of a lead in the early stages. So Riddle definitely playing into that avenue. And for now, Merbs and Zaremba haven't necessarily been, you know, punishing to the point of kills in the 2v2. But man, Kevo is falling behind in the CS department. Already 20 down. We'll see whether or not Merbs can continue to grow that CS lead and then maybe leverage that lead either inside of his lane or elsewhere. But for now, off the back of that top side dive, Veneer will use the priority off the back of it to attain the Rift Herald.
And he's coming around again. Just a little bit of a play coming down. Zaremba needs to be somewhat careful, but rooting up Kevo, who's trying to get some damage down, opened up, but wasn't able to secure a kill.
You know, I've noticed a lot of straight line ultimates in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Culling, last chapter, Twitch ultimate, kind of just all...
Circular ultimates in the mid lane.
Yeah. Even
and in the jungle.
In the jungle, yeah, as well. And
They ruined it a little bit. Haziro is going to pay for that as well.
Yeah. Haziro dies for not having a single target ultimate, like Darius does.
Yeah.
Yeah. But great stuff.
I mean, it can be a single target ultimate if you throw it really badly.
True, but that's a big deal, honestly, now. Jaxplank should be able to just absolutely manhandle this lane by himself. I expect, though, we'll probably see more visits. It seems like, at the moment, Riddle don't really have a real avenue into the bottom lane. Merbs doesn't have Flash for now, so maybe if Stefan bases and picks up the Divine Sundara, which I think he's still going to be a little bit short for, but could be fairly close. Yeah, looking at a couple hundred more gold, it seems like could maybe look to try and punish it, but I feel like leave that lane alone. Kevo is still going to scale eventually, even if this Lucian is starting to build up a CS lead. Leave it be. Crazy. As long as you don't let them get dove, miss big waves like this, that's all you really need to do as Stefan, and it seems like at the very least has the memo is going to try and cover this dive. Orianna Eriksson has first move from the mid lane, but there is a wave there. Vladdy's already teleporting back, and it seems like there won't actually be a dive on the cards for now from Veneer.
Yeah, Kriox is holding that very, very well. But you mentioned Eriksson there, someone I do want to have a very quick mention of, because we haven't really talked about mid lane because Orianna versus
Victor. It's
you know, it is what it is.
It's Azir Corky level. So
that's it. I won't hear the Azir. I love myself a good Azir lane. But for Eriksson, right? A lot of people, including myself, are questioning this pickup coming into the season.
Myself included.
Because, you know, if you come 9th in Division 2, being signed in Division 1 is a bit of a question mark.
Yes.
However, we've seen this one before. Hazard needs to be quite careful as he's going to flash, but he's not going to be able to get the knock up. There's the dunk down, and there's the kill. But for Eriksson, he's definitely stepped up in this new Division 1 roster.
Yeah, very surprised. Of course, Eriksson has participated in the NLC before.
Of course.
In Division 1 all the way back. I think it was spring 2021. It could have even been before that. Barrage, of course. Nordavind, I'm pretty sure he was on one of those Nordavind rosters as well. So he's been in Division 1. It was just definitely a bit of a surprise to see him down in Division 2 and then also have his team not so much perform. Definitely one of the more consistent members, but I think returning a little bit more back to the game, this top lane is starting to become a bit of an issue, William.
You were like, oh, I don't know how he's going to get an opening, and then just 3 times he opens up all on like a can of beans.
Yeah, well, I mean, Stefan did help with that first dive.
Well, he had the can opener. He was like, here you go.
Yeah.
And then he was like, oh, cheers. I'll just deal with that.
But this is very quickly, I won't even say slowly, becoming a bit of an issue for Veneer now, because as you can see, Jaxplank has the Stride Breaker, has Merc Tread, he's got tier 2 boots and his Mythic. if he gets on top of Hesero again, he will simply just do what he just did.
I mean, actually, botline, we're getting a bit of a fight. Burbs needs to be careful. He's already dead. They're going to be able to catch out the Yuumi as well. Riddle open up and grab themselves 2 with Dragon spawning in 15.
Yeah, I mean, just a great gank timing, I suppose, from Stefan. Maybe was trying to get him Merbs right before his flash came back up. Came back up anyway, still blew the flash, still died. 2 kills go over to the Riddle name, and now they will be able to pick up the Dragon. I suppose if they want to, should have priority on the bottom side, of course. No bottom laners to match it.
Cryox is hanging around, though.
Cryox is here, and the thing is, you can see Hesero has roamed down from the top side. I think Jaxplank is holding a freeze up there, and that's why he's moved over. So Veneer actually have enough numbers to potentially match this. So Riddle going to respect it for now, but what you can now see is the immediate response in the top side. Jaxplank pushing that lane up there is going to mean Hesero is going to rotate up there as well. Cryox drops the Herald in the mid lane, so you can see it's a bit of a trade of pressure across the map as this Herald will get his charge off, and the plates only go into the Viego's back pocket. Nothing went into the Oriana's.
And I mean, you get those plates, but the plates are... At least one was traded up on the top side by the Darius, and Dragon is still on the table, and Veneer cannot afford to keep their members here for that long. You see Hesero has already moved back up to his lane, but we know that lane is not super pleasant for him at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, realistically, Riddle can just give this one up. They don't have to fight it, right? They still are looking for those iron breakpoints on the Twitch, on the Victor. They will be a little whiles away, and if this is an Infernal spawn, it seems like it's an Ocean. It could have been a little bit scary. Ocean on this patch, despite everyone getting a little bit tankier, surprisingly doesn't feel as oppressive as it maybe could have been. So I feel like Riddle are probably all right, staring down the barrel of maybe looking to contest that 3rd Dragon Avenue. We'll see whether or not Veneer can try and, again, leverage the strength of Merbs. Already has the Gale Force. It seems like Kevo is actually going to be building in to the Blade of the Ruinkin, given his Itemization. So definitely a bit of a stronger first Item Spike for Kevo, which could maybe give him and the rest of the Riddle the opportunity to very confidently contest that
in a
Dragon.
lot of trouble. They're going to get caught by the knockup from Stefan, but we'll be able to dance away.
Yeah, and that flash being down, going to feel kind of good. That was 2 ultimates for a flash, and it seems like Riddle want to try and contest this Herald, which will be spawning up shortly. So that is ultimate disadvantage. Economy not in their favor once that will spawn up. We'll see what Veneer can get done with that in mind, especially if they can get Hesero to just teleport up to the top side. Even if he is 2 levels down on Yorn, all he has to do is press his R key and find the knock up, so he will find at least some usefulness there. But matching this side lane into the Darius, it's going to be very, very tough for now. But like this from Veneer, matching the Lucian, I beg your pardon, and the Yuumi into Darius for now, just to ensure that Darius cannot be as oppressive. But Riddle, very quick to the draw, will send their bottom lane up to match Veneer's bottom side.
It does give some free time for Hesero on that bot side. Tower, though, and of course, plates have fallen off. Gold looking quite nice at this stage for real, about 3,000 to the good for them, which isn't huge. It's not insurmountable by any means, but it's definitely a nice advantage. If we can have a quick talk and just see where that gold lead is, I think we can probably predict which lanes are going to have it.
I wonder.
Brunach is like, no.
They don't even want to show it. They're just like, no, I think Darius is going to have maybe a little bit too much gold. Not just TOS stuff, you know? Maybe not.
I mean, for me, it's a case of, we talked about how Jaxplank is going to get access to the back line. Right now, it's looking like his access will just be killing the front line and then just working his way back.
And I mean, realistically, it can work if, you know, if Kevo just opens up and shreds the front line because it's so far behind. Can work out Merbs, putting a lot of pressure down here with Zaremba.
Looks like is down there on the Red Tower, to say.
Yeah, that's what that's for, as Jaxplank is quite literally just taking the tower in front of Hesero's face at this point. Doesn't seem to care too much about his own health bar.
Will get knocked up, though. Not going to be in any real danger. Can just wander away, but this Rift Shroud is going to be secured by Veneer. I'm looking, and there's no sign of any kind of contest for Riddle. And Riddle is now looking towards Hesero. It's Stefan on the back, and this Ornn cannot catch a break this game. Going to be able to flash and dodge away. Will be caught by the second bit of damage, but not going to get the knock up this time around. Nash is going to be caught on the tower, though, and that's going to be a free kill going over to Veneer. Cryox tanks up a couple of hits as Kevo can't do anything. Ericsson's up here as well, though. They're going to keep chasing the rat. They may well do. Ultimate comes down. There's the exhaust. There's the flash. The damage goes on to Twitch, and he will fall. Cryox secures the kill, and Veneer make an excellent trade.
Yeah, great cross map. They respond excellently, but I have to question why Kevo and Nash were still hanging around there after seeing their own jungle and top commit so heavily to that bottom side play. They heard the Herald ding as well go off from the takedown. A little bit greedy, but maybe Merbs and Zaremba just about locked them in place long enough to ensure that play could come through. And now Veneer get to take that tower without the Herald. And they will be able to hold on to that potentially towards that 3rd dragon. Maybe drop it towards the mid lane again like they did to try and gain some mid lane priority. And I mean, if they can get a couple of hits in on that tower, I think Second Herald is normally about 2.2k damage, so could even take down that mid lane tier 1 with it. We'll see what they can achieve. But Riddle, still, in the grand scheme of things, are ahead 2,000 gold. Probably going to be feeling pretty confident as Jaxplank hits 2 items. And we'll get a replay of what happens here. So Kevo and Nash, it seems like we're starting to try and respect this, but yeah, it's just that Yuumi ultimate, Merbs dashing forward just enables them to lock down the Nami. And Kevo had just used the Q, the ambush, to try and stealth get out of that one. Great flash to get away from the Heartbreaker, but unfortunately, still gets exhausted, still gets slowed down, and still gets locked down by the Shockwave.
And I'm definitely wanting to see Creox try and get that Rift Herald down mid lane as you suggested. He's actually going to do it right in front of our eyes. Good stuff, Creox. Glad you're paying attention, buddy, because when you've got the likes of a Victor in the mid lane, taking down this tower and taking away his safety is so important.
Yeah, I talk about it all the time, all of those wave clear mages, right? Your Aziz, your Victors, Xeraths even, Anivia. Yeah, it is absolutely obnoxious. Wait, did you say Nautilus?
Yeah. I just want to see if you notice. I'm just testing you.
Okay.
Making sure you're paying attention.
Yeah, really obnoxious to deal with that mid lane tier 1. It becomes a bit of a safe haven, so knocking that down means they can sometimes maybe catch the wave a little bit higher up, rotate into the sides of the map a little bit quicker. Merbs steps a little bit far forward. Of course, had the Yuumi on his back, so feeling confident. Doesn't quite have the 2 items yet, and talking about items very quickly, kind of across the board, mostly parry. It's just the top side of the map where Jaxplank has that dead man's plate. And again, we have to see how easy it is for him to find backline access. That's the crucial thing. Keep an eye on whether or not this Darius goes unchecked in this team fight, whether Kevo can find a good opening. And on the opposite side, Hero's ultimate, Shockwave, things of those nature, those big team fight ultimates are the key for Veneer, but it seems like they're just going to yield it. They don't even want to risk flipping this. And honestly, I can kind of understand, given how strong that Darius is, and the potential of just, you know, falling a little bit too far behind right now.
Yeah, giving up that opportunity. You can see Ericsson moving towards the top line. Merbs, they might have overstayed his welcome. Going to be caught with the knockup. Going to get the Yuumi O's from the last chapter coming through, but Creox is now in the firing line as Kevo chasing forward, looking for the damage. There's the teleport coming through. This is the bot side. Zero will join the fray, but should be stunned up in the middle of it. The bubble's there, but Stefan's gone. And now Veneer chasing forward. Zero with the ultimate. Can he catch anyone? Yes, he can. It's Kevo who gets knocked up twice, taken down by Ericsson on the side, though. Jaxplank has found access towards the Remember, gets the dunk, but doesn't get the kill. And now he needs to be careful. Ghosting away, but will be called out by so much damage. They're running forward. Jaxplank does get a kill onto Yuumi and actually manages to escape. He's a speedy boy, but Veneer take the fight.
Yeah, Veneer do take the fight at the very least. They'll be happy with Oni dropping their top laner for that. Stefan, Kevo both die. 2 for 1 in the end of the exchange, but I mean, it happens after the Dragon's already gone, the Baron spawning up, but realistically no chance of a takedown. Just a bit of a boxing match after the Dragon fight. Riddle feeling hungry after not actually getting what they were probably betting for at that third Dragon. Engage comes in, disengage nicely, and they were going to chase, but that teleport comes in, and then all of a sudden you can see a bit of too much of a split off, right? Stefan has to retreat down towards the bottom side, towards the mid lane, and yes, he was retreating towards Darius, but isn't able to get away in time. Kevo gets knocked up, very easily bursted down, but Jaxplank on the bottom side apprehends the Yuumi, is able to get all of those stacks in, and that's why he ends up at least trading that kill, able to flash out, and Creox on the opposite side was also not able to take down Nash and Vladdy. Decent team fight for Veneer. Things can get better. We've spoken about these teamfight ultimates and how much value they can have. It's about finding that value, though.
And for those of you who might be a little bit confused about how the Yuumi went down there while attached, the ticking damage from the hemorrhage can still apply even if you jump on. And unfortunately, the healer had already been used.
Untargetable, not invincible, is the key difference there.
Pause the Ember.
Pause the Ember.
But that being said, Yuumi player, so...
Who cares?
Unlucky. Yeah. There's like a tier list of like how much I'm sad when I see a champion die. Yeah. It goes from like, oh, I'm actually quite devastated. You know, like the Tristana Dragon Slayer skin, like Nunu, obviously.
Nunu is the saddest champion in the game to see die.
No. It is the Tristana. It's the Tristana with the skin, because she dies and then the dragon like goes up to her and like nudges her and then like lies down next to her.
Nunu kind of does the same thing.
Yeah, Nunu, like, yeah, that's also sad. And then it goes down a little bit, and then at the bottom are, like, assassin players. And, like, that is the lowest tier, is assassins, and then Yuumi is just above that. Because there's nothing funnier than, like, a Zed diving into a team fight and getting 2-shot.
I will raise you.
Okay.
Lulu.
What's funniest or saddest?
Funniest, I just don't like that.
It's like, there's nothing about it, it's just funny, innit? Like... I don't know. I'm a tank. I don't tend to die in team. Well, I do tend to die in team fights, but I'm bad. But, you know, it's, you know, you get a lot out of what people play, you know. You can
do as
a lot of players, but it looks like Jaxplank gonna get rooted up, but he has support in the wings. That's a really nice tidal wave onto 3 members. Bubs needs to be careful as he takes the tower shot. Stefan trying to get something going. The teleport coming in behind Vanilla. They're gonna get a bit of assistance, but Zaremba dies once again, but this time it's the tick from Victor. That secures the kill. Murbs needs to be careful. Will be able to dive away, and Ericsson trying to keep this fight going positively for Veneer, but it looks like it might just be a disengagement. Jaxplank is very, very quick to flash, and the speed up will get the rest of Veneer out, but they do lose their cat.
Yeah, they do lose their cat. If Jaxplank had Ghost Man, he is sending it. I know that for a fact. But Zaremba again gets caught out unattached during the Lost Trap turn. We'll get the replay in. Just looking at the cross map, potentially expecting that Riddle won't be down here to match, that Jaxplank will be down here by himself. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Zaremba gets caught out by the wave, the tidal wave initially. And then from that point on, very easy to pick him up. Ericsson tries to find a little bit of damage onto Vladdy. And like we said, getting sped up by the Nami. If he had Ghost, I think he would have just full sent it, tried to go for the resets entirely. But unfortunately was not able to find his mark on this instance. And Riddle went out on the play just by reading the map.
And that's something that Riddle have been doing pretty well this entire game and the whole season, in fact, up to this point. Yeah. Something that has impressed me about Riddle a lot is their ability to understand how this game is played on this patch. And we talked about Nuriki being the Kings of the Patch, X7 being Kings of the Patch. Both of them lost yesterday. Riddle didn't. So having that extra week to get the scrim time in and just spend some time with their coaching staff definitely paid off.
Yeah, no, definitely. We've been saying, right, on the analyst desk in particular, it's going to take time for teams to adjust to the patch. We'll see, again, which teams are the best at adapting to it, as Riddle will yet again have first move into the Dragon area and towards this river. Veneer gonna have to face check into this slowly but surely. Again, they have some of these elements to poke and prod and try and find some wombo combos. Oh, it's about finding them. Riddle haven't really given them the opportunity, and it seems like for the second Dragon in a row, they will yield pressure towards it. They'll take mid lane priority. Actually pings towards trying to take that tier 2. Jaxplank is here. I don't think he can hold it 1v5, but again, the rest of Riddle are now going to rotate back over. And will we see an opening yet again? There's a tidal wave.
Wave onto his Zero, but he's the only one called out. But Kevin's on the side, unloading damage. Crooks needs to be a little bit careful. The knock-up wall down, but his Zero
Jaxplank, he's got stats. He's got the reset.
Towards Ericsson, dancing away from the slowdown, but won't be able to catch him as Veneer do manage to huddle under their tower. They do lose their top laner, though.
Oh, Jaxplank had like 3 seconds left on his flash. If he had that, he is going, and I promise you he would have found so much more. So many flashes not available, but now looking for a pincer movement.
There's Stefan coming in. He gets the upper hand onto the UV, who's once again the victim. Vladdy gets the kill. Stefan goes low. Kriox still alive, looking for the resets. Will be able to find it, looking towards Jaxplank, but can't get the damage down. And Kriox is just going to return to his handsome Viego self. But that's a dive that went okay for Riddle.
I mean, I think the objective of the dive was complete, though. They took the tier 1 tower in the mid lane, so realistically, probably all right with that. Stefan didn't have a big shutdown or anything to hand over. Could have been a little bit cleaner, maybe, but I think did what they came to do. Pick up the second dragon. No, actually, Kriox.
Kriox is hunting.
Yeah, he's hunting, but the thing is, Murbs is resetting, so this is a bit of a duo mission against 3. That red buff's going to reset. Never mind. Vladdy wants it more than careful.
I was like, oh no, they're going to steal it.
Yeah, it's like one of those things like when you're a jungler, you smite blue buff. Oh, the jungler was right there, I promise. But Tidal Wave, again, hits onto the front line. And you can see the response from there to shut down Kevo's open up. Really great. But the issue is, in doing that, they left Hesira out to dry, to be honest with you. Not really their fault. Hesira was very far in. A little bit slow to retreat, unfortunately. Left to the Noxian Guillotine. And then this dive towards the mid lane. Great stuff. Almost finds a double apprehend. Jaxplank, it would have been more kills. Maybe a cleaner dive in all. But the flash was very, very quick from Murbs, and Kriox able to, at the very least, respond. But still, that tower does go down, and that means Riddle will find their third of the game. All of those hours now for Veneer are down. Riddle looking for an assassination onto Murbs. No flash, but double dash and Gale Force.
Yeah, simple as that to get away. And of course, keep your eyes under the scoreboard for the momentum meter, just to show what our stunning analysts think about this game so far and all the games that we've got this evening. We've got Riddle being quite heavily favored. You in agreement, or are they not paying attention?
No. You're asking me to flame call Morgan Trouble?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm asking if you, I'm giving you the opportunity to if you want to.
Yeah, they're doing all right.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah, I think this is about right. I mean, realistically, Riddle, they can't really push the issue that much, right? Their options in terms of hard engage are very, very limited.
Yes.
It mostly comes about from, you know, the likes of a tidal wave over the wall into Twitch opening up. But the issue is Vanir have all of the agency options, right? The Ornorm in particular, and the follow-up that can come from that, and also the ability to respond very well, in particular, to Kevo opening up, right? Lost Chapter, very easy to lock him down. Shockwave can always just be used on Twitch to stop him from getting his ultimate out, and that's always a trade you're happy to take, to be honest with you. So it's going to be difficult for Riddle to consistently find fights, most likely, assuming Vanir don't face check or do anything of the likes as they're trying to stick.
Because Stefani's going to be able to get a double knockout, but he hasn't got any assistance in the immediate vicinity except Vladdy. And Vanir are happy to just walk away from that one. It looked much scarier than it was, but remember, the Yuumi was on top of Viego, and I don't think they lose that 2v1.
No, likely not. Yuumi, very strong, also has the Oblivion Orb on top of that Moonstone. So we'll be cutting down any of the healing that the Monkey can get out of the Divine Sunderer. Oh, definitely would have won that 2v1. If Vladdy showed up, though, to get some of that burst damage down, maybe not a whole bunch of magic resist in Kriox's back pocket. But for now, I expect in between these dragons, it's just going to be slow and steady. I think both these teams really want to hit those iron breakpoints, right? And speaking about irons, I think maybe this is a good time. We're about a minute away. But we'll briefly talk about the gold, because it's been flashed up on our screen. As expected, Jax Plank is, what?
Wait, if we keep our eyes peeled there for a few more seconds, he may well flame Horizon.
Yeah, but Merbs
might actually be okay, though. A lot of damage coming on down to him. Hezura is there for the support, though. He will dance away and actually survives. Kriox in the middle will be in a lot of trouble, though, as he tries to stumble out. Will get up a little bit, but he gets dunked down by Jax Plank.
Oh, Jax Plank!
He's so quick, looking for Hezura, but can't even find the slow, let alone the apprehend. But for Riddle, they expended a lot of resources, but this could mean Baron.
Yeah, very well, Baron. I mean, Viego's dead, and there's no big teamfight almost left besides Zaremba's. I think this is going to be Baron for Riddle. Realistically, trying to contest this with Vanir will be very, very dangerous, and they're on the bottom side. They're trying to trade out for the Dragon, maybe, but that spawns in 15 seconds. This Baron's going to be dead by then, and whether or not they can burst it before some of the other members from Riddle come back towards the bottom side to respond, we'll have to see. Riddle trying to kind of dip their hands into both pots here. Stefan Kevo taking the Baron makes it a little bit slower, but bringing Vladdy, bringing Jax Plank down with Nash just kind of ensures that, yeah, I mean, Vanir just can't even step foot in the river entirely, and now they should be able to get both objectives, potentially, if they want to dip into it. They read what Vanir want to do. It seems like Vanir, again, just willing to yield this Ocean Dragon. This is what I was talking about when we saw the Ocean flash up, right? It seems to me that it might be even weaker than Cloud, to be frank with you.
It's not that
on
deep,
this patch.
Basically.
Yeah, unlike an ocean, which typically is very deep.
Depends which part of the ocean.
Depends, yeah, I guess.
It's like a rock pool.
It's like a rock pool.
Well, you don't just step on the beach and fall like into the Mariana Trench, do you?
No.
Unless it's a very bad beach.
Are there any beaches like that?
I mean, there are beaches where you can, like, go in quite deep initially, I'm sure. Let us know in chat your favorite beach. Tweet at us at hashtag, if you're at a beach right now, hashtag
if for whatever reason
NLC at home. Or hashtag NLC at the beach.
NLC at home into a picture of a beach.
Yeah. Like, if you're at the beach.
Right.
Don't lie to us. We'll know.
Yes, I'm sure we will. I've missed you, Will.
It's just, you know, at the beach, isn't it? It's a good time.
All
right. The beach not that long ago. It was very cold. As we're going to see it engage coming on through Stefan.
Oh, they found Kevo!
They found Kevo, and he's dead. And it looks like Vanir can move forward. Stefan trying to get away, needs to be careful. But notably, Jax Plank hasn't been involved yet. He's looking for the flank on the side, maybe looking towards Kriox, but he's going to dive forward towards Vladdy. He's got the spawn of the Yuumi, but the rest of his team is a little bit far away. As Jax Plank is playing Bouncer exceptionally well, trying to find his hero. We'll get the damage down. Vladdy actually gets the kill onto Kriox, and now Zaremba is going to be in trouble as he gets taken down for the double. It looked so good, but Vanir, they got backline access, but then the backline murdered them.
Yeah, I just feel like Kriox as well dives a little bit too far ahead of the rest of his team, not able to really help him with that dive, unfortunately. And this is the thing, Ericsson also not in a position where the Shockwave could be of use, doesn't even end up using it. And Riddle able to burst down the Viego as he just overcommits, tries to get the resets going, but unfortunately the response as well, Jax Plank comes up from the bottom side of the map, and at that point, even though you find yourself Kevo, which credits for doing that somehow as a...
Vladdy's been found as well, and he's very dead.
You know, I don't know how much you talk with Arsharam.
Not as much as I'd like.
So, I'm not sure if you heard of the curse of the place, Los Platos.
I have heard of Los Platos.
Yes, now, I don't exactly know. What's the color for blue in Spanish? Do you know?
No.
Or the name?
I speak zero Spanish.
Yeah, neither do I. I'm sure someone will let us know.
If you speak Spanish, let's...
We're asking a lot of Twitch chat here. But let's get the replay of this, because honestly, that Ornn armor was massive. It found Stefan, who went in stealth, but crucially, it found Kevo. And Kraox was able to follow up on it. As you can see, Kraox just goes a little bit too far forward, looking for Vladdy. He has no flash, and that's probably the reason the overcommit comes in. But you can see, Riddle from the bottom side, just splits the fight apart. And everybody from Vanir just has to go in different directions. Zaremba left to the, well, the wolf that is Vladdy. After his backpack buddy is absolutely decimated by the Victor. And again, Vanir, they have to kind of stick together. Even like they have to play, I feel like, to be honest with you, front-to-back team fights. That's the only thing they can really do. The moment that they get split apart by the disruption of the Wukong, the Darius, things are just going to get so difficult. It's going to allow, you know, the Riddle side to even find, you know, Jax Plank resets with the Darius. Level 16 as well, so don't forget, kills reset the Noxian Guillotine regardless, I believe. That's how the ultimate interaction works at level 16.
Yes, full reset.
Just a full reset, regardless of whether or not he finds the execute. So,
well, it's also that it doesn't go cooldown. It's not that it has the time limit.
Yeah, exactly. So, has to be careful of that one. Riddle for now, just trying to find this last inner tower, and they're going to get it. Vanir not really in much of a position to respond appropriately, though they are looking for a teleport behind them. And
I'm not sure if this is necessarily going to work. Is there needs to get a really nice ultimate, capturing a couple of members. He's going to blow the horn and looks for something. Will be able to find two, and now dives towards Jackplank. Jackplank is in the backline notably, but Stefan goes gold and will survive this time around. And that was going Jackplank is assassinated now. Jackplank is diving through double, looking for more. The Twitch will find it. Darius is marauding through the match, looking for another. Vladdy takes down the cat. Ericsson cut down, and I think that might be it. Don't mess with the Dunk Master, because he's out to get ya.
Oh, it felt like an inevitability that we were going to get a team fight like that. And Jax Plank almost finds himself realistically a penta, but Riddle find themselves a successful team fight, and they will close this one out. It just felt like Vanir were never able to get the kind of team fight that they were looking for, that team composition. And Riddle will move up in the standings to 4-2 as they take down Vanir in pretty damn convincing style.
I'm gonna say Vanir had some very good moments in that game.
They did.
And I think we've had some games here which have felt much less close than that, even though the scoreline might not suggest it. I think Vanir goes 0-2 this week, and it feels like they should be very upset with that, because yesterday, of course, the Dusty split push. Today, a game where they just need to ban top laners who can play on that own.
I will just argue, I feel like in the Dusty game, they had definitely had more of an avenue, an angle to win that one.
Yes.
I feel like here, this just felt bad. I don't know what else to say. I really, besides, you know, Riddle overstepping and just consistently finding Ornn into Shockwave, that game just kind of felt a little bit too much for them to handle. I feel like as soon as Darius got too much of a lead and Merbs wasn't able to really, you know, leverage the lane lead that he found into the rest of the map, that was kind of
that's the thing. It was failure to transition. The top lane was very easily used by Riddle, and the rest of the map from Vanir didn't manage to do it. We're going to jump over to our desk over in that direction, for those of you wondering where it is geographically, as they go to break down this game.
All right, thank you very much. Well, that game is done and dusted, and Riddle walked away with the win. Trouble, I've got to get your first kind of reactions on how you felt that game went.
I felt like Riddle played pretty well for the composition they had drafted. I mean, they drafted so many tools around the Twitch to be able to come into fruition in the team fights. They had the Nami ults, the Nami peeling, Wukong peeling, and engage if needed be. And of course, control mage onto Vladdy, the Victor, gives so much space for the Twitch to play around. Our only question mark was, does that Darius snowball in the top lane? Because if he does not, it might be difficult. But Stefan is a giga-intelligent jungler. He knows exactly which part of the map to play for. Snowballs Darius, then Darius gets a solo kill. We know the rest of the story.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because we said it out there. Both team composition wanted to do the same. They wanted to team fight. But the way the picks worked into each other, they were just kind of favoring Riddle instead. And as Trouble mentioned, when then Stefan also shows up in the jungle position to make sure that the matchup is skewed even more in their favor, well, they kind of just run away with it. It did get a little bit messy in the mid game, even towards the end of it, where Vladdy gets caught in enemy blue buff. That obviously gives Vanny a little bit of hope. With
doesn't even get the blue buff, not worth.
It would have been a transfer either way, but the thing is still that there's still room for a bunch of cleanups coming through. I think they had the luxury of having the better draft moving into it. It's not always going to be like that. So Riddle, they take the dub, still room for more improvement.
Okay, interesting for that one then. So essentially you were saying that this game win was built in the draft and then executed pretty well through the lanes and the jungler going forward. And we spoke an awful lot about that kind of initial lane. Going to the bot lane as well, we said this could be a high risk, high reward, a war of attrition. Who comes out on top? It turns out it's actually going to be the jungler who makes the difference in that one.
It definitely seems like
Are we saying Diffie in the jiffy right here?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't go that far because I feel like Creox played pretty well with what was given to him and all the deficits around, you know, bot lane dying 2v2, top lane dying 1v1. Yes, the Darius had 2 kills, but did you still die 1v1 alone to him? So I feel like, yes, Creox played as well as he could, but unfortunately this is not a single-player game. This is a team game, and I feel like back-to-back Vanir have struggled versus teams that want to play through a side lane bully bruiser, once against Kerberos onto the Fiora, and this time versus Jaxplank onto the Darius. So I feel like they need to find a way to stop the bleeding from the top side versus teams like that.
And generally speaking, I just felt like it was high risk, high reward, as you also said. With the Lucian coming through with the first pick, I think it was very clever from Riddle as well to just take away the Nami, know that they can pair it up with the Twitch instead. I think it became a little more difficult for Vania to play with that win condition when they opted in for a Lucian Yuumi. Usually Yuumi is great with champions as well, where you can kind of scale up and be a menace in the team fight. Like Twitch, for example, Twitch Yuumi composition that we often have seen as well. So it just felt like some of the power that they relied on the laning phase was taken away from them a little bit. And when you then mention Stefan, as you do, coming into it, it just made the task a little more impossible in that regard.
Okay, a lot of things done right then coming in from this one, but here's the kind of example of some of the team fights we were talking about, and this was all set up in the laning phase earlier, Trump.
Yeah, and I feel like even though I do praise Creox, I'm like, what are you doing in the middle of 5 people? And I get it that when you're playing in this particular Vanir lineup, right, your own is your engage, but then you don't have many more tools to follow up. Again, you don't create a lot of space around your Lucian. Once the Yuumi ultimate is down, then the opponent team is able to push forward and just find your Lucian, and you see that that Lucian was like taken out of the picture instantly. So by the time Creox comes in, by the time Ornn TP's in, everyone is just scattered around the map.
All right, well, it seems like they've made themselves a good name going forward here, going 4-2 in this one. But before we go any further on and breaking this game down, I believe we can bring in an expert because they were in the game themselves. I should have on the line now, Kevo from Riddle. First of all, how are you and feeling after that win? It puts you in a very good position.
I'm feeling pretty good after the win, but wait, actually, just what is this? What is this jersey I have? Wait, just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Wait, an imposter? Wait. No, that was your team from another split. Take it off.
Wow,
there we go.
Quick change. Very, very quick change.
Now that's proper. You forgot from a previous split the jersey on, man. Come on.
All right, that's a lot better. That's a lot better. Yeah, what was the question?
Well, let's talk about this. Obviously, you're the winning team into this one. It's put you in a great position. A lot of that built in the draft going into it. Game plans are great, but what allowed you to kind of execute that game plan and what went well for you in that series?
Well, I think it was just a complete top diff. Like, I think he had like a 20-minute flame horizon, a few solo kills up there. So, you know, we in the bot lane, we just picked the Nami away from the Lucian. And we were like, after we saw our top winning so hard, we were like, yeah, we're just going to chill bot and let you take over. And that's what happened.
Yeah, because that's kind of my question as well. You decide to take that 2v2 instead. I think it's a really good trade getting the Wukong there on that end. What do you make of the 2v2 you then end up in? Because you end up in Lucian with a Yuumi versus you and Twitch and Nami. What was your kind of game plan going into that 2v2? What's your insights into that matchup?
I think it's a pretty fine matchup. Like, you just kind of want to go even with Twitch and then you're like really fine. But actually, like, we kind of fell behind because we kind of stayed in the lane for too long and we called our jungler to cover to fix our wave, but he had to go mid because there was some action, so we kind of fell behind from that one. But yeah, we still ended up being like pretty relevant after all. So.
You certainly were, certainly kind of in a very strong position, at least our analysts thought so, for the majority of the game. My kind of last question, it kind of relates to what we saw from the very start of this interview. Obviously, playing for Vanir last bit, now playing for Riddle. Was it a kind of an extra good feeling? Like, was there a little bit more on the line here for you, obviously playing against a team that you've played for before?
I mean, there is a little bit, not that much. I mean, I think it's more exciting than playing against, I don't know, like the Rick or something. I think it's more exciting playing against their old team, like their stat factor for sure. But at the end of the day, it's another day at the office, and yeah, we came here to win, and we did that.
Yeah, you certainly did. A great win as well. So thank you for joining us here in the NLC studio. It's been a pleasure. We'll let you go and relax and celebrate with your team now and have a good time watching the rest of the games we have to come here. First of all,
Thanks for having it.
No problem. Absolutely no problem. Let's talk a little bit about something that was said in that interview then. They had the game plan. They knew exactly how to counter going forward into it. Is that something that we can expect them to build upon going against other teams as well? Having strategies like that locked in and knowing the right counter moves to make to set you up for the game you are going to play?
I don't think you'll be able to replicate it into the same instance as you did today. And once again, I feel like it was very specific with how the ban folded down. I think they did a good job on red side, allowing 2 OP picks be up, getting the OP pick they wanted for themselves, and then just having a way to kind of mitigate it. I think at the same time, Vanier as well probably could have made more out of their composition and played into Riddle's hand. So I think for sure Riddle got away with not daylight robbery, right? But they definitely put themselves up for success. And it's not always going to be the story in League of Legends. Sometimes you're going to be coming in with the worst draft into the game, and then you're going to have to rely on your skill on the Rift instead. And for Riddle, we will still like to see that kind of evolution come through when they are punished in the drafting as well.
Okay, I like that though, but solid foundation, smooth transition into the game as well. That makes it a little bit easier if you're feeling very confident in the draft phase as well. But Trouble, kind of coming out of that game, we didn't get to talk an awful lot about the early stages of it. We did say we expect the jungler to make a difference going through. Is there anything on the side of Vanier you thought they could have maybe done a little bit differently or given them an opportunity to make the game a bit more even?
I felt like there could have been a lot more pressure towards the bot side of the map because you're like, we'll pick the Ornn to sort of neutralize the top lane matchup, right? And you're bleeding towards the top side of the map. And even though I praise Kraox a lot because I feel like mechanically he's an incredible jungler, I feel like he sort of went invisible on the map for a while there. There were not many things he could do. Bot lane got 2v2'd, top lane is getting 1v1'd. In the mid lane you have an Orianna, so technically it's not the best place for you to go and gang. And where he was looking for these 2v2s, because the Wukong had the extra assist and he had the extra gold, it just became very difficult for Kraox, being so mechanically gifted, to actually enter these fights and try to make the difference. When he did, it showed. He grabbed 1, 2, 3 kills, he got all these resets, but like it just wasn't enough because I felt like if this Lucian falls behind and the Twitch gets ahead, then your game becomes really difficult to play.
Right, a little bit of an uphill battle then from the beginning, and maybe don't start off downhill. That's kind of what I'm getting from there. Just try and make sure you get a little bit more even going forward and then allow your individual skill to shine through. But I think the best person to ask, actually, would probably be a member of the team that unfortunately lost this game. On the line, we should have Ericsson from Vanier. First of all, commiserations coming into this game. Let's talk a little bit about the difference that was made all the way through, though. The draft is where it started. Taking that Nami away from you, did that kind of change your perception going into it?
I mean, we definitely didn't expect them to go Nami on 1-2, but it wasn't really anything that I think punched us. I think Yuumi was a pretty good answer into it, and we just like matched scaling. We even outscale, but obviously the Twitch does outscale illusions. I guess they got that going for them, but I mean, no, I don't think Nami was the problem this game.
All right, so obviously I feel like it's absolutely fine to put whatever enchanter next to Lucian and Lucian can shine, right? I want to know, what do the comms sound like, especially when, bot lane's getting 2v2'd, your top lane's getting 1v1, so the only person who hasn't fallen on the map is you, so your jungler needs to play with somebody, right? So talk to me a little bit about the communication and the plan mid-game when everything is pretty much falling apart.
Yeah, I mean, in the mid-game, it was... I mean, the Darius was so far ahead, right? So what we both want to do is like overload that size and just like shut him down. But I think there were just like some key moments where we didn't capitalize on them, just like making our own play. I think we just need to get better as a team on just like taking these small moments and like making this play that like we know, for example, like the Darius, like into the game, we should be able to just like see the window and basically punish them. Like we know, when the Darius has like flash ghost, he has no TP. We should be able to just like pull the trigger like as soon as we see it. Like obviously not everyone is going to see it the same way. So it's like really important that someone from our team just steps up and makes that call, and like we're aligned to that call so we can just win the game.
Sorry, Bryce, really quickly, I want to ask. We know that Kraox is usually very aggressive, but is he not the most vocal player that you have in the team to make these calls?
No, I mean, he's definitely vocal, but it's not always like, I guess, clear what we want to do as a team or like what he wants to do. But I mean, I think we just need to work on our decisiveness, stop being little business, and just get our S together, because it's kind of embarrassing going 0-2 this week, because I believe we can do great things with this roster. I believe like on a good day we can beat any team in the NLC, and I just want to really show it next week.
All right, awesome. Well, so kind of going forward into this now, obviously you've just talked about how you find yourself not in a great position, obviously moving forward, and you want to talk about the decisiveness. Is there anything else in that game, some of the games you've played, that you thought, hey, this is something we can definitely do better, or something that we've actually worked on and somehow haven't brought into the game?
I mean, I think it's basically just our team play. Like, sure, some individual mistakes will happen, but I think it's mostly just what game plan we have in the game, going from game to game. Like on Monday, we lost to the split push, but I think like next time around we'll do a lot better against it. Like we should for sure have won that game. And then today it was just like falling a bit behind in one of the side lanes, and not being able to punish hard enough on the other side of the map. And in team fights, just like seeing this TP window, stuff like this. So, I mean, I think it's just small things we have to work on, and just like really like refine them, and I think we can be a great team.
Also, very good to hear, and I look forward to seeing your progress and whether or not you can make those little tweaks that go for it. But I'll let you go now to commiserate.
Sorry, I have one more thing. I have a shout out to someone special. My biggest fan, also my oldest fan, I believe, is my grandma. She's 78 years old today, so I just want to say, go play with Dagen!
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us here onto this one. All right. Quickly, want to just kind of recap on that with Goldberg. Obviously, they're saying they're making little mistakes. They're not able to punish things when they should punish them here. Is this something that you think they have an ability to overcome in the rest of this split?
Oh yeah, for sure. But that also goes back to the other side of the coin where we were talking about Riddle, right? What happens when they're not the team with the winning draft? Well, that was Veneer kind of in this composition, but it was never that losing where it was like, oh, we can't win the game, right? They all had their tools that they needed to punish, and I think specifically a theme that's shown up was side lane, as he mentioned about Dusty, maybe as well in this game a little bit with the Darius 2 on the top side of the map. I definitely think there's already moments you can pinpoint, but as he's already saying himself, if we're all able to pinpoint these mistakes by just watching it, and it's not something deeper in your relation with your teammate or a teammate just not working out, well, then it's fixable, and then for sure something you can grab onto and just start working out.
Okay, awesome. All right. Well, we'll have to see how they progress from that point then, and figure out if they can make any big changes that make little changes in the game. But while we have had some, it's time for a little bit of change on our standings board here as well. And as you can see, the symmetry slightly broken across it, but not too badly, because you've still got the 2 and 4, so it's all pretty good for this. But Riddle Esports Trouble, they are obviously on the ascension here into this one and looking pretty good.
They're slowly but surely crawling themselves up towards this first spot. And again, looking at the Bifrost versus XL game later on, does Bifrost win this? All 3 teams will have the same score, 4 and 2, which will mix up the leaderboard all that much more together.
Oh, that certainly could be a very interesting one before it, but obviously as we go forward we are going to have even more games, so what has been perfect symmetry and has been pretty balanced between them can be turned upon its head. Our next game, of course, coming up is going to be M&M versus Nyriki, and as we talk about this game going forward, I kind of want to get your very first reaction at Goldberg. Gut instinct, what do you think?
I'm definitely feeling Nyriki in this one. I think I'm just taking a look at recent performance coming through. Yes, Nyriki just dropped the game to JDXL, but they made that game competitive, right? And I definitely think from what we've seen from them so far, they look a little more clear-cut in how they want to kind of execute on their game plans when they come through, as to sometime when we're watching M&M, it just seems like something's just not clicking for them, and they're just not able to make things roll, get the ball rolling, anything. I think for M&M, a team like Nyriki can be a team you can contest, but based on recent performance, and especially last Monday, my gut instinct is definitely with Nyriki.
Okay, awesome. All right, well, you've picked for Nyriki, but we are going to go down to a fan on the street from M&M and see what they've got to say.
Hey, this is Nick, also known as Lastfire. I guess I'm M&M's biggest fan. I've been one for about 2 years now, and with the Rainbow Six team, I've seen them go through Challenger League, I've seen them struggle, and I've seen them make it all the way to the 6 invite. With Trackmania, I've seen Pac become the Fall Grand Champion. And now with the League team, I'll see him defeat Nurki here. But not only that, I'm pretty sure that we'll see him go all the way through NLC and even beyond. Good luck, have fun to both teams, and for the Flame, let's go.
That's the thing with M&M, right? There's not a lot of teams. If you only watch League of Legends, you probably don't think of M&M as a star-spec organization.
Yeah.
But they're really huge in Rainbow Six. I mean, they're great in Trackmania too. It's just in League where they've not really been able to fully get that through. But this is actually a fairly achieved organization. And as the apparently biggest fan, very wholesome that they actually got a fan. So far, the teams have just made something up.
Australia's literally showed up with a fan.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Well, obviously that fan there looking forward to this game and hoping that their team can do the business over Nurki. So let's talk a little bit about M&M. Trouble, their lineup obviously going into this one, and while Goldberger's not feeling all that positive about their chances in this game, how do you feel?
I feel like the top side of the map in particular, because they have played previously together, like Kalem, Soph, and Chimera were playing in Resolve, if I'm not wrong. They've played for a long time together, and I felt like there should be a lot more synergy towards the top side of the map. I feel like Soph sometimes has fallen a little bit behind, and then when I'm looking towards the bot side of the map, I feel like one of the games they did win very convincingly, it was Shredder on the Nautilus, literally roaming top, mid, jungle. He was literally everywhere on that Nautilus, and Michigo onto his Samira. And I'm just, ever since I've seen like Shredder fall back to the Lulu kind of champions, the Enchanters in the bot lane, he just didn't have that much impact. And I would just like to see this guy play aggressive, roam the map, get kills for his team.
Awesome. All right. Well, we'll see if that actually happens with the aggressive play here. Quickly got to actually change kind of track here. Goldberg, I've got to ask you about Nurki, because this game is actually pretty quickly underway. So I want to get your initial feelings. You've already said you feel like they have the advantage going into this one.
Well, actually, usually I would talk about their bot lane, but when they were playing against JDXL, the bot lane was kind of the lane falling through a little bit, with the rest of the map actually coming up to contest. Normally with Nurki, I would always, once again, line down towards that bot side, but there is a potential top side matchup to have here because of what Trouble is mentioning with M&M. Flipper looked good as against JDXL too, so this might be a jungle matchup once again that can kind of turn the tides of their teams.
All right, well, I tell you something, we are ready to go straight to the pick and ban phase for this one. Our analysts think it could be a little bit of a jungle that we need to keep an eye out for in the draft stage. Trouble, what do you expect to see off the rip?
Okay, so thinking about what could we potentially see from the set of Nurki, I'm looking at the bot side of the map, I'm looking at Michigo and Shredder, if they want possibly this Samira Nautilus again to come into fruition. And then, but we also have Chimera, who plays very niche picks like the Lissandra and the Anivia that can ruin people's days. And then on the other hand, we have the Renatas, the Lucians, the Talias, very prominent in the meta right now, that just need to get out, and the Senna as well, of course.
Interesting to see that from blue side though. Usually, you know, you allow red side to have some of these power picks because you of course have that first pick that you love having on the blue side instead. Some of these red bans, must bans, if that's what we want to call them, is now coming through instead to Talia, as just mentioned. Wukong, once again, it's very interesting. M&M is taking away some of these power picks that you'd usually evolve, so you have the benefit of picking it yourself.
So Lucian's not banned, and Gwen, very importantly, is not banned. And I'm assuming we've seen a lot of Gwen versus Gangplank top lane, right? Where you just allow both of these champions to scale into the late game, and you're like, may the best one win, you know? And I feel like this should be an insta-lock right here, because Gwen is like one of the strongest champions in the top lane that we have right now. Gangplank has been banned, so there is no answer to that. So right now, what M&M are saying is like, fine, you can have Lucian Nami if you want to lock it in right here. We're going to have Gwen, and you're going to be playing a short-range ADC. Good luck in the late game.
Maybe even you take the same approach as we just saw from Riddle, where you actually don't take the Lucian, but you can take the Nami, because I think as well, you might have to take Viego for Soph in this instance, just due to the fact that Viego and Gwen is such a potent composition due to Gwen being AP, Viego being AD, and yeah, they don't go in for the Nami here themselves, they opt in for the Jinx, which does still leave open a very powerful position for the likes of the bot lane over for M&M here, or Nurki, rather, sorry.
I feel like there is a problem with the logos, guys. So M&M is on the right side.
Yeah, that really caught me off guard.
And Nurki is on the left side. And of course, Azator here is going to go for one of his hyper carries. He's known for his Jinx, he's known for his Aphelios and stuff like that. So what really makes me scratch my head is the fact that Michigo also went for a hyper carry. And I'm like, Lucian is in the picture together with Nami. These two guys on the AD carries are just so freaking good, and so far nobody has picked the Lucian. There's still a possibility for a Lucian to maybe go towards that mid lane, but so far both of these carries just completely strayed away from it, and we're like, we're just gonna play hyper carry for late game.
Do we think that's something that both teams have kind of gone into their game plan and say, hey, this may not be here, we're not going to bank on it, and now that it is still available, they've kind of not kind of guessed that it's going to be there, but gone, hey, oh, actually, do we take this? Do we adjust our game plan going in?
I mean, it's just 2 AD carries coming through now, and it's just going... These are 2 AD carries that apparently likes to go for the hyperscaling aspect again, so it's not really something that they're going to take into consideration any longer moving into the second ban phase. What I would take into the consideration, because I do see solo lanes being banned away, is that support champions not really banned away. I know Thresh haven't really been played much in our league, but there's a lot of value in a Thresh pick coming through from the likes of Shredder here. You're against a Jarvan, you have a Jinx already, it lets you reposition, just in general, great to have. And Thresh is actually 100% win condition in our league. Or 100% win rate. He's only been played once.
Great metric.
That's the point about numbers can lie. I remember that point earlier from our casters going into
Statistics are 100% true.
Let's talk a little bit about compositions that it looks like these teams are building in trouble. What exactly do you feel like they are putting their eggs in the basket? What are they going for so far in this one?
I feel like definitely right here, if I was Eminem on the right side, I would insta-lock the Thresh, like Gulbok mentioned as well. But instead, okay, this is really...
It's tricky.
Okay, this is really tricky because top lane has already showed, right? It's the Gwen, so you're gonna pick the Camille into it, and yeah, you're locking technically the Aphelios, but like who you diving in with? Maybe the Ahri. I just feel like the Eminem composition so far looks a little bit disjointed. Again, for everyone at home, the logos are the opposite way around, so Eminem on the right and Ricky on the left. So far, I really like if this Nautilus actually gets taken away. There is so much CC, so much lockdown for that Jinx, together with the Jarvan and having the Gwen jump in, that so far I feel like Ricky are taking away all of the tools from Eminem, and for me, Eminem's draft looks a little bit disjointed, like a peeling jungler, but an all-in top lane and mid, and then a hyper-scaling AD carry that has no protection so far, unless you go for Lulu here.
But that I don't think necessarily that's going to be the case, but once again, they did have the luxury of just waiting out with who they really wanted to play for. I think at least Flipper will have an easier time with the immobile carries we see here, and you need something that can kind of persuade Flipper from not diving in. Yes, you have an Ahri, and Ahri Chen can stop the dash coming through from a Jarvan. I just don't think that's going to be reliable enough as the thing stopping the engage. There's a lot of champions right now here that you want to connect onto and that you can follow up damage through, and that Nuriki should have an easier time doing. So from the side of Eminem now instead, you need that peel, you need that stop button, you need something that allows you to kite back and then get your own damage through.
Okay. I like the Leona a lot from Strider because I'm like, oh, please do not give me another Lulu, do not give me a Yuumi, give me something that can roam them up. Leona can roam them up. You can go in the mid lane, Swain extremely immobile, specifically before level 6 as well, before he gets all that healing for his kit. You can actually go towards mid, you can actually go towards top lane, get that Camille ahead. So I'd like to see Strider moving again all over the map. My only problem is you leave that Jinx all alone in the bot lane versus a Nautilus Aphelios, and it gets really tricky.
That's not the only part. Something that's very scary is Ahri pre-6. If you don't have your flash, if that gets blown immediately, you're against Swain Jarvan. Like, as soon as you don't have mobility...
And Nautilus.
They will just, yeah, but that's the thing. They will just roam in and they will just die. Or you will just die, rather. So I think the early game is really, they have to be clear-cut from the likes of Eminem, where they're not making too many mistakes, and they can allow themselves, after 6, then be more reliable with their plays. Get the Leona out of the map, as you're talking about, have a solar flare, have a way of engage, and try to get goal leads through that means.
All right, okay, awesome. Well, we spoke about the teams, we spoke about their players, their journeys, and now the pick and ban phase is in. That only leaves one last thing, the final predictions of how we think it is going to go. Now we have all the information on the table. Trouble, I'll start with you. Who's walking away with a W?
I just really like what Nuriki have drafted right there. Again, they're playing for Asdor, they're creating space for Asdor with Jarvan and Gwen, so I think it's a recipe for success for them.
Okay. Yeah, the only way I see if Eminem can snowball the top side of the map where they just kind of run away with it, maybe they have a leeway to get into it, but I think, once again, Nuriki has some decent pieces to work with, and I think there's an easier execution to come through there.
All right, well, you picked Ricky earlier on before we even got to the big and ban phase, and it feels like you're even more confident now that you've seen everything play out for them as well. I suppose the only thing that actually remains is for the game to get underway. So, let's throw it over to our casters for this one. You know them, you love them, Viperoon and Yamada.
What is good, gamers? No? Is that not?
What Trouble said. I don't know if you got picked up. You're a cringer. Anyway, Eminem the Ricky. Pretty exciting drafts. Had a lot of breakdown there. But, oh no.
Excuse you?
Yes.
Friend? Not you.
No,
Can I? You're lucky this is a good game. Because if this one wasn't set up to be good, I'd be causing issues.
I'm sure you would.
Luckily,
yes,
this is a massive game for both of these teams. The Ricky, M&M, Molotovs and Marshmallows.
Yep, that's what that stands for, Will.
It is.
Carry on. There's nothing else to add. All right, nice.
No, you didn't need to. I was doing my whole opening monologue thing. As we
continue. Don't let me
So,
interrupt.
M&M and Nariki, these two teams towards the bottom of the standings right now. Both teams that were down at the bottom of the standings last split as well. However, I think it's fair to say that both of these teams have looked much brighter coming into this season, even though the scorelines might not suggest it.
I think specifically for Nariki, that's true. I think M&M have had moments to shine where they look like they could be a team that, you know, is maybe contesting like 5th, 6th.
Which is better than what they've done historically.
Yeah. The NLC has not been their friend since they've been here, since we had the whole shift over to this format. But we'll see how they do today. I think they have themselves a decent shot with the tools that they have given themselves. I'm particularly excited to see Shredder back on an aggressive support pick. That is the most crucial thing to me. Seeing Shredder on something that wants to get around the map and start fights as frequently as possible. That was when M&M looked the most threatening by far. And I feel like this is potentially something that Nariki are going to have to track and ensure that they keep tabs of to ensure that M&M don't get themselves enabled by their support player.
Especially when you've got a slightly less mobile mid laner against someone like Chimera on the Ahri, who's going to be able to grab that charm, grab that engage, just do a lot of work. Taking a bit of poke, though, needs to be careful. However, we've got some social media. Make sure that you're interacting with us over there, as we've got some tweets to show you as a little bit of poke coming through. We're nothing too major. We're doing the same thing as we were doing yesterday with the drafts. And of course, you were on the desk yesterday doing your own draft. Jamala, break this one down for us. What are you thinking of it? Kryze, Stefan, Senkux, Attila, and Stend.
Not bad. I quite like this one. I would have maybe chucked Tempt into the mid lane. I think you'd have yourself...
Well, then you can't have Attila.
Oh yeah, then you can't have Attila. I didn't notice that. Good draft though. Do like it. I would maybe do something like...
Well, you did something yesterday.
Yeah, I did do something.
You did like...
It was pretty good.
That was the whole
concept. But the problem was Gulborg was you know, kind of trolling with his a little bit.
Well, lol, Velica. Good stuff. Nice little draft. We'll bring you on. Well, we've got a couple more that we can show you later on. So if you want to get involved, make sure to be just throwing that on social media, on our Twitter, or on your Twitter with the right hashtag, and we'll get to you. And you might even appear on the broadcast. Jamada will be breaking out all of those compositions. A lot of them on Monday were very, very good. Singularity didn't really get the assignment, but everyone else was doing well.
Everyone else was doing very well. Bringing it back to the game, though. What do we see from our junglers? Started on opposite sides, it seems. Soft actually going maybe for an aggressive play, maybe some information at hand. Did miss out on both his bottom lane or bottom side camps for now. Just kind of hovering around on the opposite side. Flipper, 5 camps into the Skull Crab, likely just to retreat back to the Grump. A lot of information already provided. And actually, it just seems like this is what I was talking about. Shredder being able to move from the bottom lane. And like you said, pick on the mobile mid laner like the Swain. Definitely a big point of contention potentially for Nariki to look to stand up to. But I think Swain actually is a pick we haven't seen too much in the NLC. It's something that's propped up a lot, in particular in the LPL, as a near consistent pick.
We did see it a little bit more Monday. I believe we saw it twice on Monday.
Yeah.
So it might just be a case of our teams, as we talked about, they started on the last patch, so things were a
less
bit different.
time in general to practice.
There's much less time to practice and develop the patch, and with Tier 1 regions coming back, of course, NLC back this weekend, teams will be able to look a little bit more at what the very highest level of play is doing. But it'll be interesting to see what this Swain builds, because we've seen a lot of the Imperial Mandate going around in this league.
Loads of builds with Swain. I think that's the spooky thing when it comes to this champion. Imperial Mandate into Rayla is really cheap an efficient 2-item power spike. You see things like the Leandri's coming into a more traditional mage build. Sometimes Zhonya's will follow, but also some of the more oppressive builds I find are things like Leandri's into like Frozen Heart or Force of Nature, where you have a bunch of haste or a bunch of resistance to magic damage, and you just kind of become unkillable. Drain healing off of the ultimates, but we'll see what Eero wants to do. I expect, given the fact that both his side lanes, Banderas, Azator on the Gwen and the Aphelios respectively, have champions that kind of hit, you know, those sort of critical mass points 2 items onwards, I expect to see a slightly cheaper build come out of him, but we'll see and ensure that we keep tabs on it. Eminem on the opposite side, though, no slouches in the scaling department either.
No.
But I feel like it's definitely going to be a difficult thing to navigate. I feel most people would maybe have Nariki down as the stronger team fighting composition with the Jarvan, with the Swain, a lot more zoning tools to allow Azator to do his thing. And I feel like Eminem, you know, as a composition, probably looking to mostly be the aggressor, but I think when you see Nautilus and Jarvan on the opposite side, maybe you want to sort of take a foot back in that regard. And honestly, I don't think their composition does too terribly at dealing with that either. I just feel like Mishigu might have a bit of a hard time surviving as an individual, and that's where Eminem as a team will have to play into trying to keep their AD carry alive. But what isn't staying alive is this Dragon. Bottom side priority, mid lane priority just turns into an easy take for the Molotovs and Marshmallows. Other way around, Marshmallows, Molotovs. But pick up their first Dragon of the game.
Wait, is it Marshmallows first?
Pretty sure it's...
I think it's
I was on this team.
I'm pretty sure it's Molotovs and Marshmallows.
Yeah, no, I said it right the first time. Don't know why I
think. But you're the one who was on the team, so now you're making me question.
Moving swiftly on.
You're a bad fan.
Bad ex-players. Flipper's going to find Calum here, but it was actually Soft finding Eero in the mid lane. This could just turn into an outright skirmish.
Is the one who's aggressing. You've got to imagine Eero's on the side. They're looking to catch someone out. Will be able to do so, but Eminem are diving forward aggressively. They've got good target acquisition, and they'll acquire first blood as well.
Absolute stellar stuff from Chimera to just get that flash charm in. As soon as that Spectral Maw lands, no hesitation to ensure they try and lock down the Gwen. And it's just members moving first from Eminem's side. Eero also had to blow his flash, and Banderas had no flash to get off that chain CC, unfortunately. Positive start for Eminem. They get the Dragon, they get the first blood on the top side of the map, but what else can they turn it into? Soft has to help Chimera crash this wave in the mid lane to ensure that he gets a decent back. We'll get to see how this all started, and it seems like it was from the mid lane as well. Soft trying to catch out the Swain, but on the top side, Calum rotates down. Flipper kind of catches him out as he exits the jungle. Flipper's allowed to go over the wall, but you can see Spectral Maw. Chimera just catches that immediately. The bar is so close to being finished off. If he had flash, he still wouldn't have been able to have gotten out of that chain CC. And that first blood goes into Calum's hands, which honestly, considering a little bit farther down behind in the CS department, and also the fact that Camille wants to be, you know, mostly a side lane threat, I would imagine, in this game. Pretty happy to take that one up, as that side lane matchup into the Gwen can be hairy at most times.
That being said, though, we talked about the team fighter composition, Nariki maybe being a little bit stronger. Is Camille not one of the better options for backline access if you want to jump onto Azator?
Absolutely, yeah, no. Being able to hook shot from, you know, weird angles into just kind of being invulnerable for a moment, locking down and knocking away the rest of the team with the Hextech Ultimatum is so crucial.
I mean, when you're flanking already, because you look at the likes of Viego, you don't necessarily have that traditional engage. Of course, the Leona, the Ahri are going to be able to do that for you in spades, but if you've got these two champions looking for different flanks, we saw it in the last game actually with the Wukong diving on forward and getting those weird engages from the side. There's a lot of damage going down onto Chimera. He's been caught out. The ultimate's not going to be able to save him. It's on cooldown, and Eero secures that one.
Yeah, just great chain CC. Abagnale flashes forward, and after that, there is no escaping at all. Great rotation comes out from the Nariki bottom side. You have to imagine should have been tracked or called out somehow by Eminem, but off the back of that, Nariki will take the Herald, it seems like, though Soft is in the area, but I just feel like there's no way to feasibly contest it. And unfortunately, it means Herald will go down, and Nariki positively will hopefully be able to use this for themselves to try and get back some of the gold that they lost from the first blood play as well. But they're actually up 500 now.
Yeah, they are there. Finding themselves a small lead, of course. There's plenty of gold still on the map. Plates are going to be up for another 5 minutes, so both teams are going to be trying to make moves on those ones, including Mishigu in the bottom side alongside Shredder. Maybe I'll take the first one. They're looking for a dive on Astor, going to be caught out, but the minion takes the zap, which could be huge, and Shredder goes down.
Big question mark from me. Now Soft is here. He will clean it up, but he's dead.
He...
Oh, that's golden.
So, Soft Okay, someone on M&M needs to be communicating there because Sof was clearly like, I'm at peace with this. And then Mishku was like, well, I have heal. This is going to...
Sof just opened his arms and said, take me, great beyond.
And then Mishiku just rugby tackles him out of tower range.
But we have to say, this dive though, yeah, Shredder, just a little bit too early. You have Sof coming down, but I think what makes this play be rushed is the fact that Azator takes the wave so quickly that I think it just panics Shredder into wanting to take this. Otherwise, maybe they're thinking the play takes a little bit too long to pull off. But this is just great. He just stands there, he's like, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm probably dead. Levels up and gets the heal, and that's what keeps him alive.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Yes. I can't imagine the comms.
I think it's just silence. Dead silence.
I hope it was. But Eminem, they get their dive off. But the thing is, Azator probably not feeling too sore about that because he got the massive wave beforehand anyway. So it's not like he felt a massive margin behind. In fact, he's still equal in XP to Mishku as Kalem gets forced out. But this is what I was talking about. This matchup up in the top side, it can be a bit of a perilous one. As Flipper...
His ultimate available is maybe looking towards Kalem. Will be able to get the characters, but the ultimate will be stored away. Flipper slowed down, taken out. Kalem with the fancy feet, or the fancy knife legs.
That's just bold. Bold from Flipper, honestly, because realistically, he should know Kalem has the ultimate, and if he doesn't land the flag and drag knock-up to try and chain the ultimate in for the burst damage, he's not going to find the execute. No way. And I think even at best, that is probably a 1-for-1 at most times. And now that means there is no real effective cross-map for Nariki, and Eminem are going to pick up this dragon, not just for free, but actually at a surplus.
And that is going to be very, very disastrous. We've seen so often in these tournaments so far, in the NLC, the idea that you make those aggressive plays early, one team does that, the other team gets something on the other side of the map, whether that be a plate, whether that be a dragon is very, very common to see, as we have seen our Soul will be Infernal. But if you're making the play and it goes wrong, you lose out.
He was coming back up for round 2. But Chimera was rotating up towards the top side, and I think the fact that there was Fog of War from the mid laner just dissuaded Flipper from returning back to the top side, as I think the wave additionally was dying on top of that. But Abignale, he's back for round 2, but he is likely just going to finish up the channel on the recall. That will indeed happen. We have Infernal Soul.
Well, we don't.
Rift.
In fact, no one does at the moment, because there's only been 2 dragons taken. You need 4 dragons for a sword.
We have Infernal Rift and Dragon spawning in 4 minutes, and then Soul spawning in around 10, probably, if I had to guess. Depending on if Eminem take the...
Wait, what time is that going to be? 22?
Yeah, you're writing this down, okay.
22 minutes, Soul point, yeah?
Yeah, we'll see. It just depends on how Eminem want to play, and whether or not Nariki can find themselves back some agency into the game. Definitely have the tools to do it, right? Spoke about it on the desk, the Jarvan, the Norless. Very strong tools, and again, if, Aero can find his way back.
Return has been dropped. They weren't able to stop him, and they might be able to catch Banderas on the side. Takes a bit of a beating, but doesn't go down. Sof's looking to take down the eye and stop the charge, but I think it will go through regardless as Nariki step forward to collect the gold. That's 2 plates going over to them, as they'll be able to get away.
Yeah, Soft's W there, Spectrum Wall, was actually caught by a creep, and I think if they got that initial part of a CC down onto Banderas, they may have attempted to try and get something going. But the Herald Charge comes down, and they do at the very least get the gold. Nariki has flash forward, Abignale finds Mishigu.
I think he's just going to be very, very dead. Rooted up. The damage is there, but you know what? The Chompers do lots of work.
Durability patch. It's great as Chimera looking for the 1v1. Flipper's on the opposite side though.
Healing. He goes over the wall, but Chimera's able just to slide away. Aero's going to follow through with the flash, but doesn't manage to catch him. A lot of resources burnt both sides, but no one falls.
Yeah, no one falls. If Flipper isn't there, I think Chimera maybe wins that 1v1, but Aero still had the flash as well to get away, so I feel like probably neutralizes that one out. Flipper able to burn Chimera's flash, and now just a little bit less safety inside of Ari's kit. No flash, of course, as well for the next dragon in the next couple of minutes that I imagine will play a pivotal part in how the pressure of this game goes. Have to start tracking items in the next minute or so, as Aero has the Leandri's Anguish. So I'm expecting probably more of a traditional mage build. We'll see whether or not we get something like, you know, the Frozen Heart or more tanky items as opposed to a Zonya's second. I
mean, could we even see something like the Rylai's on this one as well? Demonic Embrace?
Yeah, it's still very possible, right? Demonic Embrace is second item, double sort of max HP items.
Of course, playing Malzahar.
Yeah, basically playing Malzahar at that point. But yeah. On the opposite side,
yes,
Chimera has that Ludens finished up and double Divine Thunder on the top side. It's just the AD carries who haven't really finished up their mythics just yet. Maybe still have time as Banderas gets locked down.
Gonna be caught up in the ultimatum, and the support coming through from Viega, getting onto Banderas. He's stunned up. Will be able to dance away. The Soft moving forward, trying for the kill. Will be able to secure it, and this time he gets away because the tower changes aggro, and both M&M players get out of dodge.
They get out of dodge. They get the pick, but what is the response going to be from Nariki? Because you can already see Abagnale is in the jungle of M&M, clearing away vision. Mishigu heavily respecting the potential of a dive. How big is this wave? Pan down a little bit. As Mishigu is still respecting, but starts to walk up now. Shredder starting to walk forward, but as a tour.
This one, the mini wave's already been finned. Teleport is coming on down. I think Nariki might have overstayed there. Welcome, Shredder flashing forward, looking for something. Will be able to land the ultimate. It's stunned onto the in-transit Nautilus, and he is dead. Aztor will be able to march away, but again, Nariki just making mistakes that, from what we've seen from them recently, they shouldn't be making.
Yeah, definitely not. And I mean, M&M, as a team, I think if there's one of the few positive things that we can say, their early games have been serviceable when they have agency tools.
This is true.
So I think, for now, this is a bit of a situation of M&M playing to some of their strengths as a team, and we're going to have to more accurately track them in the later stages of the game when they actually have to play as a full 5 unit. Whether it's on the map or in team fight specifically. But for now, Nariki definitely suffering a little bit to some of those plays. It feels like haven't been able to more consistently execute on some of those that they've been looking for. But this Dragon spawns up in 5 seconds and expect M&M to outright try and fully contest this. If they can pick up Soul, it's going to put a massive amount of pressure on Nariki. All of those additional stats, and of course the passive itself, going to be a bit of a nuisance to deal with. There's actually Nariki that started this one up, but
I'm moving down.
And then we're moving here.
Dangerous for Nariki to try and do. Flipper.
Calum over the wall.
Needs to be careful. Calum looking over the wall. Will be caught up by Abagnale. Going to turn this into a fight. The Camille goes very, very low, but M&M are taking the fight to them. Aero just zoning them away with the ultimate as Banderas skips down, but won't be able to find any figures. It looks like Nariki are just going to be starting up the Dragon themselves, but Chimera diving forward, misses out on the charm. Aero needs to be careful. No ultimate available on the Swain, remember, as Shredder's caught in the wrong place, wrong time, dives forward with the Xenoblade. Won't be able to get any real support as Chimera has to dance towards his tower, but that tower's no longer there, as Nariki can turn their attention back towards this Dragon. Soft is still hanging around.
Oh, I think they just about saw him.
I don't know, he's going to go invisible now and is going to dive forward, but there's 4 members of Nariki here. I don't know if Soft has actually got the ability to defend this. Abagnale goes over the wall, but he finds no one because they've already removed themselves and are back towards their own side of the map. Dragon will be secured by Nariki, and unfortunately, Jamada, you said 22 minutes sole point.
M&M griefed. What can I say? We'll get a replay to highlight exactly what went wrong here. Calum tries to get over the wall, but immediately Abagnale responds. The Hextech on Mayhem didn't come down because it was just barely on cooldown. And if he had that, then he would have dodged down the dredge line, and maybe that fight goes a little more positively. But the Camille gets CC'd down. On the opposite side, Flipper does die, but the issue is you can see one by one M&M come over the wall, but Shredder just, zoned out by the Vision of Empires. And unfortunately, not able to join his mid laner and jungler. A bit of a head-scratching moment, definitely, if you are supporting the M&M side. But Nariki, massive win, being able to pick up that 3rd Dragon, ensure that they are not on that, you know, pseudo, I won't say placebo, because it's not placebo, but that pseudo timer of, okay, guys, 5 minutes time, we have to have our stuff together. Otherwise, losing out on that soul point is going to make the game feel so sore beyond that. And now Nariki towards this Herald. They also have themselves almost a 2,000 gold lead. Going to be feeling pretty comfortable to start up, and M&M doesn't even seem like they are willing to contest it. Chimera's on the bottom side looking to maybe try and cross-map this.
Cross-map with that bot tower would be the solution that at least M&M have decided on, and it looks like they're going to be able to get a decent chunk. Banderas is going to go for the Krugs instead, so we'll let that tower go down, not interested in contesting it. And I mean, Rift Herald for that bottom tower is probably going to be worthwhile. It just depends on what Nariki and ultimately Flipper are going to be able to do with it.
Yeah, exactly. That second Herald, a little less valuable, typically, than that first one. Of course, the first one, on average, or should always net you 2 plates. The Herald, the second Herald, that is, isn't necessarily always a guaranteed tower, so...
Banderas in a bit of trouble here, going to be called up by Soft and Chimera, who dive forward trying to get onto the Gwen and should be able to secure the kill.
Oh
Chimera, she goes very, very low, but survives and gets the Trump Rock to stay a little bit healthier, but it looks like in the mid lane, they're actually going to drop down that Rift Herald. I believe that's where it drops.
Yeah, I think this is 2 charges, unless Michigan can somehow magically clear this one out, but they're going to be forced to the opposite side. Caleb also can't quite respond yet.
Oh, this is really good from Nuriki, actually. They're playing exceptionally well on this one, and we'll be able to get that second charge moving up towards the top side. Could look to try and catch Caleb on the engage as well, who uses the ultimatum. As Doggo super low, actually will be secured by Shredder as they dive on through the Cataclysm to keep Soft out of the fight. But it looks like M&M have caught them, and napping going towards Aero, who's going to be able to heal. Has to flash away, though, because the sustain wasn't enough for so many members. Nuriki, it was I don't know if it was an overstay because they got what they came for. I think they were just caught on the replay.
Yeah, I think what they were expecting was Soft. Yeah, I believe they had vision. Like Soft was rotating from the bottom side of the map. They had an inkling as to where Kalem was. They probably just weren't expecting Kalem to immediately go in on top of 3 people like that, and they just get pincered from multiple sides, unfortunately. But 2 towers for 1. Yes, they lose a couple of members on the outing of it. You have to feel it's still kind of worse. This is what I was talking about. I'm not expecting Calem to come in on all 3. Calem jumps over Flipper, so he kind of just breaks his ankles a little bit. Azator dies, Abagnale left to the wolves. Flipper not able to be bursted down because Mishigu has to burst his first target through, and Aero forced the flash over the wall so he doesn't die. But honestly, I think how far in is he? I'm not sure if he had the demonic embrace. I would have maybe fancied my chances with Flipper coming back in just because I like to limit test like that. But Aero does the correct and sensible thing, flashes out. Because if he dies there, you would almost guarantee Eminem probably look towards the Baron. Had just spawned up. That's what I was scared of, Soft.
Looking towards Banderas. We'll take the blast. Kona Shredder is there as well. It's a 2v1 onto the Gwen. It's going to get stunned up, taken out. And that'll be Soft securing the kill and the Gromp as well.
Yeah, still gets his jungle camp. Soft in. Good stuff. As Banderas just kind of caught lacking, really, in the enemy jungle. Just wants a couple more resources for himself. 041 has really been picked on by the M&M side and reflected by the opposite side. Kalem 512 has been a driving factor for M&M in terms of damage. Now, I feel like that number that we had in the pre-show could potentially be skewed by the fact that Mishigu and Shredder have been having a miserable time in the bottom side.
Yes.
But still, coming out ahead in the top side, M&M giving him a whole bunch of resources. And despite that, Mishigu doesn't really find himself that far behind Azator. Only 500 gold. Pretty much a parry almost when you think about where we are in the game, realistically. But Nuriki will have first move towards this river, and we'll see how M&M want to approach it. And they still have Kalem on the top side of teleport, and M&M are going to probably clear out the wave as high as they can, but Nuriki, again, having those towers be down, can pressure from Fog of War. You can see where Abagnale is. Can maybe even look for a pincer potentially, but look to Chimera as well on the minimap.
I mean, keep eyes on Kalem because he's up on the top side, has that teleport available. Banderas, the same. The teleport's coming in from Kavil into Dragon Pit. It's going to be instantly responded to by Gwen, who could get caught out on the Chompers, though. And Shredder's going to be standing on top. That could be a very dangerous position to be in as they go over the wall. So much damage onto Astor. He's already gone down. The damage coming from M&M is pretty decent. The members of Nuriki, they're going golden to stay alive. Banderas needs to be careful. Gets minced through. They're going to grab Flipper as well. And Nuriki in retreat. The members that are surviving, Abagnale and Aero, the only 2. As M&M will set themselves up for Dragon Soul.
That was a 4v5. Aero wasn't there. If he was in that mixer, I promise you, I think Nuriki would have kind of stomped that fight out. It took M&M quite a while to burst down the members of Nuriki there, but Azator was the first one to go in. If he's not in a position to return damage, and Mishigu is, that's a fight that M&M are almost certainly always going to win. They pick up the 3rd dragon, and they're looking towards Baron. No reason not to. We'll get a replay of this team fight, and it's actually an attempted pick onto Chimera, who's looking for a pincer movement, looking for a flank. They can't lock him down. It's Banderas that gets locked down by the Chompers, and Azator kind of gives Kalem access to this fight where he finds a hookshot stun onto 2 more members, which disables them from being able to return any more damage. But crucially, again, like we spoke about, Aero just simply wasn't there, only able to provide the W. If he was inside that Cataclysm mixer, I promise, the damage that would have came out from that man would have been absurd at the 2-item spike. But unfortunately for Nuriki, the Swain wasn't there, and M&M capitalized. They don't take the Baron in the replay.
They did not.
But I imagine stern words were had about whether or not they should have. But for now, with 4 minutes left until that soul spawns up, we're going to see a huge shift of pressure towards the top side, start to suffocate Nuriki out of vision. And actually, I think we could be in for a pick, potentially, but with Flipper on the Gromp. Caleb thinks about it, but they turn around.
They were considering it. Soft, of course, in there as well, but Banderas and Flipper while not necessarily the strongest individuals in the world, between the two of them have a decent amount of damage, a decent amount of control, and Abagnale gets onto Chimera with that dredge line, the damage coming from onto Shredder, who has to go gold to stay alive. Flipper might have overextended just a little bit though, takes a lot of damage and will be deleted, and that's the reset going on to Michigo, but he's called out by the anchor. Members are there to defend him though, and Abagnale is the only one who got backline access. Now Aero is in the fight with that Ultimate. Michigo might have got a little bit too aggressive, but Aero's just standing strong. This is the damage that the swing can put out, but does go down. Eminem members burning, but do survive. Banderas.
Ooh, Calum died to the burn. The Leandries. I mean, this is what I was talking about. Swain is so powerful, honestly, as Eminem, they're actually going to go for this mid lane tower a little bit too low, and they don't have the front liners to take this Baron. But Swain, if Aero can get, you know, a stop, if he had a stopwatch in that fight, oh my god. I think that would have spelled disaster for Eminem for a team fight like that. So many bounties would have gone over. But it's Eminem that went out on the fight. Replay up on the cards, and Chimera gets clipped by the Visions of Empire. Flash away from Chimera because he doesn't quite have the ultimate up and available. But just take a look at Flipper, because Flipper overcommits. All of the focus is on Shredder because he's the first target to be hit. But Flipper, once he goes forward, dies. Then all of a sudden, Abagnale kind of left to, well, try and dissuade the backline of moving forward for Eminem. And Soft picks up the form, hooks the Swain into the middle of the team. Almost. Like I said, stopwatch, he just drains and gains so much health. I really want to see I would have loved to have seen Azonya's third here. I think it would have paid up so much dividends, but once the tanky stats has the anti-healing, I can understand wanting the Oblivion Orb, but you have to stay alive in these team fights. We'll see how Aero is able to navigate with this build. But Eminem in control of the map for now. Only 3,000 up, but 2 minutes until that Infernal Soul spawns, but they're doing the correct thing. Just slowly choking Nariki the best they can out of the river. And they're going to actually advance forward and try and remove even more vision from their topside jungle.
For Eminem, things have been looking pretty good. Our analysts tend to agree as well, looking at the momentum meter.
Oh, yes.
It's not actually trademarked.
It's used in the Prime League as well. So, yeah.
I'll be getting a strongly worded letter from me then. They won't. They're lovely. Well, I haven't actually met them, so they could be lovely. They're nice. I'm sure they are. Have you met them? A couple of them. Oh, nice. Yeah. Never introduced themselves to me, but that's fine.
Oh, Soft.
Flipper. Looking towards Soft. Soft said, I know what's going on, honestly. Neither do Ricky. It seems as they're going to back away from that one. Vigo, it will just intimidate them away.
I think Abagnale's dredge line might have intimidated Soft to walk away as well. 60 seconds, a little bit more than that, until this Infernal Dragon spawns up. And Eminem are taking their resets to go and spend their gold. See what items get completed here. Not too much to realistically spend. But let's take a look at the items in general. 2 items for both these AD carries. Just across the board, realistically, it's actually matched pretty much, with the exception of the jungle where Flipper still looking towards the second item, actually going towards the Death Stance. Has the Gordon Curve as well, of course. Interesting that we see more of the Gordon Kajavan whenever it does show up on this patch.
Yeah.
Definitely a little more rare, but we obviously saw more of a deviation towards full tank first strike as well towards the end of last split. Seeing more of the Conqueror builds prop back up as 12-10 has come in whenever we see the Jarvan. But Calum will pick up this tower, has a teleport as well, so if he has gold to spend now to get towards that second item, which I'm pretty sure he does, he'll be able to spend that quite freely, but he just wants to pressure onto the Nariki base and try and force them into a decision, but no decision is being made other than we need to stop this dragon from going down on the opposite side. And this is just going to give him the tower entirely. Banderas isn't even teleporting because he's probably just going to lose the tower regardless, so he bases. The inhibitor could even have been at threat maybe, but Eminem now give over that dragon. They have the base open on the top side, so if they get Baron buff, that should, by all rights, as long as they take it quite cleanly, be that inhibitor as well. But Nariki now being chased down.
Looking for diving towards Abagnale. Doesn't manage to land the charm, but so much damage goes on the north side. He's really not that tanky. As Limit Dive Sword trying to get the save. The teleport's coming through on both. Top lane as a Soft gets the reset, goes over the wall onto Astor. He's completely out of the fight as Chimera dances around. The damage, though, is going on to Banderas. He's going to fall as Soft tries to escape, gets caught by the Vision of Empire and shut down by the Aphelios. Aero, though, doesn't have ultimate Vader, remember. He's already blown it, and now will fall. Gets charmed up. Nice Xenoblade going through from Shredder as they rip through Nariki. That's an ace for Eminem Gaming, and they can move to the big purple worm.
They can indeed. No jungler, but I think that will still be the target for them. Great team fight from Eminem. Soft does kind of overcommit for that form. He does get the reset in the end, and it works out nonetheless. And I really felt like Aero and Banderas double teleporting the backline would have spelled a lot of disaster because Mishigu was right on top of it. But you'll see the Chompers come in, and he's able to kind of just self-peel alongside Shredder. Great job from the support to keep his AD carry alive, and also Chimera even comes back to try and offer some assistance. But you can see Soft just keeps Azator and Flipper at bay from diving. Yes, he dies for it, but it allows the rest of his team to deal with those backline threats. As Hero, nowhere else to run, gets charmed up, and then great flash forward from Shredder. And this is what we wanted to see. Ever since we saw Shredder on the Nautilus, we've wanted to see him on these engage supports, and finally we get to see that. And there's been a lot of conversation around M&M in terms of identity, team identity in particular. And it feels like, to me, this is the kind of identity that seems to work. Even though, yes, you can argue a weaker opponent in the standings, yes. This looks like
than they are in the standings at the moment.
Well, in the grand scheme of things are weaker, but stronger than they were, right? I think most people would have had Nariki down to win this. As Flipper.
Flipper goes through and goes down. Chimera, excellent catch.
Yeah, great catch, and they're actually just going to turn this into an outright rotation because Caleb
so low.
Whoa.
Golden, though. I think he's going to fall because the tower's going to hit onto him.
Dead.
Soft takes up the tower aggro, though. Nice job going through Chimera as Abagnale. The shield is enough. They managed to get away with all of their members standing and just about get the kill onto Camille at the end. Excellent play there from M&M, chasing away Nariki as they take down the tower as well.
Great stuff. I mean, Caleb just dies to the Death Stance bleed. Honestly, that was the only enemy to that play for him. But they still pick up that bottom side tower, and they're going to be able to push. And one of the main engagers is dead for another couple of seconds. No armor from Abagnale, so they can just sit here with these kind of minions and just try and let them shove out. They will eventually be taken down by Nariki. Get a decent chunk of that bottom side tower, but M&M, crucially, there was no wave on the top side, so they haven't been able to abuse the fact that Kalen was able to break open the base recently. Not only that, as they reset with another 90 seconds left on this Baron buff, I mean, they can play towards the top side, but when they have soul spawning maybe 15 seconds after the fact, expect them to just immediately bolt back towards the mid lane, bolt back towards the bottom side, because it looks like actually Mishigu, whilst he was focusing on the bottom side play, was able to crack open the base yet again.
Managed to grab himself a tower in the mid lane, so there's two open inhibitors. Neither inhibitor has fallen, which is very, very notable because it means that getting rid of those side waves is a little bit easier because there are no super minions out of the front with their shields and their hammers and doing all the stuff. But for Mishigu, the Jinx, 3-0-13, feels a little bad.
Yeah, it feels a little bad. It has a stopwatch as well, so it's going to be even harder to take down. I think by the time this next dragon comes up, the flash is going to be very close to being available.
Yes.
But I also want to, raise my attention to, or everybody's attention. I'm not going to be able to.
Not interested. Managed to get the Dreadline onto Mishigu, who's going to be knocked up in the air, but no one's going to be able to get onto him.
Oh,
finally managed to go golden, and the damage from Nariki is pretty mad. They're going to be able to take down the Jinx for the double. And now Sovereign Shredder will be going over into the Dragon Pit, but that could be the pick that Nariki desperately needed.
Not only that, was two huge shutdowns that just went over. I think it was a 900 on Chimera and something very similar on Mishigu, just overstepping their bounds. They felt like they had enough vision and safety to make that rotation work, but Nariki were waiting in the wings. And there was not enough time for M&M to respond to that one appropriately.
They won't be up for Dragon.
And they're not going to be up for Dragon, no. So I think this is now going to be Nariki's Dragon, and it's going to bring the game to, I won't say a stalemate, but a position where both these teams winning that next Dragon fight after this will mean so, as Nariki are even going to be able to pick up an objective bounty on the bottom side of the map. That is a huge injection of gold. And the Dragon, yeah, it looks like the objective bounties aren't swinging off just yet. They are far enough behind. So a lot of additional gold swing goes into the back pocket of Nariki, and this was talking about thank you, observers for hovering the vision. But on the opposite side, it's just, it's just a quick go button. It's the blast cone from the Infernal Rift that gives Banderas access, and the rest of Nariki are able to follow up. Great Cataclysm from Flipper. This is the time when you want to go in, when your members of the team can actually follow up, and finally we get a good engage from the Jarvan, and the rest of the team are able to cut down those carries. That Dragon was picked up in the replay by Nariki. And now we are at soul point apiece. And what I wanted to, bring our attention to was if Nymera's at home watching the NLC, which I'm not sure how busy he is today. Maybe
make sure they use the Twitter handle #NLC at home.
Yes, of course. Don't forget that. Probably very happy with Chimera's build. Luden, Sork Boots, has a book, crucially. Full damage for Chimera. Ooh, go, go, go. Just something I wanted to highlight. Shout out to Nightmare, as always. Resident Ari lover.
Hear me out. Iceborne Gauntlet into Gargoyle Stoneplate.
For?
Anyone.
Why?
It's funny, innit? It's big.
What is this?
It's large.
Don't like you. Honestly.
Not okay. Not anyone. Not like you, me. Obviously, that'd be stupid. But like, you know, have you tried it on Ari? Because if you haven't tried
You're trying to summon him. He's gonna just appear behind us in a minute.
We locked the studio.
If you want to summon, Nymera, by the way, just say Ari of Lucidity Boots 3 times in the mirror.
You know what? You might need a Merc Treads though, because he's been removed by Azator. This fight doesn't look like it's kicking off any further, but a nice pickup. Chimera goes down, and
it's a lengthy death timer.
Yeah, but I mean, Baron's going to be up in 25 seconds.
Yeah, that's a really big pick, and MNM all of a sudden haven't really been able to, you know, leverage a lot of the tempo, the map lead that they've had for a little while, and the Ricky have done a really great job of breaking up that tempo, catching out these rotations. Very close to finding his mark there. That flash, but will be blown. Mishigu still has his own flash, has the Gale Force.
They're just going to push into the base.
There go. Oh boy. Oh boy, do they have a wave in the mid lane?
I do think they have a couple of minions there. The thing is, Astor doesn't have the right guns to do this particularly quickly, so the Baron is being taken down pretty slowly. Kalim goes on top of Banderas, who's the only member defending right now. They've sent back Aero, as Banderas will buy a little bit more time with that stopwatch. Damage coming on through as Zero just burning through Kalim's health bar. He's gonna go down. You've got to imagine Resurrects though, because he has got that Guardian Angel, not caught out by the claw. Still mistimed a little bit by Aero. Now Banderas moving forward. Baron will secure, so the recalls have come through as MNM needs to be careful. They're burning, but they managed to get out as 4, it would appear, but they're going to be chased away inch by Nariki. He will also clear out the minion where Bandera steps forward, doesn't manage to get a red buff, but MNM get themselves an inhibitor but lose Baron. That doesn't seem super worth it.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that Baron is going to persist over the Dragon Spawn, so the stats are still going to be there. They're still going to be able to, you know, use this Baron to potentially siege for the next couple of minutes before that Dragon as well, give them lane priority.
Chimera goes looking towards Banderas.
Great stuff. I mean, nice pick, shot down. I'm not sure how much it's going to get him. Obviously, that was a fair amount of gold. He's going to have to spend it. But nice little pick. Did blow both his summoners. That could be crucial. I don't know how much I agree with a pick like this. It's one of those things where, you know, the trade-off of, you know, expending your stuff now against having it at the later Dragon team fight.
His summoners would be up earlier if he had Lucidity Boots.
You are one more mention of Lucidity Boots Ari away from Nymera just yoinking the mic from
Maybe I want to see Nymera. Maybe I want him to turn up.
I wouldn't mind. Haven't seen him since last week.
I haven't seen him since EUM, actually. You know?
Yeah, there you go. It's been a long time.
Did I tell you about the time I cast EUM semi-finals? Just
okay, nice. Nice flex, bro. But MNM, even though they are against the Baron buff, find themselves with lane priority and control of the bottom side jungle, and the approach for Nariki is going to be that of In Darkness. That's 40 seconds until that spawns up.
This is the end of the game, right?
It has to be.
Whoever gets this dragon,
it has to
unless they get wiped out in the fight that happens either before or just after it, you've got to imagine they go on to win this game. This game has been on a knife's edge for so long, 38 minutes already. As Mishigu is going to be able to get the slow onto Era. That could be a good target to catch out, actually. The Swain, but are just going to chase them back a little bit. The Baron buff is still running onto Nariki's members, so they're going to have a couple more combat stats for this Dragon. Spawning up in 10 seconds' time, but MNM do have control over the river entrances. Not going to let anyone from Nariki go through. Soft goes forward, but might have been caught out a little bit. Banderas goes in. Chimera's going to dive back forward, though, and half elf on the win could be massive. Soft goes low, chased away, dives away. Has to be resurrecting, though. As Fuel was also used, and now Nariki, they're going to float forward with Era at the Vanguard, diving forward from Flimmer, but they can't find anything just yet. Soft has been fighting as Mishigu is free-firing, going towards Abagnale, looking for another. Will be able to find it. The reset's coming through as well. Banderas does
my god, that's a tour.
Soft going forward, and will be able to get onto Arrow. The resurrection coming through from Chimera, but it doesn't matter because Azator is ripping them to shreds. Triple kill from Aphelios, looking for the dragon, and that could be it. Teleport topside.
Oh my god, it's a monumental throw. They're fighting on top of the Aphelios turret, and it's giving Azator so much damage. The death timers are still 30. They won. They've got the game.
Nariki going to win this game. And Eminem, we said, we were like, they're so good early game. This is what we want to see. But you know what is a crucial part of the Eminem playbook this season? Throwing away the early game as Nariki takes down both towers and the Nexus. Finland triumph, Jamada.
Well played, Nariki, honestly, to hold on for so long and give yourself the opportunity to fight back into that game. Extreme tenacity, realistically. There is no other way to put it. Great stuff, and again, Azator, we spoke about, you know, giving him these hyper carries, even though necessarily we've seen a bit of a shift away in the majority of the meta, right? Giving him the Aphelios seems to work. And in this instance as well, love to see the Swain pick eventually came online. And so many team fights in the mid game, which gave Eminem the lead, was because Aero just wasn't in the team fight.
Attend.
He just wasn't able to attend. And when he finally did, alongside his AD carry, able to carry the fight out superbly.
Okay, we're going to throw over to the desk, but before we go, I'm just going to throw a little bit of a controversial one in there. 3 words. Sure. Lucidity Boots, Ari.
All right, thank you very much. Well, Ricky walk away with the win there, and
Wait, what?
All along, no sweat. We said it from the get-go. Nariki, they're taking it.
I like the way you can start that out. For the last 30 minutes, we've been backstage.
I put the momentum meter all the way for Eminem, and then at some point they were like, okay, slap that out of my face. Nariki, what?
Well, I think that's the point we now have to address here is essentially we thought Eminem had that for the majority of the game. We had them like kind of just winning it. I'll be honest with you, the entire conversation we had in the green room was about, okay, they've won this. What do we talk about and how they've won this? And then all of a sudden, no, Ricky walk away. Gobber, obviously, I know you try to start it out there and say, oh, that's what we predicted, but what are your first initial thoughts about that game?
Well, definitely, if we're going to take it all the way to the start, I'm looking at a Nariki that get a decent start, but I'm seeing mistakes from both teams. First over from the side of Eminem with Shredder just diving in on the turret, essentially gifting a kill over to Azator. Flipper then being the gentleman he is, doing the same on the top side instead for Calum, just diving in on the for Camille, gifting a kill over as well. I'm not saying that we're watching the most cohesive league in the beginning. It's definitely being
So what you're
gifted
saying
a little bit.
is, it's like, sir, have the win. No, I can't have it. You have it, sir.
Yeah,
you
a little
win.
bit, a
And
little
then it was
bit.
like a handshake of, thank you very much, sir, for giving me the
Exactly.
win. But then all the way till the end, no sir knew who was winning. I feel like the story starts from the bot lane. We mentioned how the Azator versus Misigu was going to be, you know, a 1 versus 1 or a 2 versus 2 with the supports, obviously, towards. And there was a particular dive in the bot lane, which actually I feel like it showed a little bit of Eminem's weakness when it came to their cohesion and their communication, right? I don't know if we have it ready for the production to roll the clip. Here we go. Thank you so much, production. But there was this particular dive, and here Azator uses perfectly his Infernum, and you will see that Leona engages to try and be under tower while there's minions there, but Azator uses Infernum so well to clear them so quickly, and then the jungler will dive in, almost dies too. The heal literally saves him last second. So you can see this miscommunication, right? They waited for the wave, but because the Infernum was on Azator, he clears the wave, and then Leona is like, oh shit, what do we do now? So Shredder dives in without a wave, he dies. Then the junglers come in like 10 seconds later, and even though they get a kill, they just expend so much. And when it comes to like super late game fights, I think it was a free-for-all at this point.
But just to shorten it up a little bit, it just felt like communication wasn't there. The dive happening with 2 people while you're watching the jungler come in, right? You could clearly wait it. It's kind of a telling story that they're stressing a little bit. And even when the kill does fall through, once again, the communication with, you know, literally just stopping while he can walk out of the turret.
Well, that was going to be my question. You kind of hit the nail on the head there. Talk a little bit about nerves or pressure or stress that comes through for some of these players. Obviously, Eminem not in the greatest position so far this split, and we'll get to the end game in just a few minutes, but do you think that maybe weighed on their mind here and they came in and it's just maybe just not connecting as their team should do in those early stages, let them down a little bit?
I can for sure imagine that it's something that just sits in the nerves, right? It's essentially when that 1-4 position is coming through, you just want some good things to happen because you know, I just need it to go well for me so I can start riding the momentum. Problem for Eminem, even when it did start to go well from them, there's then some other obstacles that they're suddenly faced with, and those are then going to be the next step of improvements to really just make it across that finish line.
Okay, so we kind of need to move away from the beginning of the game now because there is a lot more of this story to tell. even towards the mid and even towards the late game, this is the bit I don't get trouble, like, it looked like M&M were locked in. You said, I've pushed the momentum wheel all the way to their way.
I gave them 10 bars. All for them.
Me and everybody watching, I kind of need an explanation of how they were in such a good position, what that position was, and then how it fell apart.
I mean, okay, the team fights were on their side. We talked about M&M and the top side of the map, like Soft, Kalim, Chimera. They've played together before, and it showed. Like, that top side of the map was absolutely dominating. You don't need to do anything about bot lane because you've got the Jinx. He's going to scale later on. And when it came to team fights, it showed. I feel like they picked apart Nuriki in every single team fight, one by one. And once Nuriki lost one member in a team fight, obviously the cohesion is not there anymore. You need 4 members in front of your failures, so Asdar can hyper carry. So M&M were like ahead in all of these fights, but then they started giving shutdowns after shutdowns after shutdowns, and you're giving shutdowns to an Aphelios and a Gwen. They're going to walk you over.
Well, yeah, I'd kind of not taken this game to its logical conclusion. God, but is that something that maybe they thought, oh, we're in such a good position now, we can rest back and just let things slip? Do you think that maybe they didn't push the accelerator forward, say, hey, let's try and end this game here? What do you think was going through the mind of M&M to allow the door to remain just a little bit ajar for Nuriki to obviously walk through and take the victory?
It's just not the first time M&M have done this. They did exactly the same against Astralis last Monday. And it's clearly a pattern that is showing itself again and again. And I think it is kind of what you're saying there. They are getting overzealous at the finish line where everything is going right until that last moment where they have to make it all click.
And look at this, even Azador misses ultimate onto the Aphelios, but it doesn't matter anymore. Chimera has already had to ult out. He doesn't have any more charges onto that ultimate until the very end. Viego's another fight. Your most fed member, which is Kalim onto that Camille, dies so easily early on. And honestly, I was sitting in that green room with you guys and I was screaming. I was like, Azador missed ult. The fight is lost. It's not. Because everyone was so low HP from the sort of M&M because they kept getting picked apart one by one that it just didn't matter that Azador missed ult, that Aphelios were still online with all of these items.
All right, okay, well, it looks like the team fights may have made a little bit of a difference as we walk away to the end of this story. But to help us retell exactly what could have happened in that one, I think it's time to go to an interview with, of course, the winning team, like Ricky, and find out what exactly did happen. Because for me, obviously, watching this as a little bit of a noob, I will say this, coming in, it did seem all locked up, but we can now jump on to the interview with Ricky, and I believe it's, I'll tell you what, Trouble, help me out with saying this one. Have I got this right?
Abagnale. Yeah.
There we go. He can help me out. Who's better than the person himself? So I've got to ask you, first of all, congratulations. But as we go into this game, it was a tale of you losing it until it wasn't. How was the team feeling with all that pressure on you, knowing that you were behind?
Well, actually, I don't know what happened in early game or top side. They kind of trolled and like they had fun. Then we just come back the game, so we had more fun, I guess. We had no pressure. We know we are gonna win this game anyway. I found a hook and then we keep getting like Nash and Drex, then we end up with winning.
Okay, that's actually crazy to hear. The fact that you're sitting there and you're like, you know what? We didn't even sweat till the last minute. We knew we were going to win this game. We also had Banderas, I think, on Monday, and he said, yeah, we just easy make playoffs. That's not really a problem. And you're coming in with the same mentality, but please talk to me through like the whole stages of the game, because like top lane at some point was falling apart, mid lane was falling apart. You guys, like your ADC was getting dived down in the bot lane, taking one with him. So surely you thought you were going to win the game because you guys are confident, but what was the end game plan to like bring it back to the point where you can carry it?
Well, actually, like we kind of entered in top side again, and our game plan just changed, and we just wanted to turtle the game and hold as much as we can, and we did, I guess. Like our plan just changed in the game.
Okay, quick adaptation.
A little bit of flexibility. It's always a very good thing to see coming through. I've got to say, you seem very relaxed about the fact that you've basically just overcome all of the odds going forward into this one. Tell me this. Did it at least get a little bit kind of frantic or a little bit of the heart pumping as we got into the final aspect of that game? Is that where the pressure really started to apply itself?
Sorry, can you repeat again? I didn't get it.
Towards that end of the game, you've seemed very calm in this interview, and for the majority of it, you said it was just a lot of fun, right? Towards the end of that game, did the team at least get a little bit maybe nervous? Maybe the adrenaline was pumping? No? Not even a little bit? Just
No,
calm, cool, and collected the entire way through. Hey, I tell you something, that is an admirable quality to have, especially going forward to it. How do you feel about your position then in the NLC at the moment? Obviously, that's another win on to your team and moving forward.
Yeah, well, we lost in 2 games in first week, then we lost for JDXL. But we are working every day and we are improving day by day. I'm pretty sure we will do a playoff and we will go forward as much as we can. I'm like, it's fine for now. We are 3-3. Next week, hope we get 2-0 and we go like top 4, hopefully. That's all. I like, we trust each other and we are improving, so all good for us.
Good to hear, good to hear. Obviously got a game plan in mind and just keep moving forward and keep winning games. Pretty simple. Thank you for joining us here in the NLC. I very much appreciate your insights into that game. I've got to say though, so cool, so calm, so collected.
It's the whole team, but Darius came on Monday and he was like, you know what, I'm not even sweating, we're making playoffs.
He was more relaxed than I was in the green room.
I was like, what game we were? I didn't see us losing any game. He was like completely disconnected from the top side of the map. He's like, I didn't see anyone losing.
Well, he was right. Him and Acetone more than one shot. Well, at least Acetone most of all, right? So I guess he just knows his duo. He knows what he's capable of, and it's like, I've seen us win worse.
That's our comfort zone, guys.
That's a confidence thing with the team, though, right? Like, it has to be. If you're sitting there and you're not stressed at any point about, oh, we're down quite significantly, that means there's no kind of frantic calls going in and say, hey, we need to do this objective, hey, we need to make this move or make this adaptation. It's just all in stride. Is that well practiced, or is that just basically the attitudes of the players on the squad?
I feel that ties in a little bit with what Eriksson was saying earlier on, where he was like, yes, we were behind, but we weren't making any active moves on the map to get the game back on our hands. And it feels like Abagnale was like, we knew we were winning anyway because we made the right steps and we made the right calls to claw the game back towards our side. So I feel like maybe decisiveness, maybe shot calling from the in-game leader is what this team actually has right now that's working for them.
All right, well, it seems to be working very, very well for them in the shot-calling department. Let's move on then and talk to our other team. I believe we have an interview ready with Shredder from M&M Gaming and could probably take us through. First of all, welcome. How are you? There is a lot to break down in this game. Obviously, commiserations, first of all. A little bit heartbreaking, I would say.
Yeah. Thank you for the interview. I mean, we're all a bit tilted right now because, I mean,
it's understandable.
I mean, I think we didn't really. I mean, we lost. I don't think they won. I think we just lost. We just threw all the lead we had. We just, we were just stinting. We face check, I think, a Bash without no one showing on the map, and we got chased, and they came back in the game, and then Aphilos got 3 item, and the game is really hard, right? So yeah.
So this story has unfortunately kind of happened 2 times now, right? It started first last Monday against Astralis and now happened again. Because in general, it feels like you guys get a pretty decent grasp of the mid game. Like it comes down to your Drake objective stacking seems pretty well. And then when it comes to that like last Drake fight 2 times in a row, something goes wrong. Do you have an idea right now, an insight as to why that is 2 times in a row now?
I mean, I think we're just not listening to comms sometimes, and we're just maybe too cocky when we are ahead or we are like winning. So I guess we just have to respect them more and be disciplined, like we are in early and mid game. And and we can win for sure.
Obviously, losing a game that you guys tried so hard to win in the early game and snowball it to mid and all that is more heartbreaking than getting stomped, right? Getting stomped is like, yeah, okay, we died in all 3 lanes, it's whatever, brush it off. But obviously, getting that close to beating every team, I guess it's some sort of confidence boost as well, because it shows that like this roster actually has what it takes to win. You just have to refine a few small things. So talk to me a little bit about your roster and your ambitions coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're a really good roster. Like in general, everyone has a lot of potential. I think we showed that we can be a really good team. We bet X7. So, like, I mean, it doesn't mean we are good, like, for sure, right? But I think we showed we can beat everyone and we can for sure make playoffs. And yeah, we just have to put the hard work and we will get it for sure. I'm confident.
I'm sure you will, guys.
I think so as well. I think that's a silver lining we can kind of take away from that one as well. I appreciate you joining us here in the studio after what must have been, as you said, tilting loss there in the end. But again, positives to take away. You can do the majority of the work. It's just this tiny little thumb screw you've got to turn to get it a bit different. So I appreciate you joining us here in the studio for the NLC. And we will see you some other time. Got to ask, though, about this. You know, Gobbo, you brought up a great point. You said this has happened a second time. Is it just the fact that it's high risk at the end or high pressure coming through? Or do you think there's maybe some preparation that they haven't got? He said, hey, we weren't listening to comms. That seems like a pretty fundamental thing to have in a game of League.
I mean, he puts it pretty well himself, right? They get cocky, and you can see it because it's not right like they're just cocky as a team, just all committing to a bad team fight. It's even sometimes people will look for plays by themselves and as an individual. And it's not necessarily that they're doing that to just be like, it's not like in football where you want to be the kind of guy that's just all at the top so you can score as the forward. It's more like you think you get this pick, you think it's going to go well, you think you can get the objective afterwards. Problem is, that's just not always how it goes. If you're a single man committing a play into a 5-man who's just waiting for you to commit to it, as it was against the Astralis last Monday, it's just not going to work out for you. So I think it just comes down to just replicate the first 3 steps you take in securing those strikes, and legit just do the same for the 4th. It's really not that difficult.
I think it was like very high risk for low reward because they had already built such a ginormous lead for themselves that taking this small risk that would end the game like, 30 seconds earlier, I just don't think were worth it.
Well, apparently they certainly weren't worth it. It definitely didn't play out for them, and it hasn't played out very well in our standings either. Of course, we have had a little bit of a change here, and M&M, they're now 1-5 going through this one. On the other side, of course, now Ricky bring themselves a little bit even into this one and maybe stabilizing the boat a little, Goldberg.
So if the all standings needs to keep staying mirrored, that means Bifrost will actually win the next game, so we can have that. So we can have that 5-1 coming. No, that's not going to make sense. No, it's all going to be broken today. No. That's unfortunate. Sorry, what was the question again?
Sorry, I was asking about now, Ricky.
Sorry, your question was so irrelevant because it broke his symmetry.
Oh yeah, that's it. Obviously the point. He didn't even mention that what happens if Singularity win. Obviously, you know that could help if Bifrost bring it.
No,
back
it wouldn't. There would be 2 teams on 1 and 5. Oh, but then.
Yes,
true.
it's still doable. It's still doable.
You're right. You're 100% right.
Symmetry is still possible, and that is the most important thing in the NLC. It doesn't matter about teams' individual journeys. So quickly, before we talk any more about symmetry, I have to ask about Ricky. 3-3 so far in this split. Do you think they're overachieving, underachieving? How do you feel about this team at the moment?
It's so weird. Because I legit already was building a storyline for next week, even though I'm not here. That is like 0-2 for Nuriki, and this week they came in just beating Bifrost the other week, where it's like, oh, they look like a team that's going to contest. And then after this week, it felt like, oh, they look like a team who's overachieving, as you're just saying right now. And I can't pinpoint it, because I don't think their wins are orchestrated in a way where I can say they're thought out. Yes, by Abagnale, it might seem like that, and he's very calm and collected about it and think they've got it. But the games are way too chaotic, and I wouldn't like... I wouldn't put my bet on them to just completely move on and take the games again and again and again. It's still going to be shaky.
I'll put my finger on what's happening here. Azito's carry hat is being put on the second he touches 3 items. So do you get this guy on 3 items, he'll carry you the game. Like, the team knows how to proper team fight. If you're beaten by Frost in team fighting, your team is an exceptional team fighting team, and that's exactly what they have, especially with Azito on the hyper carry play.
Also a small one. I think it also comes down to Flipper. Against some of the teams where they were winning, he got the jungle going for them as well. Even last Monday, despite their loss, when it was looking good for them, it was off the back that he got a few kills at the Herald. This time around, he didn't have any impact, and when he didn't have that impact, well, the game was way harder to play for you to the early to mid-game stages before Azito is live with his items.
All right, and interesting then, basically neither team looking as dominant as they could be. Some flaws, some strengths.
Yeah.
Middle of the table maybe for Nairiki could be just where they have to be at the moment, considering that they have a few issues, but also some strengths going forward. And M&M have essentially thrown a couple of games into the bin that maybe they should have walked away with, and it could have changed all of our standings. But from that game, to our next, a game that I know our talent is very much looking.
Where's my beverage and popcorn?
It is time for the beverage and popcorn. JDXL versus Bifrost, the undefeated versus the team that some call overachieving, but should be a great challenge coming into it. Goldberg, obviously, I'll get to trouble in a minute. Very much looking for this game. Your first initial reactions onto what we are about to see.
From what I saw last Monday, I'm actually ready for Bifrost to leave their mark here and actually take a game against JDXL. I think if JDXL comes in with the same approach as they have to the other teams, they'll actually lose to Bifrost today. I don't think with this roster that Bifrost is overachieving. I think that they're achieving to the potential that they can have, and I actually think they can reach greater heights as to what they've achieved if they continue with the kind of playstyle that they have so far.
Yeah, I feel the same. The new roster seems to be an upgrade from the previous one, but I think in this particular matchup, it's all about mid-jungle duo synergy. Diamond Prox coming in, Dan being one of the most established junglers that we have in the league. I feel like it's all going to be about this jungle head-to-head, right? We had veteran in Diamond Prox diving into our league. Look at their debuts as well. Some of like the most veteran players that we have in the league right now. Diamond Prox started playing 11 years ago on that Evelyn and bringing all these weird picks and creating all this counter jungling and the invading material that he's brought in. And Dan started back in 2013, 9 years into play as well. Like, these guys are like probably the biggest brains that we have on the NLC.
I was 12 when he had his debut.
All right, let's not get into the age thing anymore on this thing.
Yeah,
we've already covered an awful lot of that. We will move on. Okay, let's start the conversation about the lineups and what we are expecting to see there. JDXL, you've both already stated that you are kind of expecting the flawless team to fall here. You're kind of leaning that way.
Have you? No, don't put stuff.
Okay.
Don't put his words in my mouth.
Okay, I'll start with you then, Trouble. JDXL, how do you feel about this team? Where are the strengths? Where are the weaknesses? They're 5-0, what they've been doing right.
All right, so we also mentioned it in the pregame, right? I feel like individually, Cries has been performing flawlessly. Dan has saved a bunch of their games as well, especially on that Nocturne game. MNS with his solo kills, yes, he creates a lot of pressure, but that can be very problematic because then it turns a macro a little bit off a lot of the times for the teams. He moves second over other mid laners towards a side lane. Again, I think this replay is very indicative of a lot of the times how aggressive MNS can be in the mid lane and how easily a lot of teams can read that, and especially Diamond Prox is a jungle that will punish you if you overstep your welcome. So yes, when it comes to these two teams clashing, I feel like the two mid laners, especially Fury, last play didn't perform the best. So I feel like whoever makes the most mistakes, whoever has the most stable mid lane in this one, or even whoever has the middle that pops off, right, gets to walk away with the game.
There is that.
Okay.
But I also raise you the bottom lane for Bifrost, going up against potentially one of the more flippy bot lanes we have here in our league. So I definitely think, yes, there is an argument to be had for the mid jungle, and I think they are extremely prevalent players, and I actually think JDXL might have a little bit of an edge there. But I'm counting on Odie and Highway to show up against Venture and FGG today.
Okay, all right. Well, it looks like you've made your decision already. Let's see if that changes, though, because obviously we still have the draft to go, and Pick and Ban is ready. At the moment, our analysts are feeling one way about the game. Let's find out if there is a separate way that it could go, depending on the team compositions for this one. Straight out of the gate, then, what are we looking for?
I mean, you definitely have to take the Senna probably out if you are JDXL. I mean, I know it's something that Venza has played a lot with FTG towards the bottom of the map, but I don't necessarily think this is where their strength lies. But the Senna in the hands of Odie can be a huge, huge weapon. Then we move over to the likes of like Gwen, Talia, Lucian, potentially taking Gangplank out of the picture as well. These picks that in the hands of Cries as well can be a huge tool for success.
Okay, so once again, very standard so far, but curious to see Talia has been left open to the last one at least coming through with this one. Senna, as you mentioned, has been taken off the bot, and once again, Odie's priority in that bottom, he already draws 2 AD carry bans, right?
Yeah.
Jinx is taken away, and the Senna, 2 kind of different champions. Odie, though, plays them very aggressive, both of them. Kalista then being the one taken away, and now we have the curveball in the draft.
Bifrost know that we don't?
Talia has been left open.
Okay. Lucian is taken away instantly for the bot lane. Now the question is, do you take Nami away if you are Bifrost bot lane, or do you allow the Nami Lucian to go through and then you pick Renata, for example, for Highwall, which is extremely strong versus short range AD carries. So I think this is the big question here. Taliyah is also going to get locked in. It could be in Diamond Proxy's hands, but it could also be in Fury's in the mid lane. A really big tip. Katarina really counters Taliyah in mid lane. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, I'm not too sure if Eminus is gonna be bringing that out.
He plays everything.
You say that. There is already some not DC, but CC rather, that would be able to disrupt that. Nautilus has
Just lock that in, man. Just lock it in.
I think we keep it calm for now.
Okay,
and if it
fine,
does
fine.
I'll allow you to flip the table
Fine.
and everything that comes with it. I actually think Braum, if that gets locked in here, is a really solid counter. I was very surprised to see the fact that they already locked in the Nautilus on 2 instead, because I think you're giving away some extra priority down in the bot side for JDXL by making this move.
Oh!
Could have picked an AD carry, could have put it down towards the bottom side afterwards. So Braum, Lucian, classic lane, and Braum really good into Nautilus.
So, okay, so Dan is bringing back a classic, right? Especially from last spring. Volibear in the NLC was either picked or banned, and it was like B1 picked even. One of the huge priority picks. We haven't necessarily seen it too much lately.
This could be top as well.
Because it's not locked in yet. Oh, you mean the Volibear?
Yes.
Yeah, it could potentially be top 2, but I feel like this is most likely gonna go in the jungle. I don't think I remember the last time Kryze played as a Volibear, but yeah, yet again, I feel like Volibear tells me a bunch of ganks, so I really like the reply from Bifrost, having the Gangplank, being able, after level 6, whenever you see the Volibear coming in, you throw down the ultimate, you save your team.
Going into the second ban phase here, I feel like from JDXL, you just keep banning a few AD carries here. You already know Odie is a strong point coming through from Bifrost. They've not picked the AD carry yet on the first 3 rotations. So if you want to take away some of the Aphelios, Callisto's already been taken away by Odie himself there. What else? Twitch as well, even if you want to take that away because you have a decent scaling into it. Then they take the Kai'Sa here. It's just about taking away these AD carries from Odie.
Okay, it's a little bit of a game plan or a mind game that they're actually trying to throw down here, because obviously a little bit of subverting expectations. You guys keep throwing out champions and they've gone a different direction almost every single time. Is this something that they're trying to just kind of game the other team, say, hey, we need you to push you in a certain direction?
I mean, I'm thinking they might also try to ban Samira here to try and ban all of the aggressive bot lanes that you have down the map, right? And maybe force Odie onto something like the Aphelios or the Tristana, because I feel like Tristana Nautilus is still a very potent and aggressive bot lane. You can have permapush versus a Braum. Braum really does suffer against a lot of pokey champions, and you can poke with Tristana, especially if Braum is inside the wave as well. So I'm expecting to see, because Howie has locked in the Nautilus, they're either gonna go into something very passive like an Ezreal and let the Nautilus roam, or they're gonna go on a heavy kill lane.
What is this?
See, this is what I keep saying.
So, the only
it's Taliyah mid. It's Katarina time.
No. The only reason, the reason I can see this being an AD carry being flexed this far into the draft.
Taliyah?
2 things. Either Taliyah is going bot, and it's actually Taliyah Nautilus we're looking as a kill lane, which is really dangerous.
It is.
Or they just really want to see the team composition that Odie will be playing into, and they're just setting him up for the highest amount of success as they can, because they just revealed their cards for Taliyah and Lee Sin. It's either a flex or them really prioritizing Odie in the draft.
I'm lost for words. I'd like to see here Eminence on something that does a lot of consistent AP damage, because I see a lot of tankiness coming in from the side of Bifrost. I see a lot of late game scaling potential. I'm not sure Yone here into Taliyah would be the answer. Obviously, Taliyah rocks will stun whoever dashes past them for the duration of the dash. So unless that Yone is going top lane into the Gangplank, which is also not the greatest of matchups because you eat barrels in the face, and Vladimir goes mid, I'm a little bit confused.
It's true for 2 things. It's true for the Yone Q, but it's not true for his E, and it's not true for his ultimate. So there's definitely still leeway for Eminence to pilot that and find kill pressure at level 6, because you have more dueling potential. Vladimir into GP is kind of potent too, because they're both late game scaling champions. But there we have it. No flex with the Taliyah going down towards the bot side. I'd say a very hard over-prioritization of an AD carry in this instance, and they come out with a Kog'Maw. Usually the Kog'Maw love to have a team that's built around him where they can front to back freely. There's not too much of it here.
I'm kind of scared. You only have a Nautilus. Vladimir doesn't care about your Nautilus. He will pull through and dive in the backline. Volibear will just jump in the backline. Yone will just jump in the backline. I feel like this Kog'Maw does not necessarily have enough protection just by the Nautilus. So I'm expecting potential to see Highway roaming the map, maybe getting Taliyah ahead, allowing Taliyah to roam towards the bot side of the map.
It's either that or it's literally Diamond Procs flipping every matchup, buying its head, and finding a leeway to cheat how this game should be going. Because if this was just a game where we queued the simulation, they just stood and farmed, I think that JDXL would come out ahead.
So do you think this is something that JDXL have essentially either tried to figure out Bifrost, or Bifrost have gone, hey, all right, we're doing this? Because let's be honest, right? The entire way through that draft, every single time we thought we had what could have been the composition they were building, they went a different direction.
I feel if anything, the fact that they pushed Audi to R5, when you have such a large champion pool, the fact that they pushed Bifrost to be a little bit wary and cautious about that AD carry role when they know it's their main carry player, I think JDXL probably pushed the limits of Bifrost right there. And the fact that Bifrost actually came out with the Kog'Maw in this particular draft is also a big question mark for me to see if it's going to work without the protection of an enchanter next to him.
And for once, it also just felt like JDXL this time around wasn't really in a position where they have to play individually better. They actually have something that's easier, I believe, as well to execute if that big team fight just breaks out. So, yeah, my prediction not looking too hot so far.
Well, the draft can change an awful lot of things, and it may have for this game. JDXL versus Bifrost is ready to go. Over to our casters, Viperoon and Yamada.
So, we got the playbook here. Get that out of here. It's nonsense. No.
I quite like this draft.
That
got a lot of distance.
You know?
Yeah, that was truly a.
That was a good throw.
That is now in Bryce's hand. That actually made it all the way across the studio.
I'm impressed with my ability there, you know.
Good job. Game, League of Legends. That was a draft.
It was two drafts. Well, 2 teams. 1 draft.
2 team compositions.
Yes.
I'm just excited because we have so many picks that we don't typically get to see in pro play in this one game at the same time.
There's
Diamond Procs on the Lee Sin is also something I'm, at heart very happy to see. Man, I'm hyped.
There's gonna be every lane has something to talk about, which is always exceptionally fun when we get into a League of Legends game. But as you can see, we've made our way onto the Rift, third game of the evening. We've got JDXL on the blue side. We've got Bifrost on the red side. Of course, JDXL undefeated going into this one. Bifrost 4-1, looking exceptionally strong.
And if I may, Bifrost could have been coming into this matchup undefeated as well.
They could have, but they aren't.
Yeah, very, very close. But no cigar in that hierarchy game, unfortunately. And now we have a situation where if Bifrost do win, they will technically take first place on consolation of head-to-head, as opposed to just being ahead outright. But let's talk about some of these lanes as we have the minion spawn onto the Rift. Obviously, we know a lot about the Vladimir Gangplank lane. Gangplank can half bully out in the earliest stages, but once Transfusion starts to get a lot of points into it, of course, Vladimir's Q, he can just kind of sustain through it. And not only that, even from as early as level 6, can look to tower dive the Gangplank.
Yes, because of course that Sanguine Pool is going to allow him to get rid of that aggro. And we know how strong towers are on this patch. Diving is very difficult, but when you've got tools that very easily reset that aggro, it makes playing, even on your own, but especially with your jungler, that much easier. And when you've got a Volibear as well, it looks like JDXL were like, we don't really like this patch, we're just going to stop the towers working.
Yeah, my expectation is that JDXL are going to very heavily in the early stages play to their side lanes here. I think realistically, they have a pretty hard winning matchup in the top side, and also on the bottom side of the map, they have what I would consider a very hard winning 3v3. If Bifrost decide to engage, they're always going to have to deal with the concussive blows being stacked up very quickly, but not only that, the chain CC that can be followed up by Dan with the chase down on the Q is also very, very potent. I think the only real avenue that Bifrost should have in the earliest of stages is in the mid lane, but currently, in terms of priority, it looks like Eminence is winning out on that front. So for now, it's going to slowly look like two, at the very least, early winning priority lanes for JDXL. And look at that on the mini-map. Venza, FGG, walking out lane, just getting a ward up towards where Diamondprox is located, that jungle entrance. So now they will know whether or not he will enter the river. But Highway, good presence of mind, has the sweeper. Just kind of guesses where the ward will be. Sweeps that one out. So now Diamondprox can enter the river undetected. And if he can make it down here before Dan does, potential for a 3v2 on the cards.
It looks like Diamondprox is just going to be moving up towards that mid side instead. There's a little bit of a push coming through from the Yone. Dan will be following suit though, but will be a couple of seconds later. I don't know whether this is going to go down. Eminez half health, won't be caught out by the Q, and Lisa needs to be a little careful, but can just safeguard to safety.
Safeguard to safety. Diamondprox 3 camps into a gank. It doesn't get much more Diamondprox than that in this one. And I said, looking to probably play around the mid lane. First gank immediately goes towards there. And this just makes a whole bunch of sense. A lot of the setup was there. Dan doesn't path towards the bottom side where he had priority, actually decides to go through the mid lane instead because he knows it will always be FGG and Venza that meet him in the river first. Over Highway and Odeon is able to match that gank, stop it from happening. He's actually pathing over towards the chickens because he knows Diamondprox likely doesn't actually have that camp taken yet and is going to contest it. No smite on either side, so it's just going to be an outright fist fight.
Volibear's claws are larger, but of course Lee Sin very good with his hands and is going to be able to fight around. But the Raptors are going to reset, so a lot of time being wasted by both of these junglers as Dan moves forward, won't be able to get the chicken as Diamondprox was able to smite it away, but Dan just being a nuisance, as it were.
Yeah, and I mean, just, you know, level advantage knows, right? When he saw Diamondprox go for that mid lane gank, had the red buff, had 12 CS, had blue buff, had to have done the Gromp to be level 3 or Krugs at the very least. So recognize the Raptors will be up, goes to try and contest him at that. As Odie.
And looking trying onto Odie, the Castle blows are stacked up, but Highway's in the rift and is looking to get some damage down. Venza goes low, but is managing to get away. Odie goes low. Will he be able to escape as well? I'm not so sure. I think he will go down first, but he turns down to FGG. The passive is there, the explosion goes through the root. The damage, no, FGG survives, and Highway stepping forward goes down, baited by Cock passive.
What just happened, man? This is what I'm talking about. We've had this narrative about FGG and Venza, right? How occasionally there can be weak laners. It's for moments like the start of this play where things don't particularly look, well, actually the middle part of this play where things don't particularly look good on the return. They don't quite have the lethal to burst down Odie. The ignite isn't laid in initially, and then the turnaround comes in. So this is the moment where you're like, well, I guess they're just going to lose the 2v2. Flash comes out from Venza, and that's great. Dodges away from the dredge line. Odie goes down, and I'm thinking, all right, passive. The root doesn't come in time. If Highway can just about sink that, it's all good. But this is why we have worries about the XL bottom lane, because the rest of the map is typically so consistent, but we get such close 2v2s. But I mean, the fact that they win that out is absolutely massive, because now they should have even more agency in that lane to try and press the issue for the 2v2 as things progress. But especially now, if Dan continues to play down towards the bottom side of the map, that 3v3, again, like we said, it's just an impossible one in most scenarios to win, unless we see, you know, level 6 is coming in and then maybe an immediate blow up of Venza, but then even then, it's something to be worried about as, well, no summoner spells on either of the Bifrost bottom laners.
And coming forward, didn't have 6 yet, but will be able to dive onto Odie. He's already dead. Highway gets the anchor out, but they've already got what they came for.
Easy setup, and this is what I was talking about. If this was a 3v3, who the hell is saving Odie? Because the answer is nobody. As the Dragon is also going to be started up. Venza, FGG, they're going to push in this wave and probably rotate over to ensure that Diamondprox and Highway can't cause any nuisance towards it. In fact, they're not even going to consider doing that. Always mid lane priority is fully in JDXL's favor. So I take back what I said, because I would have assumed that Yone would have had to, in the earliest stages, ceded lane prio to Talia. Just isn't the case so far this game. Fury been on the back foot in that regard. Eminez piloting it out as well as you'd probably expect Eminez to do.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's see if Eminez appears on any more of our fan drafts. We've got another one loaded up for you here. This is from Sinine LOL. Banderas, Diamondprox, Eminez, there he is, Merbs and Sten. Sten's doing well today, isn't he?
You know what, Sten's got a lot of stock in it.
A lot of fans, a lot of lovers of Sten around.
Yeah, and okay. I was wondering whether or not Eminez would commit with the Fate Sealed, just because it is Eminez. Just a little bit of poke goes in. Yeah, Sten definitely a little bit maybe undervalued by the community coming in.
Well, if we're talking about Viper and Teal.
Okay. No.
Sten was actually ranked 2nd amongst support.
Yeah, I think definitely still a lot to prove for Sten. Has had a pretty decent performance of the NLC so far, though, so I'm excited to see how he continues to grow here in our league. as focusing back into the game. JDXL, 2,000 gold lead for now, and again, you know, a team composition like Gorborg said, you know, if you just turn this into a farm simulator, chances are JDXL's composition is just going to outright win, right? A lot more team fighting tools to be used.
I mean, this is a very aggressive farming simulator.
Yes, it is. Shikari.
Dan's about to make it much, much worse. Going to go towards Shikari in the top side. Will be able to cleanse away. Dan does have his ultimate available, and of course, Kryze will be able to sanguine pull. So they are built for dives, but it also looks like they want to move down towards this Rift Herald on spawn.
Yeah, I think Herald was the real objective. Just get that wave in a little bit sooner. Mid lane seems to be a consistent priority for Eminez regardless. Just ensure that, you know, there's no response from the top side of the map immediately. Herald will be taken down. Let's see what Bifrost can maybe do about it. I mean, the answer's looking like not a whole bunch, really. Odie, Highway just sat in the bottom side farming. Nothing much to really get. XL are playing this one out spectacularly, to be honest with you. It's very, very clean. Very little responses from the Bifrost side. We was hoping maybe you would see more of an attack towards the mid lane, especially considering, you know, Yone can be fairly easy to lock down in the early stages, right? Before he has ultimate and can, you know, very consistently use that as an additional escape tool. We'll see if this delayed cross map will get them any dividends. Venza, FGG,
going
the tower.
for the dive, managed to get something onto the illusion. Venza needs to be careful, will fall eventually as Highway manages to get away. Odie now taking up the tower as Eminez moving forward, looking for the kill onto the Lee Sin. Finds Diamond Prox, will only be able to kill Highway though as the concussive blows don't stack out. It's a 1-for-1 trade on the dive.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade on the dive. Teleport comes in for Eminez. I feel like XL probably not too fast, but Venza did miss a fair amount of the CS underneath that tower, and that's going to give Odie maybe a little more breathing room, the 1-to-1. The issue is, kill was picked up, I believe. Oh, no, the assist gold rather. Obviously, the kill was picked up by Eminez. And not only that, JDXL, they're still going to have the Herald to use on the map, so whilst the cross map is good, the gold lead remains the same, and now Dan is just going to dive the top side.
This may well be a dead Shikari. Sanguine Blade is going to be used, and that's just an easy kill on the mid. GG gets caught out in the river, though. That's not necessarily what you want to see from JDXL's bot lane when we've been singing his praises mostly in this game, but in the top lane, we're going to see a fair amount of push and go through. No Rift Herald used just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. FGG caught out, and Bifrost tried to push into the bottom side jungle as they know Dan was on the top side. Like you said, didn't use the Herald, crucially. I think they want to keep that lane going for as long as possible. As Diamond Prox doesn't have Smite, whereas Dan does, but the red buff's just going to reset anyway. Oh my goodness me, I did not catch Diamond Prox getting bursted out that low. As a replay of the bottom side just to see how this is happening. So I feel like
FGG.
It's just... It's a bit of a sin to walk in here, no pun intended with the lead. But you can kind of understand it, mid lane pushing up, but you know, there's no vision on Fury. You have to expect something there realistically, as Fury could be a little bit of danger. And this is the real kind of critical breaking point in a lot of Yone lanes where, you know, trading kind of becomes a little bit, how do I say it, unfair perhaps for most mages in this matchup, because Boots, Noon Quiver, or sometimes you'll see something like the Zeal come out to sort of give you an early crit strike boost.
Yes.
And then trading kind of just becomes a little bit too hard, or 4 points in the Maul still. And it's very easy to dodge out on a lot of spells, or just tank up a lot of them as well. And as you can see, Fury just hasn't really been able to, you know, get across the map as much as we was maybe expecting. Eminez has really been playing out this lane very, very well, as we'll eat a bit of a trade to ensure that he gets some of the plate gold. Probably still going to be happy about it nonetheless.
Oh, yeah,
we'll put up, we'll regen up as well.
Yeah, and Dan's hanging around, might be looking to make a play happen. It's Eminez is going to dive forward towards the Talia, flashing over the wall to get a stun, but here it's Diamond Prox kicking Volibear away, and everyone's going to part way alive, but that was close for Fury.
Yeah, kind of surprised Eminez didn't commit his ult, but maybe saving it for towards this dragon, perhaps. Doesn't have teleport. Was thinking about resetting, but another wave is going to come in. So XL, definitely their priorities seem very set on this dragon. Venza, going to need a couple of auto attacks from Odie there. You can see Odie already... No, I think a lot of people underestimate Cogwall damage in the early stages, but 3 woes taking quite a chunk out of his health bar. JDXL, they're going to start this dragon. Bifrost just don't really seem too interested though. But again, kind of much like the first dragon, not really much of a cross map coming out from Bifrost right now. This feels eerily reminiscent of Spring Bifrost, who would on occasion you know, kind of just yield a lot of gold and a lot of stats in many avenues, whether it be heralds or dragons. We'll see whether or not it pays off for them. Of course, the scaling that their champions do have, quite good, you know,
yeah,
more Gangplank individually. But again, like the desk was kind of airing in terms of concerns, the composition isn't really one that necessarily all fits together per se, right? There's no, you know, there's no enchanter or true sort of peeling support on the lineup to keep OD alive consistently. Yes, there is the Nautilus, but realistically, what is Nautilus going to do eventually when Vladimir just sanguine pulls through the depth charge and things of that nature, or Yone dives forward with Spirit Unbound and the ultimate? It's going to be very, very hard to keep him alive.
I mean, defensive duties as well are going to be on Diamond Prox. You've got to imagine if he's not going to be able to jump forward and kick someone into his team, he might be sitting back and just punting Vladimir into next century, just making sure that him or, of course, as you said, mentioned, Yone is going to be kept away from his carry. But again, we've got a bit of a lull state, so I'm hearing that we've got another composition loaded up, ready for your eyes. This is by Doku UK, Cries, Flipper, Fury, Mishigu, and Yepe. Okay.
So I've noticed it's a bit of a thing to attempt to bully Doku for some reason.
Yeah, because it's funny.
This might be the worst draft that we've seen.
No, because he followed the rules. So he's in
okay, so he's in second to last.
So he's second. Actually, Singularity were disqualified, so he is last.
Oh, yeah, he is last.
Yeah.
Doku, we love you, I'm sure.
But what's the...
I mean, to be fair, it's actually a pretty strong top side. Not sure how sold I am on Mishigu and Hepe as a duo, but hey.
I mean, there is other stuff wrong with that, but...
Yeah, there is potentially other stuff wrong with that. Anyhow, Bifrost.
Anywho.
Yepehu. Yes.
See him later today. 5th game of the day, up against Dusty for Team Singularity. We're moving our attention back towards the game that's being viewed by yourself at home. JDXL just going to be slowing things down a little bit. Again, they don't seem...
I don't think they care about it.
They don't seem super fussed about forcing anything right now.
No, I think, again, when you have this Yone scaling up and the Vladimir, they're eventually kind of going to be able to play the game into all of Bifrost champions with not much disruption. I just feel like the tools aren't particularly strong enough to deal with that level of, you know, might when it comes to hitting those critical mass item points for the likes of the Vladimir and the Yone. They're going to try JDXL to force Bifrost away. Bifrost, again, not really looking, per se, to force anything, unless there's an overreach and Diamond Prox has an opportunity to try and maybe find an insect. Although
Fury could be in a little bit of trouble here. The ultimate coming down from Eminez. A lot of damage is going to be resolved. Is he going to fall down? He will, as Eminez secures the kill. Diamond Prox gets the kick, gets the resonating strike, will jump forward, but Dan is in the wings to assist his mid laner. Diamond Prox will be able to safeguard towards his tower, but Eminez is going to keep going. The tower B is turned off, and I think Diamond Prox is a little bit too quick. As Eminez has to flash to survive that
reset. It thankfully reset because Dan turned off the tower.
That was like the duality of Eminez right there. But I knew
wait,
what happened in the top lane.
Was there a dive? And it just straight up, so yeah, dead. All right, yeah, cool. Cries showing us why this matchup is miserable. There's
no, Shikari. So Cries showing why this matchup is miserable. You're an analyst, dude. Just...
Look, I didn't even realize that there was a 1v1 on the top side whilst that was going on. That is just purely my own lack of attention to detail, I guess. As we was watching,
ladies and gentlemen.
As we was watching Eminez find another solo kill, by the way.
But then almost died.
He
overextended.
And now he's soloing the Heralds. So Eminez is now the jungler for JDXL.
I think Dad's a quite good split, getting dropped like that. Eminez, of all people, who's still also the mid laner. I mean, this is the kind of thing though, right? Because you look at that play, you think, Eminez, whoa, this is hype, you got the kill. You're like, yes! And then he dives, but has to burn his own flash and his jungler's ultimate to get out while not getting the kill.
My brother Viproon. You must be new around here. You don't know about Eminez, clearly.
No, but this is the thing, right?
I know.
We talk so positively about JDXL, and we might be speaking positively about them again as they look towards Highway. That's going to be a death charge. Dan could be the one caught out here. FGG going to be able to Glacial Fissure to keep members alive. Fury coming round the side. Bender's going to unload a culling into the enemy team, but Highway's the target, and he's going to be able to flash away as they jump forward. There's Eminez jumping into the frame, but will leap out immediately again as Bifrost look to chase down Venter and Dan, but Dan is quickly running away from the play, and it looks looks like Bifrost are just going to be able to move towards this dragon. Instead, Benzer looking to poke, but won't be able to do so. And it will be Bifrost denying Soul Point.
Yeah, JDXL, they expend all of their ultimates, trying to find something of Bifrost kind of overextending in the river there. Don't pick up anything, and because of that, Bifrost able to just brute force JDXL out of the river and pick up the dragon. That's huge. Infernal Soul Point this early on.
We saw this in the Nariki game.
Yeah, especially when, you know, at least in this game, I think the scaling is kind of a little more cut and dry, right? I think most people will have JDXL. Diamond is dead. Continuing my point, probably scale a little harder than Bifrost do.
Yes.
Well,
you say that. Wait, no, you say JDXL scale
harder. Yes. What are you looking at me like that for? Gangplank and Kog'Maw, yeah, sure. But also, no one is protecting them from the two backline divers that also scale incredibly well. And in most cases, even if Diamond Prox or Highway is able to, you know, kick or knock up one or two members.
Games. Hold on, let me just take a monitor.
The problem is...
Nah, this is the same game.
It is the same game, yes. I promise. The issue is the sticking power of a lot of these tools that JDXL have, I think, I'm pretty confident, trump the potential peel abilities of Bifrost. We will test this thesis.
Hear me out on this.
Okay.
Okay, as a rebuttal, Odie at level 18.
Sure.
Bleh.
That's...
Bleh.
But see, the problem is, for now, it looks like he's going shield bow.
Because he hasn't got that much peel.
Because he doesn't have that much peel, and that means he's not dealing more damage with an Iron Light Blade During King or Kraken Slayer.
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, Shikari...
He'll be in trouble here. It's a 2v1. Eminez is up top as well, but we know Eminez can't get kills unless they're solo kills, so this one will be going over to Cries. I was right.
That's a great call.
Oh, my word.
This is slowly turning into a bit of a rowing for Bifrost right now, and with FGG, we're maybe considering an engage there, but 3v2, I'm not sure how confident they were. Venza was on his way from the bottom lane as pings are now coming out onto that bottom side tower, but also jungle camps too. Herald is not picked up, second Herald. No, it was picked up, already used, gone off the map for a little while, so nothing to really be on the top side of the map for. They know the Baron isn't really going to be considered by Bifrost for a little while. And Eminez is going to push up onto that one. And also, speaking of, has the Infinity Edge already 20 minutes into the game. Vladimir also 2 items. I mean, hell, even Venza is 2 items. And this is kind of the problem right now that Bifrost face. Not only are they obviously significantly far behind in gold, and yes, you know, gold is very important, as I'm tempering myself because I feel like Bifrost are about to either get picked or look for a fight.
For something.
Oh, Highway.
Highway goes over the wall looking for an engage. We'll be able to find it. Now you can see Fury jumping in the middle of the fight, looking for the damage, and Benter is dead, and they're going to be able to take them off the map. 2 kills for Bifrost as they catch JDXL napping, but now moving forward. Cries and Eminez are there. We have 3v4 as the engage comes through. Eminez going to be able to
Eminez!
That's so clean as Highway goes low. Will be deleted by Cries once again as Bifrost run to their tower. Will be able to defend it this time around. But that was a nice turnaround, but ultimately it's Bifrost's fight.
Yeah, I mean, Bifrost, they win out in terms of like the 2-1 in the kill trade. We'll get the replay of how things go down here. And Highway just hex flashes over the wall, just sends it. There's no other way to say it other than he just sends it. Diamond Prox follows in suit, finds the Sonic Wave, and is able to get a kick flash because the depth charge lands onto Venza. There's no way for him to really respond other than thinking he can just go forward, try and maybe assassinate Odie with those 2 items of his, but it's just not enough. And then
so clean.
Dan comes in with his ultimate, able to lock in place Highway. The Dredge Line comes in, but it's all about that Fate Sealed onto 2. Highway gets picked up by Cries because, as we said, if Eminez is getting any kind of action, it's only solo kills, mostly.
Yeah, lots of solo kills for that man so far in the season. I mean, lots of kills as well. He just does damage to people. He's a mid.
I mean, it's Venza with the kill lead.
Oh yeah,
Eminez.
Come on, mate.
Yeah, Eminez with the... Well, no, I'm talking in general. Don't forget the news segment from the start of the day. Venza had the kill lead.
How can I forget the NLC news presented by Viper and Jamada?
Yeah, Venza had the kill lead. He now has 36 kills in total. FGG was the assist leader, who now has 70 in total.
Yes.
And Eminez got 1 solo kill this game, so he is now in the lead with 10. No, 12. Anyway, Cullen comes in, trying to force down Highway.
I mean, they take the tower instead.
Yeah.
Which is useful. Although Eminez, he's on his own, and that means Shikari's in the danger zone as he's going to flash away. But Eminez now on the tower.
Oh, hello.
Oh, well, Diamond Prox. How are you doing, buddy? You're going to jump forward,
he has
but
it.
Eminez might be able to
has it.
Again, Diamond Prox didn't bring any friends, and worst of all, Eminez doesn't have any either, but now Bifrost is like, okay, let's send some members. We've got Odie, we've got half health highway.
He's healing up.
Eminez is thinking about it, might dive forward, that's going to be the depth charge, and he gets a shield. It's not going to be enough, but it's bad and mad that I thought he might have that.
Yeah, same. By the way, another solo kill. It's the only thing he does, I swear.
Well, he also died.
He did die, and he did go over 1,000 gold to Odie, who already has 2 items, has the shield bow and the Gwintsus. Curious to see what third item he'll pick up. I think there's loads of options here. I think Lady of the Ruined King, pretty solid here, right? Loads of HP stackers on the opposite side. We'll see. Our answers will be given to us very shortly. But I also think something like Runan's wouldn't be too bad. Wit's End seems to be what he's going to go towards with...
I mean, that does make quite a lot of sense with the because on the other side diving forward.
Yeah, and even, I mean, realistically, Yone has split damage, right? It's mostly physical and true, but he still does have the magic damage portion of the kit, so the value is still very much going to be there. But again, I'm just worried about the setup. We've seen so many times Eminez and Cries diving forward onto a couple of members and just kind of blowing up the squishies. And that's my problem. The backline access just seems so easy for JDXL once these team fights do break out. And the Dragon was picked up a minute ago, which means 4 minutes until Soul Point. Or Soul, actually, not Point. Soul is available potentially for JDXL. And if Bifrost aren't ready to fight at that Dragon, that's going to be Soul going over to a very fed Yone, a very strong Vladimir, and
a Braum.
And even a Braum, yeah. Shikari being picked on the side here. Eminez has Q3 as well to catch up.
The wings, though, so it will be a 2v2 as he goes over the wall to try and catch something out, gets the kick onto Eminez, but of course he's going to be able to snap back to reality. Oh, there goes Dan as he dives over the wall as well. Bifrost chasing forward. Odie actually getting a kill off screen there, able to burn him through FGG, and it looks like Bifrost is going to chase members away.
Yeah. A little bit messy there from JDXL, specifically FGG. It looked like he was just trying to rotate down to the bottom side fight. And Bifrost catch him out. Not the first time they've caught him on a rotation this game. But JDXL just kind of back a peg or two in terms of momentum. And I think, I mean, again, it's one of those things where the more time that goes on in this game, Eminez is going to have the time to scale. Alongside,
he's going to get onto Shikari and we'll be able to jump away. Shikari's fine this time around, though. But again, it's this hyper-aggression from Eminez. We said this on Monday that he goes in every opportunity he gets, and this is another example of that.
Yeah, so let's see how FGG dies, because it seems like him and Venza were just looking to rotate down to the bottom side fight. And the issue is, yeah, it's just 3 against 2. And the Venza isn't able to really get any damage out on to any of the key carries of Bifrost, and yeah, easy pick as they retreat. But yeah, I mean, even Eminez blowing that ultimate, just a quick damage test, right? Like, that ultimate, especially since I think it was 12-9 or so, the cooldown was reduced to 60 seconds, I believe, or it could actually be 70 at rank 3. So yeah, very short cooldown. He's already almost got it back up. And will very quickly be able to have another damage test if he wants to.
Would be up sooner if he had Lucidity boots. I'm not wrong.
A great objective statement?
I'm not incorrect. Like,
thank you, William. I appreciate your analytical insight as always. As I think, oh, okay. Well, that's a TP that everybody on the map can see because it's to a control ward, but I don't know if JDXL are particularly eyeing up.
That grab, but Dan got it anyways. They are just
all right.
Up to tell. I mean, Odie's just gone back and.
Oh, that's a really bad time to be in the base right now. He wanted to get his third item in, but the issue is
gets the ultimate onto 2. The damage coming through, but he's going to be kicked away, caught up. Will he go down? No, he won't, but neither will any of the members of Bifrost. JDXL looking for the culling onto Diamond Prox. Will be able to find it, but not enough damage for the kill. Cries is keeping the Baron going, though. So this one is still a live objective. Members of JDXL are still going to be trying to take this one down. 2 little help bars, but they've got vision of it. They know that it's going low, but they don't know exactly how low because it's red warded. It's turned off. FGG trying to keep it alive. Diamond Prox falls, so there's no steal opportunity available, and it's going to be Dan securing the Baron. I don't know how I feel about that.
the Baron start for JDXL?
I mean, it's JDXL all over.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't have worked.
No, but it does.
But it does.
I mean, and then this is the problem. They are just so far ahead in gold. MNS came back onto the map, I believe, with his Death Dance finish. Cries is also very strong. And this is the thing. So many members of JDXL able to get over the wall, in this case, mostly MNS, chunk out Diamond Procs, and then once they're able to get behind the pit, just keep him at bay. And you'll see what I'm talking about. MNS gets Q3 stacked up, immediately goes into the Spirit Unbound, and just queues over the wall, finds 2, into Fate sealed. And honestly, if he doesn't get CC'd here, he would have murdered either both or all 3 of the Bifrost members that ended up showing up. Venza, FGG, you know, do sort of do their due diligence in keeping these members away. Cries and Dan keep the Baron aggro. That's the important thing, but there's a fight going on already. Highway.
And looking for a target. We'll only find on Shikari, but Odie is untouched in the backline, trying to get the damage down as Cries moves forward. JDXL are going to be chased away, but they managed to get the kill onto the Nautilus. Cries still
the
chasing
play.
Odie's damage there, the culling for the extra touch as FGG puts forward, stands behind Braum as another kill goes over. It's Diamond Procs this time around as Cries going to be forced back in. I think he goes down because there's no pull available. It's a shutdown nonetheless. It's a 2-for-1. They deny one Baron as well. But it looks like JDXL can press forward. They're going to be able to get the ultimate down, but it's just going to be destroying the tower rather than turning it off, really. And JDXL, they keep the pressure on.
Keep the pressure on. They lose Cries, but they get the Infernal Soul. They pick up the inner tower. Odie, I mean, if you are a Bifrost fan, you are clutching at straws for hope right now. As, yeah. It is looking very, very rough. Shikari still at 2 items, whereas Cries is building towards his 4th. Odie is technically currently at item parity, but again, the issue is his, you know,
MNS towards Odie, but he's going to be called out by a lot of CC. Odie's going to be trying to get damage down, and he's going to be able to heal away, so he doesn't get executed. But now Dan moving from the side, Fury hanging around, surfs on into the picture, as Diamond Procs could be looking towards the volley bear. Will jump forward. I don't know if he wins this 1v1, certainly not when FJG makes an unfair fight. And Diamond Procs is just going to disengage that one and get rid of that one.
Oh, Venza almost found Shikari in the top lane as well. He will be able to get away in base, but they won't lose their top laner. And yeah, MNS is really trying to up those solo kill numbers, man. It's having a bit of a game. He's feeling himself, that's for sure.
Highway. Certainly, as Odie is going to try and get the damage down. They called out Dan. He's going to be removed. Very low as they get kicked down onto 2. They knock back FGG. He's going to be able to take your vision. The culling comes through the shield. As well, Diamond Procs goes slow, but manages to survive. As Venza's the new target, but he won't be taken down. But the Nautilus certainly will. As Odie chases forward, looking to snipe. Fury alongside. It's a 2v1. MNS is pushing into space with Cries, though, as the damage coming on through. Venza is deleted. But meanwhile, in the base, MNS and Cries will be able to get the inhibitor at very least, but it'll be a 2v2. As Gangbang and Lee Sin are stepping up to defend. It looks like Talia's trying to get away, but won't be able to do so this time around, as MNS is trying to get the damage onto the tower. The first tower goes below half health as they get onto Diamond Procs. He's half health as well, and is forced back towards the Vanderbilt. Will be running out as Fury skates on through, looking towards Cries, getting damage down onto the Vladimir. He's going to be using the pull, but now he can't use it to get the dive down as Lee Sin goes so low. Diamond Procs still alive somehow as Cries makes his excuses past the tower and leaves. He's going to be chased by Fury, though, who's looking to knock him up. Won't be able to do so this time around, but a slow field comes down. Fury goes golden as Cries is deleted from that. He goes golden as Shikari sets up, and it'll be Fury who knocks him down.
Oh, Fury, if it wasn't for the threaded volley, I think he would have got the Q off in time to heal. Crazy stuff that Cries could have maybe thought about getting away there. Ghost was also coming up very shortly, but Dan does such a great job on the top side whilst all of that was going on in the base of keeping Odie and Fury away from the base. But this starts off with Odie just getting so much damage out onto Dan, and this kick is so damn good. It doesn't send FGG over the wall, but it actually keeps them in place for him to be knocked back, and Venza was almost the victim of that play as well. They will chase him down, and that's a 300 shutdown. I was hoping it would go onto Odie. It is Fury that picks it up, but either way, both of these two picking up more gold is still a net positive for Bifrost, no matter how you look at it. Again, Bifrost are holding on so damn hard right now. And again, the questions start to come in. JDXL, again, with this composition, we're expecting it to outscale, but Odie is starting to become the mystery factor in this game. If we can see front-to-back fights like that happen for Bifrost, which we haven't seen many of, then maybe, just maybe, there's a little more hope in it for them than we'd initially thought. But right now, JDXL, I feel like still have mostly firm control of this game. But man, JDXL are being made to fight for it.
Absolutely, and just picking up on some discrepancies in farm.
Okay.
You know why Eminence is so good at farming?
Okay.
Because they are all technically solo kills.
Ah. So I don't quite get the correlation.
Well, he loves
oh, the creep.
Yeah, they are. But the engage comes through on at 2. Damn, once again, he's going to be knocked up by the depth charge. But will they be able to follow through? Dimebrox looking towards FGG, will land the Q, waits for the Glacial Vision timeout, and then dives towards him. But he's gone so far away from the rest of his team. Dimebrox is really in danger as Bifrost are going to be cut away from him. I have no idea what the plan was there from Lee Sin. Going to be able to jump away from the Windows Bite, but Kryze is chasing forward with the Ghost. Is so quick. Dimebrox will be able to get the flash eventually, but may well just explode as the safeguard does not save him. A moment of madness.
Observer, I agree with you. Zooming on Dimebrox, I agree. Turn off the vision. Yeah, I'm not sure what Dimebrox is up to there. And
Baron's on the map, and there's no jungler from Bifrost now.
It's a free take. There's nothing really that Bifrost can do. Maybe Shikari drops his ultimate and steals it.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Yeah. I've seen it happen.
That could happen. I don't
think he's going to do it, though. Oh, they're looking at him.
He's going to ult away. His Furious going to chase towards him, but it's 1v1, and that lead is walled up. Harvey's going to have to come forward with the angle. Won't be able to land it, but does get a little bit closer. Eminence goes over the wall to freedom and will be able to survive. There's the ultimate coming through from Shikari. They look to get Eminence. They will be able to shut him down. Bifrost secure the kill, but they lose out on the Baron.
They lose out on the Baron. Kryze is on the top side, split pushing as well. I think should have the gold for the death cap. Eminence as well. We'll have teleport. He spawns a couple seconds after that Elder.
25.
Yeah, it spawns a couple seconds after the Elder comes up. So he should be back out on the map in time.
Well, the thing is, you need more than one member to take down the dragon.
Yes.
So Eminez isn't that interested.
Ah, I like where we're going with this narrative. We'll continue. So...
He likes himself a good little solo kill, you know?
He does.
He hasn't got that by now.
Right, 15 seconds.
Okay.
Not a lot of time to talk about this, but Shikari and Odie both have stopwatches. They both have summoner spells. Those are the key members for Bifrost to look out for. It's not the most damage-heavy build from Shikari, though. It's all about surviving. On the opposite side, Kryze, Eminez, full glass cannon build.
What's available for Yone as well if you want to get
involved. Benza is also very strong. It's just watching these carries and they get backline access.
Harvey going forward, but the Colin goes onto so much fury. He needs to be careful. Odie's going to be forced to back away as Kryze is in the backline. He's going to be able to get the shutdown onto Talia. That will be it, ladies and gentlemen, as the Vladimir rips through. Eminez on the other side, breaking up the fight. It's a triple kill for Venza and JDXL. They had to work for it, but they will remain undefeated.
They will remain undefeated, and Kryze just tore the backline up. It was Venza that took the kill credits as the kill leader. He has to. But man, that Vladimir was absolutely absurd in that last team fight, and it felt like a bit of an inevitability for quite a while. But Bifrost, the inhib, it's just stalling out the game time. As JDXL, they will take the Nexus of Bifrost, and they will go 6-0, and they will grow their lead in the standings. As Bifrost, unfortunately, it just felt like didn't have a foot in it once they couldn't get a snowball going.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, once again, for myself at least, I feel like you might disagree with me here.
All right.
JDXL not looking as convincing as I necessarily expected from them.
What, in this game?
In this game.
There were some question marks, maybe. Yeah, look, what I will say is that I think this was more about Bifrost putting up a very staunch defense at many points, catching out key rotations, you know, from FGG multiple times, things like that. And just maybe a couple of oversteps from XL, yes. Shutdowns going over really enabled, you know, OD to come online maybe a little bit sooner than he probably should have in a game like this.
Yes.
And yeah, at the end of the day, I think JDXL just came in with a much stronger draft, which was very hard to punish. And realistically, Bifrost just didn't have the tools to punish it, and they certainly didn't outscale.
Well, JDXL do remain undefeated. We're going to throw over to our I was going to say cast desk, but that's still here. The analyst desk is over there, and they're going to talk us through that third game of the day.
All right, thank you very much. Well, that game has been written into the history books. An interesting game from multiple angles there onto that one, and we kind of have to break it down, especially considering, and I'm gonna put this out here, you kind of were both leaning towards Bifrost before we went into that game. And also something well, give me a second. There is more to break down on this one. And something the caster said again here, and obviously I'm the new person here, so you're going to have to explain it to me. JDXL, currently now 6-0, flawless so far in this split, and yet people are still saying they don't look as good as they could be. Oh, they could be, but I mean, they keep winning, but no confidence in them.
This one was way more convincing than some of the others, I'll have to say. Because they actually drafted... For me, they drafted more than made sense as well. I feel like it was a huge draft gap coming through in the favor of JDXL. But I also think it was just Bifrost really shooting themselves in the foot. Like, I expected more from them coming into this game in terms of drafting preparations. And I can't wait to ask the players as well what kind of game plan went through their head. Because I was quite baffled when I saw it unfolded. And unfortunately, I think the game was already over by the first 5 minutes. As soon as I saw Odie die 2 times on the Cockmore, I thought to myself, well, this is not going to be a fun one.
No, it didn't seem so. And Trouble, I'll ask you this. You were talking a lot about win conditions for this team, and they didn't give themselves a lot, Bifrost, by what you were saying in the green room, and obviously, it just said, essentially, you know, with Odie dying twice, that kind of closed down their options.
I feel like JDXL pushed Bifrost so hard in draft to the point where they forced R5 to their AD carry. Like, I don't think I've seen this being done recently at all. Usually it's a solo lane counter pick, maybe a support counter pick, if you will. But to wait until R5 to pick a Kog'Maw, which in my eyes, I think Jamada mentioned as well in the cast, like, if you got Vladimir and Yone jumping on your head, you have no enchanter in the likes of maybe Lulu, Soraka, Karma to try and help you get out of a sticky situation. You just have a Nautilus. And it just felt like bot lane was hard capped. MNS was doing MNS things in the mid lane. Like, Dan was all over. And I mean, finally, somebody realizes that in 12-10, Volibear shuts down towers. So it doesn't matter if the towers do more damage if they just can't damage you at all.
All right, so kind of all eggs in one basket, but then you leave it with the Foxes and hope they don't go for it, essentially. Like, a lot... For Bifrost, I kind of want to highlight the positives for them. Is there a positive they can take away from that game, or do you feel like they started off... I'm feeling no, but I'm going to ask you anyway.
I feel like Shikari had a nice play. He survived on the top.
Wait, was that Shikari though with the outplay, or was that Cries with an oopsie?
Am I trying to find positives, or am I trying to...
Okay, sorry, you're right. Go on.
So I generally feel like that was kind of just a telltale story of like, even the greatest moment we kind of saw from a laning phase, at least right from the get-go, right? From the stages of the game that's supposed to put you in a better position, weren't good for Bifrost, and they lacked a lane to directly play for. Then moving into the mid-game and to the late game, I actually felt they held on for longer than they probably should have. I think they were really good at finding a pick at around the Wivra quadrant up towards the top side mid lane, where they get a nice
was usually
kick.
FGG.
They get a nice pick on Venser and FGG with a good kick coming in from the side of Diamond Prox. Problem for them is it was such a unique situation where they find themselves at a man advantage through a better rotation than JDXL and better setup for that specific objective. But when you're then playing the rest of the game from a deficit of 5 to 10k gold, it's just not going to be playable, and it's just not going to be feasible at seeing yourself finding in the same position to get the same punish on your opponent again.
All right, I think that's fair, kind of wrapping up here. Bifrost in a bit of a tough situation to really take away too many positives, but fortunately, I don't have to do that anymore because we can talk about real positives, and that's going to be an interview with a player from the winning team. I believe Vancer can join us now here in the studio. First of all, congratulations on the win. Coming into this game, an awful lot has been said about the draft. What was the game plan there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know from enemy team what was the draft plan. It was very interesting. I was expecting, like, when I saw Kalista ban and Lucian open, I was very confused. I thought that we were about to get cheesed, but nothing happened.
Okay, I have a very important question, and I want you to truthfully answer this one, Venza. Where is the cat?
The cat.
Because last time it was in the corner, being a mask.
Right.
Oh my God. Okay, perfect. Okay, diving back into the game. I feel like, was it a plan from the draft to like push the boundaries technically of opponent AD carry, like so many bans thrown all this way? You have secured one of the strongest AD carries on the patch, which is Lucian. Did you try to push them towards drafting a very immobile AD carry that doesn't necessarily synergize too well with Nautilus?
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of pushed them in that direction with like the early AD carry bans, because like we know they have like some limited champion pool, but I didn't expect them to go to R5 with AD carry and pick Kog'Maw. Like it was very weird. That wasn't planned at all.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a follow-up to that one, because that's kind of an interesting point here. How does your team react when things like that happen? Essentially, you knew kind of what you were expecting coming into the draft. They've thrown a curveball at you. What was the conversation going on with the team saying, hey, what are they doing? What do we need to do?
I mean, we were just laughing, honestly. Like,
Great.
All right, fair enough. Good luck to go through. Have you got anything you want to say to the fans and everyone at home? Kind of your last words here for the broadcast.
Actually, I have a message to the NLC broadcast, Archon specifically. Get ready to make that apology video, my friend.
Okay, thank you very much. Apology video, we'll have them prepare that one as well. Thank you very much for joining us here. We will speak to you again shortly. Confident
Right,
coming out on the win there.
We have to fill you in on what that apology video is.
I do need to know.
It's technically between Ashram and the coach of JDXL. The coach of JDXL said we're going to go completely undefeated to playoffs. And Ashram said, no, you're not. So whoever loses that bet has to make an apology video, like a public apology video.
I don't believe in JDXL. I said that the coach could already get ready for that apology video. I thought that was going to be today. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Bifrost, you're kind of letting me down here. But outside of that, it is a strong showing. And I think for sure that JDXL seemed that they were stronger this time around than they were last time we just had a look at them. But this season is still long. It's not over yet. There's room for losses.
Well, okay, so a question I asked earlier, and I kind of have to go back to it. Over and over again, we've said this broadcast, JDXL, they are great individually. Their teamwork has been the issue. And you've said there are weaknesses, there are mistakes that we keep on seeing, but the truth is the statistics are 6-0 right now. They keep winning. Why still the doubt? And even in that game, against somebody you thought was their biggest challenge so far, this split, they walk away and they look even better than they have.
I feel like the synergy worked so much better in this particular game. There was a particular fight at Baron as well. We're going to see the replay later on where they just played it flawlessly. They had people coming in with TPs and playing the fight. But all in all, I felt like the 2v2 worked in the bot lane. You know, we mentioned how weak their level 3 to level 4 is, usually getting ganked, maybe dying, maybe losing summoners. That didn't happen this time. They just had a flawless 2 versus 2. Mid-jungle synergy with Tan and MNS doesn't work a lot in some instances. This time, it did work. And even for Cries in the top lane, we said again, you give him a scaling power pick on the top side of the map, he is going to carry you late game. So I feel like from draft to execution to late game, I think this must have been the most decisive game we've seen from JDXL.
That's great and all. I'm just doubting them for the sake of it. We have best of one format. I'm sure at some point they'll drop a weird game out of nowhere.
He said till playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. And it's best of ones till playoffs.
All right, fair.
So I'm counting on them to just drop the ball at one time. Someone makes a mistake, it's over. Apology video, served.
Okay.
Listen, I'm backing up Ashram as well, so...
All right, well, we'll have to find out how that all does play out. But something else I want to kind of find out how it played out is the draft. And the best person to ask about that is actually going to be D2K from Bifrost. So, I believe joining us here in the studio, and that is going to be my first question. Obviously, commiserations on the game. What happened in the draft? What was the thoughts going into it? There's been lots of questions asked about what exactly was the game plan, what exactly was thinking, what you had to adapt to.
No, first of all, we thought they're gonna go Lucian Nami, so just R2 Nautilus, but they go Braum. We don't think it was good actually, because I think it's kind of useless lane, but we just flipped level 3, and then we got abused on it a little bit. So, but in general, obviously our draft wasn't like the most optimal thingy in general, but I think it was still playable at some point. We just did a little bit of mistakes early on, so the Yon got snowballed, and later on it was really hard to execute on him.
So what in general is the kind of takeaway from a game like this? Because I can easily imagine in some even scrim scenarios where, you know, bot lane gets killed 2 times before 5 minutes, right? Draft seems a little bit suboptimal. It just feels like, oh, let's go next game real quick. What's the takeaways you can take from an official like this, if you even feel like there actually is takeaways from it?
I mean, we just have to have more discipline in terms of the laning phase, because obviously, like even on level 3, we shouldn't be dying here, obviously, because we just greeded for Lucian a little bit and we couldn't kill him in the end. So yeah, I believe we just have to have more discipline in general. Yeah.
All right, awesome. I think more discipline is always a good thing. But going forward into this, obviously this changes your record a little bit. A lot of people were expecting you to contend for that first spot that now kind of puts you in at least joint second or third with the 4 and the 2 you've gone in this end here. What's the next step for Bifrost? Essentially, what are you going to walk away from this one and say, hey, this is our first VOD review. How do we get back into a more positive record?
I mean, we're not really caring a lot about the record on the regular split because we're just improving for playoffs, basically. So we're just trying different stuff in general as well. So it's not like a big deal for us. And I think like towards playoffs, we're just going to get into good shape. So we're going to be ready to contend for the first place.
All right, I like that. I like that. All about the playoffs coming through. Okay, any last words here for the stream and everybody at home watching, including all the fans?
Sorry, what again?
Your last words for maybe all the Bifrost fans and all the fans watching the NLC today.
Yeah, thank you very much for big support for us. We really appreciate it, and it's always happy to see that a lot of people just in comments writing Bifrost thingies. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for joining us here in the studio. I know we're going to see you again very, very shortly. Thank you. Well, okay, going into that one, they looks like they were thrown a little bit off guard by some of the draft that was going on, and that maybe affected the rest of their game plan. What do you think?
Yeah, I felt like, as much as I really like Diamondprox as a jungler. He brings so much flavor, and I really like Lee Sin, for example, like a 12-9, we saw Lee Sin from Crayox and stuff, and it looked very powerful. I feel like in this particular game, in 12-10, I feel like it's a little bit irrelevant as a pick, especially due to all the slippery champions that XL had. Like, think about who he could potentially make a play on. Like, there was one play where he caught Venza and they won the fight, but that was one singular overstep from Venza and team, right, that allowed Diamondprox to sort of punish that mistake. But then again, you don't want to kick Vladimir into your team, you don't want to kick Vion into your team, you don't want to kick Volibear into your team. So how do you actually make plays in the early game? It just becomes really difficult, right? And then the Kog'Maw R5 with the Nautilus, I feel like was like the last nail in the coffin.
You're being so nice. You're really just going in depth, explaining it. Listen.
It's my job, man.
No, okay, here, I'll lay down the hammer on my job, and this draft was not optimal at all going into a game with...
sucked!
She said it. But I genuinely feel like there was... so it goes down to what he was saying. They saw the Lucian, so they expected a Nami. Because they're expecting a Nami, they're blind picking Nautilus. Because they in their minds, they're, okay, 100% they're picking Nami here. Yeah. And then we punish with an 80 on 3 that makes sense into it. That didn't happen, and all of a sudden you have a Nautilus into Braum matchup, so you're already like, wait, now we're countered. On the next one, it's like, oh, now we have GP on 3, Vladimir's up, and your red side, oh, now our top lane is countered. Are we picking our AD carry on 4? No, let's pick our mid laner, and now we're countered.
Our jungle, and
jungle, yeah, because Talia was already there. Right? So it's just like, let's pick all these things blind, let's not have a winning lane, and let's hope for the best. And that was kind of what happened.
And the Lisa was like, it's like the John Travolta meme. It's like, where do I play for?
You either have to be the best players in the world kind of to make that happen, or hope your opponents makes a lot of mistakes. Unfortunately, neither happened today, and therefore you're just not... It didn't feel like an even game from the get-go.
Well, I tell you something. Drafting assumptions, and we all know what they say about assuming, can certainly ruin a game as well. But away from assumptions for just a minute into something that is concrete and we know is going to be locked in. The standings have shifted ever so slightly once again. Unfortunately, I think that symmetry may be a little bit gone there.
Yeah, Gulbok is not going to be satisfied with that asymmetry right now on the standings. But again, the JDXL completely undefeated, and right now it gives them the window to also be able to potentially lose a game and still be at the #1 position, right? So starting to create this sort of window and positioning away from the #2s and the #3s in the league is going to be huge for them if they lose a game further down the line.
It also just means that all of a sudden later today we might just have 4 teams sharing second place all of a sudden, and once again the race just becomes closer and closer and closer. At the beginning today we're saying, okay, it seems like it's getting a little middle of the pack heavy. Next week we might be talking about, well, this is looking to become a little top heavy, right? Where teams all of a sudden will have to look to get ahead of the others in the race for playoffs.
Well, that's one of the things. Like, out of today, obviously, Riddle look like they've got themselves into quite a good position, right? Like, we were talking about them earlier and saying, hey...
And let me fill you in on something. Riddle has knocked out XL in playoffs back to back to back. 3 splits in a row. Just throwing this out there.
XL Kryptonite.
Yeah.
Wow, it looks like it could be all setting up for that one again, but... yeah, kind of a really interesting game. Did not go the way we expected it to, and it all stemmed a little bit from the draft. But I'll tell you what we have to do now. We have to start moving on. We have to talk about our next game. X7 are going up against Astralis here on the NLC, and I just want to get your kind of the top level thoughts here. One straight off the top of the brain. Goldborg.
Definitely, this is the game I've been looking forward to, and it's not because it was clean League of Legends I've seen from these teams. I'm looking for them to start displaying it a little bit. Why are you giving me that look?
because you were ready to slam your hand. I thought it was going to be Denmark.
No,
I've missed that, man. Come on.
Yeah,
Come on.
Maybe if they win, I'll really
Very nice
all through. It's indeed a very nice task, isn't it? I think
it started with D. You're like, definitely. I'm like, that's Denmark. It wasn't.
I'm gentle. Both these teams, I feel like, in general, haven't really shown the full capabilities of themselves. I think when I'm looking at X7, I'm thinking of a little bit of a disjointed roster in terms of how they're playing together, albeit they didn't have their full roster when they started out the split, so they haven't had the full time as some of the other teams here to fully practice. Astralis, on the other hand, don't really have that excuse coming into it. They've kept majority of their roster, new coaching staff coming through, but they've swapped out the support player, but they are still running into some of the same mistakes, and some of the victories they've had so far doesn't really feel earned. It feels like it's their opponent that's making a mistake. So what I would like to see from Astralis is the fact that they start being the playmakers and they start being the team that drives the game forward, and specifically in the early to mid game, because they can't just rely on a good team fight in the late game to all of a sudden turn the tides.
Okay, a lot to break down there from both of these two teams, and we will get more in depth with them as well, talking about our teams and players. But before we do that, we have got a Lee Sin Jungle Challenge with Asheron and Taxa. Let's take a look.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Oh, we need to go to challenge. No?
I didn't have it anyway.
Oh.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge, and I'm together with Taxer from Astralis. We're ready to kick this off, and before we do though, how are you doing?
I'm pretty good. It's a pretty interesting challenge. I never did this before, so we'll see how it goes. Hopefully I'm not going to be the worst
Wins 158, Grandmaster.
So tell me, what is the thought
Let's go,
process
Taxa.
of making a full clear with Lee Sin, and what are you going to use?
Using my abilities to fart, on the map, use my W and flash. I think I have to go fleet, if that's the only thing that like helps on the camp. I don't know if any of this helps, probably not.
Over the heal may help, yeah.
It's a hard part. I think maybe like Nimbus Cloak is good and Absolute Focus.
Nice.
That's the only thing I could find that's like good for jungle, but I don't know.
Okay, in terms of summoner spells, why flash?
It could be Ghost, like to run fast on the map, but I think Flash is better because I can like use my ward jump as well. And like when I walk to mid lane, maybe I can use my flash.
Okay, let's see what happens and lock in, and let's move into the Summoner's Rift. Okay, the question now, get the pots, and where are you going to start though?
I think I should start red to get the red buff and then deal more damage. But I'm not sure, like I honestly don't. Maybe the other thing is better.
What is the skill you're going to start with? Because there's a big question between the E and the Q for players.
Yeah. I think without leash, if I start E, I can use my Q to get close to Crux. And then I can use my flash later. So I think I'm gonna try E, but I'm not sure what's like best. Because it's something about like if I get leash, maybe the cooldown is different and I will have Q up again, but I'll try the E. We'll see what happens. Maybe it's bad.
Everybody picks the E because of there's 1 second cooldown faster for the Tempest. Instead of the Sonic Wave. So let's see how it goes. 30 seconds away. And if you can tell me, where do you expect to be at the end of the ladder? Like, when we're done with the challenge, where do you expect yourself to find yourself?
I mean, honestly, like if some of the other players knew that this was gonna happen, maybe they like prepared some strats, but I am hoping for like middle pack. That's probably it.
Do you have a specific time in your mind that you want to achieve with the full clear?
I actually have no clue. Like, Lee Sin, I'm not sure. I don't know. Like 3:30 maybe, I don't know, man.
3:30, okay, that's a good window, and there we go. He starts on with the red, gets the double auto attack. He's going to go back to the Crocs. And where do you think you're going to use the flash though in this challenge?
I think I'm gonna flash over mid lane, then use like Nimbus Cloak speed to run faster.
After the Raptors?
Yeah, but I'm not like 100% sure.
Okay, 50, you get the Q, that's a good clear.
I already like one auto tag, I think. But it's fine. It's fine.
And the big question though is, can you get the Tempest full clear on the small ones? Everybody is attempting to do that one. It's really hard to get the second cooldown on that one. 5 seconds. If you miss one Krog, you have to go back.
Yeah, I'm just playing it safe.
Seems like a good one.
Flashing now, I think.
Instantly to get the Nimbus cloak. Okay. Full energy. Okay, one touch on every single one. That should be enough to kill them, no, Taxid?
Yeah, this is intense, man.
Okay. The damage from the knife.
Come on.
Oh, okay, close one. The hop, okay, but the cooldown though is way bigger now. Oh.
Yeah. Maybe I trolled it. I don't have attack speed now.
Oh no.
I think I trolled it. No.
Oh no, Tax. 250, by the way, you still have a long time. Ooh, the Q! Okay, it's enough to get the burn on a wolf. Are you going to do the double?
Yeah,
Are you going to do the double? But how can you pull him now? You don't have the Q.
I'm just waiting. It's fine.
Okay. Good aggro management.
Imagine if I die now. Please.
No, you cannot. It's almost done. 350 though. This seems like a good clear though. Getting low, 1 HP. Oof. 320. You're getting so low. The smite.
No.
Okay, 327.28, I think. Is your smite bugged?
Wait, I thought I had to do the crab as well, dude.
No, you don't.
Wait, really? I'm trolling then. I saved my smite for the crab.
No, Scuttle Crab ruins games. Blabber would know more than anyone else, but Taxa the Smite. I mean, okay.
I generally just feel like if anyone doesn't beat Taxa now, they should be really ashamed. He played with a handicap of not using that smite.
Maybe we put a little asterisk there, so they haven't used the second smite. Like almost like a wet lap that they have in racing. But yeah, obviously a lot of tactics coming through for that one. So kind of get your reaction. Obviously, a disappointing kind of time because the smite wasn't there. They could have shaved a few seconds off, but otherwise did pretty well, right?
Yes, and I think it's a really great content piece as well. Thank you, production, because it ties really well with what Gulbok was saying. And then we see Taxa. I feel like Taxa is the one person that I look at in Astralis to start making that early game a little bit more creative, a little bit more energetic, just give some life to Astralis, making sure that they actually have some early game, have some ganks, get Crispec ahead, get your lanes ahead. I feel like Taxa has been a little bit too passive in a lot of the games, and even though they win some of them, it's like it's a slow bleed towards late game.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, we now have the opportunity to go a little bit more in depth about these teams. Obviously, we've already spoken a little bit about Astralis. X7, Gulbok, talk to me about this team.
Oh, where do we begin?
What can we expect? What should we be looking for?
Well, it's interesting, right? Because even when we were talking with Attila last Monday, their AD carry, he was saying, like, well, he doesn't even understand himself why things are not really moving forward for them. I think it's just, once again, a team that needs to gel together. MC came through from Riddle, substitute for Haru, that then moved on to the NLC. Nata got substituted out with Attila, and then, of course, Chasey coming in the top lane instead of Jaeger. We're talking Korean coming in, so there's potential language barrier. We're talking about new systems being developed because just majority of the roster was swapped out. Only 2 remained. So maybe it's not even the same systems we're playing in any longer that, we used to have in the past in the likes of X7. I think specifically for them, they just need 1 victory to start steamrolling. The talent on this roster is absolutely exceptional. Like, we're talking about individuality at JDXL. This roster should be mentioned in the same way because they have players that can contest in every caliber for being one of the best.
But that's usually the problem with rosters that on paper look fantastic, right? The so-called super teams formed over in the LPL, over on the LEC, they usually never perform to the maximum because even though every player might be the best at their position, maybe their playstyles, maybe their champion pools, they just don't go very well together. So for example, support jungle synergy, I don't think it exists at all for X7 at this point. Mid jungle synergy, champion pools are clashing massively between MC and Temp both playing AP champions. So I'd like to see maybe somebody step down and maybe allowing MC to shine on one of his picks, because so far they've completely deprived him of them.
Okay, a team that should work on paper but doesn't. And I like what you said there about champion pools and everything, because it kind of leads us into our next part. The pick and ban are ready to go, so we will find out exactly how that plays out for these two teams. Goldberg, I'll let you kind of go on that point as well. What are we expecting to see?
Well, it's interesting because Astralis to me has had this bad dynamic where last Monday when I saw them, yes, they're a blue side, but they put a few eggs in their basket up towards the top side of the map with Carlson playing with Gwen, but he doesn't really get resources sometimes to facilitate that. I think if you want to make the game as easy as possible for Astralis to start picking up some victories, maybe you just keep it simple and you put him on a tanky champion instead. You have Chrisberg to play for, you have Keeper who can be a playmaker. Keeper to me is a very interesting support. I feel like he's been always talked about as a guy that could be on a bigger stage.
Okay.
But now he's finally got the spotlight on an academy team like Astralis Talent, and I also want to see him then, you know, really prove it at the same time.
Okay, that's interesting. A little bit of a proof in the pudding there for that player. And do you think they'll maybe try and kind of put that into their game, into their draft plan then? Is this something that we're expecting to see here, Trouble?
I have the biggest question right here,
Okay.
because I'm wondering, is Nidalee gonna get banned right here? Because if not, that is MC's most prominent champion, extremely proficient on it, and that's something that could lead him back to comfort, right? Yes, he played it on the first game of the split versus JDXL, but that was with Sloggy in the middle and they had a sub. Now Tempt is back. My big question mark here is, do you allow MC the comfort and maybe compromise someone else's comfort just to get your shot caller, your jungler, the guy who moves around the map, that sort of comfort back to him, that energy, that positivity, you know? Because I feel like if the spirits are going down by losing on something that they're not comfortable on, then that might be very problematic. Senna, of course, been locked in here. It's been permaban today. It's been something that Attila has played on the 2 wins that X7 has. Something else to look at would be Tempt Azir and MC's Viego.
Yeah, and it just sets up a real nice composition here. You can do everything with this set already. It can be the AD carry, you can let it be the support. It doesn't really reveal all too much. And that just means that Astralis going to just start by building out their own foundation here. Ezreal for Attila has been comfort for the longest time, in forever. We're not just talking about here. We're talking about just career-wise.
Talking about worlds.
Exactly.
Just forever.
A champion this guy and has been well known for to 1v9 with at times. This time they're rounding it up with a Wukong. This gives them a really solid, at least engage to come in with, and a lot of damage just from the jungler alone.
It's on Chrisberg.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but this is huge, right? We mentioned that X7 have only been getting wins on 3 comfort picks. That's Senna, Viego, Azir. These are their only 2 victories. The second Riddle took all 3 picks off of them. They lost very convincingly against them. Right here, they have the chance to yet again go with those 3 picks. They've locked in 2 out of 3 if this not goes through as well. And if it does go through, yes, then I'm expecting Astralis to at least get Tempt off of that Azir in the second ban rotation.
I wonder how now Astralis... Okay, so it's not actually not getting locked in here.
But that is mad, because X7 are just running back to comfort yet again. They're like, we only win with these 3 champions, and it's kind of mind-blowing. I'm kind of disappointed, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, so far those aren't S-tier champions on the patch, so I'm not gonna be disappointed in the fact that, you know, they're grabbing some of the strongest, if they're not being punished for it, at least in that regard. But I am curious to see then what you feel like you need to have as an immediate answer, because I was actually wondering, do you want to set Carlson up instead then, now that you have an Ezreal and Chrisberg? Pick something on 3 and then come out with a couple bans. Doesn't really seem like that's the case. They've just locked in the Ahri instead for Senkox. And you can just pick your support afterwards if that's what you're prioritizing. And we're probably going to be experiencing where Astralis will lay their pressure. I'm expecting them to put it in the top side, so come through with a support 4th pick, and then save the last one for Carlson instead, at least with an Ezreal locked in.
Okay, so whereabouts do you think these 2 teams are essentially placing their cards at the moment? Like, how are they building into this draft and into our second ban phase? What are we going to expect to see to round this one off, Trouble?
I feel so far with X7, they've done the same thing like 2 times in a row. They've won with it, these 3 main picks. It was usually about, we play a very stable game. Senna's going to come online later on. Azir is going to come online later on. We make sure that our vision is deep enough into the opponent jungle and we don't make a lot of mistakes by overextending, right? Viego's a farming champion as well. He doesn't care too much about brawling. So So far, I'm seeing an X7 that wants to be a little bit passive in the early game. On the other hand, I agree with you. It's one of the very few times that I see Crispberg on the Ezreal, which means that he's handshaking the early game to someone across the map, and it's most likely going to be Carlsen, someone known for playing the Renekton's, the Camille's, the Fioras, the playmakers towards the top side of the map. I would not be surprised to see a Camille right here to try and maybe dive into the center. You have the Ari, you have the Wukong to dive in with you, and maybe something along the lines of Nautilus even as well.
It's interesting because I feel like the ban's coming through from both of them right here with the Tom and the Seraphine into the center is some of the best bans you can come through, and also at the other side you're trying to neutralize the poke combo of Yuumi Ezreal and Yuumi Bard, which is also super annoying to play against. I feel like with an Ezreal and a Nautilus locked in like this, you're kind of just leaving Crispberg alone, and you're really looking to excel the opposite side of the map. And that can be kind of volatile now that at least Chasey is going to be on a blind pick here himself, having to go through with potentially this Nod. Then I'm just instantly thinking, okay, Camille is coming through from Carlsen if that happens.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Camille right here to instantly capitalize, or maybe something like a Jace, but I feel like Camille diving into the background with Nautilus ult, Ari ult, Wukong ult is just a match made in heaven, right? If these guys snowball, there's just so much potential right there to shut X7 down before they come online, before all their picks start scaling. And right now it also gives us a little bit of an insight on what happens once Carlsen does get the attention so far, right? Because last split, if Carlsen wasn't getting a lot of resources, he would fall behind. This split, he's held up on his own, even when he's not getting any resources from his team. But this time, I think he has a recipe for success. I'm seeing Kiba roaming the map on that Nautilus, play towards mid, unlock Senkax, go top.
But that's the thing, because I actually think the first 3 to 4 waves down in that bot lane is going to be very difficult for Keeper and Crispberg. Having a Swain and a Senna is just automatically going to make sure that Nautilus can never step up onto this wave. You can turn him in, you can start damaging him. You got the E coming through from Swain, just grasping it. You get Senna just getting stacks. It's going to be at a point where when you're moving Keeper out of the map, it's most likely going to come at the cost of tower plating. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how Astralis finds their window with this and how they get the top side ahead, because they might not even get the help of Keeper because of how much high pressure that can be in the X7 bot lane.
All right, well, a little bit of a difficult game for them. Looks like surviving and scaling versus snowballing. It could be how this one plays out. We'll, of course, find out because the game is ready to go. Over to our casters, Viperoon and Yamada.
That's us, and we are casters, and we are doing the League of Legends on the television. If you're watching on TV, probably not. I imagine it's more of a computer or phone angle. But hey, whatever you're watching on, you're welcome here. We're going to our 4th game of the day, X7 versus Astralis Talent, who are both having interesting splits so far. Astralis Talent interesting in the sense of it's looking better than it did last split. X7's looking interesting in terms of,
Yeah, that scream got me late. Yeah, I actually agree. It's kind of, you know, a tale of two
teams,
yeah.
As every game of League of Legends.
As every League of Legends game is. But, you know, there's a lot of juxtaposition to be had here, right? I feel like it's a little more positive for Astralis than maybe most were expecting. Whereas on the opposite side for X7, really struggling to consistently get the ball rolling, unfortunately. We've seen very strong games out of X7, but we've also seen many poor performances so far.
And I think something that Trouble was pointing out when she was on desk, and I think X7 have gone in a direction to fixing the problem, but in the direction that I prefer. Because she was saying, look, MC, we know how good he is on some of these AP champions. The Rumble especially is a pocket pick of his. And that Tempt is playing AP, you kind of want to maybe see Tempt sacrifice himself a little bit in order to get MC on comfort. However, I would suggest that as one of the highest performing players that we saw in spring, and as someone who has struggled this split, like going on to the Viego once again, it's a very, very powerful pick, but it also allows for that damage portfolio. And if we're talking about sacrificing a player, then maybe MC is the one who needs to be a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at the names, right, it's kind of a hard decision to be had, but yeah, I suppose so. What's...
I just got from the producer in the air, but he was so loud.
Oh, okay.
That made me jump.
Because I saw you physically like jolt, and I was like, "Are you okay?"
Our producer is so loud in my ear.
Fix it. It's on you. Fix it. Look, here you go.
Oh, how can you do that for
there
me?
you go. Now he's...
Thank you, Jamada.
Anyway, back to the game. Sorry, breaking the fourth wall a little bit. I might have just...
Well, we'll find out.
Set up a little bit more.
Exactly.
Yeah, like you say, I think definitely maybe sacrificing MC in that regard, maybe is the angle. We'll see. It's definitely a tough call. It's big shoes to fill. We've spoken about it plenty of times.
Haru is a size 14. You can't prove me wrong.
I can't.
You don't know how big Haru's feet are.
I don't want to find out. Anyway,
if you're watching NLC, you might be watching from hashtag NLC at home, and I hear that we've got a tweet. NLC at home from Villain O'Kennan. NLC game day, let's go Nuriki Esports. Well, good news for you is that Nuriki Esports have already won their game.
Yeah, I quite like your setup, friend. Yeah. I've been thinking about the vertical monitors.
I don't know about the webcam being at the top of the vertical. Actually, we're gonna have a fight though, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on this one as Attila has been caught out. MC diving forward though, looking towards Keeper. It's a 3v2. And it looks like Astrala's talent won't be able to catch anyone out today. However, they did manage to get the exhaust out of Attila.
Yeah, not so bad, but I mean, again, Kiba blows the flash. That's the more crucial summon spell. Does have Hex Flash, right? But it's more about, in most cases, starting fights, the Hex Flash. See how things continue on the bottom side and whether or not we'll get more jungle intervention. But bottom side, Skull Crab was secured by MC. Of course, also, don't forget, MC did flash.
He did,
as well.
Yes.
Seems like he will get the top side Skull, and this is a really interesting lane that I would maybe like to talk about, because I feel like, again, Swain has been a fairly underutilized pick. Has actually been seeing more, you know, attention this week.
Yeah, absolutely.
But still, very, very tempered. Senna Swain. It's a very annoying lane to kill. Very boring, yes, actually, to probably lane against, especially as the Ezreal, right? Ezreal doesn't really have a lot of, you know, kill threat. One of Swain's biggest weaknesses is, you know, having a slightly weak early game. So when he's laning into the Ezreal, he's going to just do just fine. But not only that, he also has the Senna to kind of, you know, pick up in moments where, you know, maybe Swain lacks, keeping him alive in certain moments. But not only that, they also have setup between each other. Don't forget, if Kasing lands the root...
Ooh, there we go. Going to be dragged back through. And just as you said, a lot of damage going down. But Kasing flashing forward aggressively. It might have been a mistake as Chrisberg's able to return the damage.
Yeah, I think Kasing just looking for lethal, right? Knows Chrisberg doesn't have cleanse. So if that chain CC can come in, no flash means that he would have stayed in place and maybe they can auto-attack him down. Wasn't quite the case. Can definitely admire the attempt, though, nonetheless. But you can see they have set up for each other. Crucially, if Senna also lands the route first, the pull...
everything hits.
Yeah, everything hits, right? The never move will come in.
The idea of having lockdown with someone like Ziggs that we saw a lot last season, because while his abilities might be a little bit easy to dodge if you're fully mobile, then it's not necessarily so easy. And Taxa is looking to get something going down on the bot side, of course. As we heard, he's the one who wants to get stuff going. But as we also saw, Lee Sinclair, not necessarily great. But we're going to see Kasing maybe in a little bit of trouble. Attila's going to be forced to flash away. A little bit of damage coming on through. Attila will be able to get back onto tower. Nice blocking from Kasing as Kresberg actually goes low.
Here.
And you can see that MC is making a way downtown, looking towards Kresberg potentially, but Taxa is just going to be standing in front of him. Keeper doing exactly the same thing, so a little bit of poke, but nothing more as Kresberg will walk away.
Kresberg able to get away with his life on this exchange. Definitely a little bit closer than perhaps Astralis were hoping for. Taxa, unfortunately, only had target access onto the Swain, who had flash. If he found it onto Senna, Kasing, I think, would have died for first blood. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. Tempt has had pretty stern control, firm control of mid lane priority for a majority of the early stages so far, which has definitely allowed MC to have a little more access towards the bottom side. But I have to say, Astral is doing a really good job of keeping up a vision line inside of X7's jungle. Thank you, observers, for highlighting that. You can see MC is of no information that he has just walked over a whole bunch of wards. And you can see this is going to translate into Keeper opening up towards the river. Taxa knows he's here.
Trouble, you've got to imagine, but Kasing is moving down. Will he be able to survive as Taxa is only level 5, so no ultimate available, and he will be able to move down towards bot lane because both people had reset. But the Dragon will be potentially started up by either of these teams as both of them are hanging around the neighborhood, but it's just going to be Taxa securing himself the Scuttle Crowd for the time being.
Good secure, good takedown. I think, again, just comes from that vision line, which has now just dissipated. You can see the debris. But again, Astrala's getting deep into the jungle. We'll see a control ward dropped here.
Very deep.
One of those very annoying control wards, which sometimes can last.
Back in the day, summoners.
Go ahead.
You could play Old Warwick, start Machete,
and control ward.
And a control ward. You go out into the enemy's jungle, you place that ward. and then you have vision on the entire game because you were playing in silver. No one goes into that push. But one thing that isn't silver is our community, and I hear that we've got another composition. I heard very loudly that we had another composition to bring you. So Jamada, oh no.
Oh well, Nymera might be silver. I don't know, guys.
Curb, Creox, Eminez, Attila, FGG.
I like this roster. It's not so bad.
No, it's horrible. Right, okay, no. Let me
we'll talk about it in a second. Tempt
actually will be caught out. Wasn't able to shuffle away, but will be able to flash out from the charm. And the damage coming through from Senkux. But no, let me... Oh, Tax, are you going to ruin this for me?
Flash.
Oh, no, he is going to ruin it for me.
He is.
Flash forward, going to be able to get the Cyclone. Damage coming through from Senkux. Oh, will do some work. As the Sun on the tower, as Senkux dives away. Tax gets a double knock up onto MC, but he might be a little bit too tanky to actually go down as Tempt is going to assist with the damage.
Yeah, all right, everybody walks away with their lives. Flash blown by Tax, a Flash blown by Tempt. I think the real winner could potentially be X7. They have priority in the top side. And they will be able to start this Rift Herald, but how long will they be able to stick to it? Because Kiba is in the river, alongside Taxa, and it is the presence alone just going to be able to barely force MC away, though the Herald is, I mean, it's leashed on one patience bar, so yeah, we'll get a reset.
Looks like X7 are going to hang around. Kiba is still there, but we'll back away. It looks like they're going to start up the Rift Herald once again. Chasey moving his way down, and we'll be able to assist. Taxa hanging about, doesn't have ultimate, remember, though, so he's not going to be a potent engage threat, and this should be the secure of the Rift Herald, which is going to be quite nice for X7 to secure for themselves.
Yeah, exactly, but I will say X7 picking up that Herald, not really having much of an active early game so far, you know, in terms of finding per se kills. They are probably really happy, because I think when you start to break down how these team comps are likely going to interact with one another, looking at team fights, I think a lot of Australia's composition just wants to dive in, plain and simple, right? Camille, Wukong, Norless. But the issue is they're diving into Azir, they're diving into Swain, and realistically, not only that, Kasing looks like, I'm hoping we'll start building, you know, AD items, you know, beyond, you know, the... Spectral Glaive? I always forget what
Umbral Glaive.
Umbral Glaive, thank you very much. I don't build the
Analyst, by the way.
Yeah, thank you, Analyst, by the way. But, you know, Senna will start to come online. Huh?
We haven't played the Ornament game today.
No, thankfully, because Ornn didn't even get to a point where he could give ornaments in the Veneer game. But, yeah, the issue that I'm going to start to see, I think, from Astralis is if they don't find, you know, an area of the map to snowball, which realistically in this game, that's Senkux, that's probably Carlson.
Yeah.
These members diving forward are probably going to struggle into all of the area of effect abilities that, you know, Tempt and Attila have between them on the Azir, on the Swain. And realistically, I'm not sure whether or not they'll be able to burst through the Swain if he gets fed enough. Because, you know, you're going to have the likes of the Senna, you know, healing and shielding you up just a little bit extra on top of that. To keep those members alive. And if they say, hey, let's swap targets, try and dive Kasing, well, then all of a sudden Attila and Tempt just have to play Peel for the Senna, who is fasting anyway. And then the carries are still getting damage off. So I feel like this is a bit of a lose-lose in terms of the scaling aspects for Astralis. So they're probably going to have to try and look towards the side lane. But again, the issue is they're not getting Carlson ahead. So this very passive early game, which hasn't even seen a dragon be taken yet, 11 minutes into the game, I think it's slowly just going to bite Astralis in the backside in 15 minutes time.
We'll have to see. Something that has maybe didn't get enough attention as we would have potentially wanted to.
Yes.
It's really bad. Like,
so you led into that saying, you know, our community isn't exactly silver.
Well, no, this is.
Case in point.
So...
Right, go on. What part of it do you want to take apart first? We have approximately 10 seconds before a fight kicks off.
Okay, so...
Quickly, Will.
Herb is just going to be split pushing. Eminez is going to be trying to get solo kills, but like, how when you've got that going on? I love Creox, so that's a good pickup. Attila not necessarily known for his laning dominance, and FGG not necessarily known for being in lane. I just think it's a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, you know what? I actually agree with a lot of your points. I think Attila and FGG as a lane pairing is maybe not the best idea. We're going to pull this down because...
Child's going to be... That is my job, though, so...
I've stolen it. Look at the screen, Will.
I know that they're going to... But the Astralis have left. It's going to get the tower, but like... Wow, Nar got a tower.
Yeah, Nar's got a tower, but what was we just talking about? Astralis need Carlson to be, you know, accelerated in the side lane. What has just happened?
Calm down. What more do you want?
X7 just ended the laning phase with Chasey over 40 CS up. Very problematic for Astralis. I'm not going to lie, guys. I don't...
It's not great.
It's not looking positive right now, and I just feel like, again, the scaling is just going to start to kick in, so I need to see Astralis do something soon.
Well, I'm sending lots of members mid, so they may be looking to get onto temp, but he's going to hang out under tower and just going to clear away these waves, and the rest of Astralis is going to have to move back. Remember, there's a dragon on the map, but at this stage, it's getting to the point where it's like,
you know, this is feeling a lot like Season 10 when Cloud Dragon really was Cloud Dragon.
Cared.
Like, it really was Cloud Dragon, and no one would pick it up for 15, 20 minutes. Like,
well, it's just a bit of a... we're going to have to spend 20 seconds killing this thing, and the enemy team might show up. That would be
X7.
A bit rubbish, but X7 are going to start it up. They want to just clear this out, I imagine, just to see what's next, and in all honesty, it's a free dragon. It's not the best one in the world, but it is still useful. We're going to be able to see a mountain dragon for our second, so we're likely to get something a bit more aggressive when it comes to Soul, unless it's Ocean, in which case, it's fine. I'm not really that fussed about that one, but
yeah.
Astralis, as you said, the slow game doesn't necessarily suit them. They're not too far behind.
No.
But
what I will say as well, as a bit of a, you know, anti-point to my own point.
A caveat, you might
say. A caveat. Thank you. Your English lexicon is great, William.
Thank you.
Astralis have definitely been a team historically with this roster this year that has been more times than not pretty successful late game team fighters. What?
There you go.
But I will say, especially in spring, right, it seemed like it was either the one or the other. They were either exceptionally good early game or they were exceptionally poor in the late game. And it was a trade-off between the two. They were either poor in the early game, strong in the late game, and vice versa. Right now, again, with nothing really going on, yes, you know, the game is relatively even in terms of items, right? Yes, currently in the gold department, they are down over 1,000 gold. But right now, they are equal. They are at parity in items. Champion strength, maybe a different discussion to have. But right now, I still need to see something from the Astralis lineup, because X7 will sit here and just happily farm it out, happily get to item breakpoints, and then eventually just out-team fight, because I think their composition is significantly stronger.
Chasing to go in, managed to get the stun, a little bit of damage to Carson. I don't think there's that much kill pressure from the Nart in this situation, but he is still going to throw a couple of rocks. But I want to say that Attila in this game, and someone that we've criticized a little bit for his lane phase alongside Kasing so far this season, has been exceptionally disciplined on this Swain. He's fallen a little bit further behind. It's Carson actually going to look to get onto Chasey, who is in small boy form, trying to dive away. We'll be able to get away looking for it, but flash from Carson secures the first blood.
Now it's 500 gold going into Carlson's back pocket, and again, this is kind of what we need from Astralis, but more in a coordinated fashion. This was Chasey just getting a little bit, you know, over-eager to try and find something, and Carlson punishes in this particular instance. We'll see what Carlson can do with this gold that is funneled back into him. Of course, Chasey did have a lead on him. Thank you, observers, reading my mind. Still 1,000 gold down, though. He was 1.5k gold down, picks up a 500 gold kill, and he's still 1k down. He is not in the best of positions. And like you said, really disciplined from the bottom side, from Attila and Kasing. And I feel like the lane itself kind of lends to that.
Yes.
I think particularly seeing the Ezreal, and I'm pretty sure he saw the Nautilus as well. Picking the Swain in that situation, he just kind of knows when he's got the center as the laning partner, there shouldn't really be any kill threat, you know, beyond effectively the sort of level 4, 5. You really have to be overstepping, and Discipline comes into that. Flash was burned by Kasing. I heard the noise. Seems like Kiba was looking for a dredge line, and Taxa was on his way, so just reads the situation. Even backs away from the tower, and they're losing the bottom side tower, so finding a little bit of proactivity, right? Yes. Astralis are now pushing their numbers down towards the bottom side, and the fog of war pressure, if we could maybe zoom out and toggle to X7 vision, it's pretty much just darkness for X7, so they're just respecting the map. So Astralis will pick up this tower in response, but the issue is, towards the top side of the map, what's going on? It's the Rift Herald. So, you know, again, it's cross-mapped by X7, and they'll have the opportunity to either give this to Chasey, they'll have the opportunity to maybe give this towards the mid lane, or realistically, off the back of a team fight, which could break out in 90 seconds time over this dragon, use it to potentially push either tempo advantage or just push a lead off the back of a one team fight.
True. This is the question, though, because we're in a bit of a weird situation in terms of dragons. This is the second dragon coming up around where the third dragon usually occurs.
Yes.
Could we see a third dragon fight?
Oh, now, yeah.
Just because the champions are in that same kind of position that they'd usually be in. So is it a case of teams take that fight because of the dragon, or do they take the fight because it's where they're both feeling confident to do so.
If I'm Astralis, I'm in the mindset of we need to find the lead fast. Because again, I feel like team fights,
Although Keeper's being found out, a lot of damage. He's going to flash away. MC's going to go over the wall as well, but needs to be careful because Taxer and Sengox are in the wings. But he's going to be able to just move back away.
Yeah, I just feel like the fact that Astralis have such a short-range composition in practice, right? Because you know they do have Ari and Ezreal, which they have some long-range abilities, but in practice they are probably going to function as a short-range team comp outside, you know, away from Ezreal.
Yes.
They kind of just have top to bottom X7 answers to all of these issues. They have anti-dive champs. We'll see how it works out.
Camille drives onto Kasing, so much damage coming on through. He's going to be deleted as Axel looks to break up the fight. Will be able to knock up MC, calling the ultimatum as well. He falls as Chasey moves forward, trying to get large, trying to get mega. Will be able to do so, but will he be able to find anything off the back of it? Temp puts up the tower. The remnants of Shurima are here, but Astralis have already got 2 kills and they've already left.
Yeah, all right. I mean, Astralis just capitalize on X7, stepping a little bit too far forward there. They pick up 2 kills for themselves, and it looks like they're leaving at the Dragon. So, again, I was about to say, but they beat me to the point. If I'm Astralis, I'm thinking I need to go right now, find a pick, like we just saw underneath that tier 1 tower, and then hopefully get the Dragon themselves. There's Hex, Soul, Gates on the map.
Yes.
We'll get a replay of this, and yeah, again, flash forward from Sengox, Carlson as well, hook shot onto Kasing, and that's what I was talking about, right? Kasing is a very vulnerable target, but imagine if X7 are actually in formation, right?
Yeah.
Yazir and the Senna are on top of each other. All of a sudden, Camille just gets shuffled off the backline, and Senna probably lives. All of the anti-diving tools are there. They weren't all in uniform in this instance, and that's when Astralis have to strike. It's when they struck just now in that replay, and they have to continue to try and find these windows. Otherwise, I feel like this game is going to be very, very difficult, like I've been echoing for a little while now. But they have to lean on Carlson, who, I mean, we've been very critical of. I feel like rightfully so, hasn't always been able to show up for a little while, but finds himself 201 on the Camille, 151 CS, working towards that second item in a game where I feel like he is going to be the keystone for success here for Astralis, in my opinion.
I think so. And I think the fact that he's got 2 out of 3 of their kills in the assist and the other one does show that where Astralis have been playing to that game plan that you've wanted to see, he's been involved in that in quite a big way, but it's a question of whether Astralis talent have been doing their game plan or doing what they need to do enough, and the Charmer landing here will be a part of that. Kasing caught out once again as Attila takes a little bit of poke, but shouldn't really go down. But Sengo's moving forward. Attila's forced to flash and ult. He felt like he needed that one to survive, and Astralis talent will be able to break through, looking towards MC now. As X7 a lot of damage as Chrisberg secures the kill. X7.
All the time, I feel like the health bars aren't high enough, and Astralis don't have the damage to do the Baron. But boy, that is that's an interesting one from X7. Kasing just not quite respecting the possibility of that play occurring, and then yeah, MC. Maybe the calls were just mixed on whether or not they really wanted to defend that tower. Gives up his life for free, just an additional kill on gold over to Astralis. And what's kind of sad is even though they have all of these kills,
yes,
they are still dead even. Actually, they're slightly behind in gold. And when you take a look at the inventories, you know, Chrisberg is approaching his item spike, right? That crucial, you know, Triforce into Muramana spike is on its way. Swain is going to be a little whiles away from 2 items. And that could maybe be a bit of a breaking point. If Carlson can also hit 2 items, then they try and fight on that. But the issue is Tempt actually has a Banshee's Veil, which I'm not sure how much I like that in this game. You're against an Ezreal, which can pop it quite easily. Interesting choice, but...
is it good to avoid the initial engage potential for someone like the Camille, potentially?
I don't even... not particularly. I mean, it can be, yeah, it can definitely work. It stops from, you know, it stops Kiba from maybe... Wait, did Chasey steal that? Oh, no.
No, I was just like...
yeah, it stops, like, Kiba flash engaging maybe at best, but, like, I'm not sure how much value you'll get.
He goes unstoppable, but needs to be a little bit careful as fight breaks out. Taxer in the backline. Managing to slip away. No one goes down in that fight, but I feel like a couple of people probably should have.
Yeah, definitely Kiba and MC limping away from that. But the key thing is Astralis, Carlson was able to take down that topside tower. Chasey, ooh, Nice
Very
sidestep.
clean,
Yeah, like that. Picks up the tower for himself. Can I get a toggle on the gold? Because we have to talk about how close people might be to item spikes. Carlson is nowhere near that second item, unfortunately. And that was the crucial thing I was looking at. Attila, I think, if he had teleport, could farm out this wave and then go back for Zhonya's, but unfortunately he doesn't. So we'll see whether or not he'll have the time after this wave to do so, because he does have a Fiendish Codex, so I expect he will want to reset.
With that teleport? Is that Dragon?
Yes. So I'm expecting him to go back, pick up his Zhonya's. So let's swap back over to the items and try and get a track of where everyone sits moving into this Dragon fight, because again, this is maybe the one break point where I feel like Astralis can fight on very what I would consider even terms. Because beyond this, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult, pending X7 don't grief their positioning, which they've been doing a little bit, and Astralis have been doing a great job of capitalizing. So let's see how things go. 20 seconds away from this Dragon. It's Astralis with control in the river.
There's the Zhonya's.
There's the Zhonya's. 2 items as well for Senkarks. Has his own Zhonya's too, so can dodge out on a couple of key spells potentially. Let's see how this goes. It's X7 that have to check in, but they do have frontliners, so let's see.
They're hanging around in mid lane, though. They just want to keep control over this area. The Ezreal will be thrown down from Chrisberg just to thin out health bars a slight tad, but won't be able to do too much. As Chasey trying to get towards that large Gnar situation. And then MC throwing forward, just threatening as they're actually looking to get some damage on the mid lane tower. We'll be able to get it to about half health, just under, maybe a third there.
All right, I think X7 are going to have to give this one up, though. I think Astralis have too much control of the river, and quite frankly, it seems like X7 are not willing
contest, which might actually be smart for them, because again, you've been saying all along it's Astralis that needs to be the ones putting the pedal to the metal, and while their kills are looking good, the gold is still dead even.
Yeah, and this is the ramification of that Dragon not being taken super early.
Yes.
Because now we are at a point in the game, very rarely do we see this, where we only had 3 Dragons taken at almost 25 minutes. So no soul, the earliest soul will be effectively at like 35 if we're going to be realistic. Team fights have to occur, things like that. So we'll see how long it takes for the potential soul to spawn up. But for now, Astralis, you know, the game is dead even, right? Let's not take away from it. Obviously, I will hound on things like game state and how I feel things look.
Icky picky.
Icky picky, yes. Picky picky.
But you know what? You've got agreement with our analysts back in the analyst room. The momentum meter is showing that the game is dead even in their view as well.
Yeah, because all it does take is one successful fight for Astralis right now, and they can take a lead. Let's not...
Of course.
Let's not mince our words.
But at the same time, if X7 take a team fight...
I think it's far more impressive if they win a team fight.
You think so?
Yeah. Because again, if the answers... Oh, Chris Berg shifting forward there. If the answers for X7 are significantly stronger than Astralis, then if X7 start to gain a lead, realistically, in theory, it should be harder for Astralis to come back into it. And again, like we spoke about, a lot of how we're expecting the composition in a team fight setting to work, which we haven't seen too much of. This has been a very slow game. Diving team fights from Carlson, from Taxa, even from Kiba. But again, all of these anti-diving tools, the Swain AoE, Azir existing as a champion, even Senna to a degree, right? Even though she is a very easy target in theory to take down, having the likes of the Azir and the Swain near her or around her to ensure that she doesn't just kind of get one shot freely are the kind of things that will make team fighting for Astralis very difficult. So it's about that high-value target selection.
Hold up, MC is behind enemy lines right now.
Well, he's not exactly behind anyone geographically.
Yeah, but he was aggressively placed, and I don't know if he wants to be there when Kiba is sniffing around guarding his jungle, but X7 just, again, they're not really... Oh, I don't know, Tempt actually might be in trouble here. Taxa could look to dive forward, breaking that Banshees and getting the knock-up. You've got support MC Kasing coming up river, maybe looking towards Taxa. That could have been a huge bait as the snare will land, rooting up Wukong. As Taxa tries to flail away, will be able to do so. MC's actually burning kind of low. The Ezreal ultimate goes wide this time around, but Kiba will be coming up alongside Chrisberg, looking to catch on, won't be able to do so. Attila is now here. Can he land the claw? Can Tempt find anything? No, he can't this time around. As Kiba gonna put up the depth charge, knocks up 2. That's a deep damage on the Tempt. The damage coming through though as Tempt goes first, get on the fight in the turnaround. X7 will stand strong for now. Carlson decides not to dive in as Attila pops his ultimate just to dissuade any re-engagement. Senkarks still looking for one, however, won't be able to land the poke required to make this one work. X7 on the board, but they're forced to back away.
They're forced to back away. They pick up their kill onto Kiba. Unfortunately, just dives a little bit too far forward.
Taxa? Yeah, don't do that, buddy.
Very close, but Astralis left a kill down. X7 will happily, at the very least, reap the benefits of that team fight. But again, the ramifications of that on the game, yeah, just kind of minimal. So here we are with a replay of a fight which realistically could have broke out a lot heavier than it did.
Yes.
We'll say that. Taxa goes in, breaks the Banshee's Veil. Not really sure how much follow-up he could have had realistically.
I mean, Zangox was around, but that was about it, really.
It's just too far, I think. And MC does dive in with the Heartbreaker, with the flash as well, in an attempt to take down Taxa. Doesn't find it, and then Kiba and Chrisberg come up here, have to flash away, shift away as well from the potential of that shuffle. Tempt does get locked down, but again, it's just Kiba who gets locked up by Chasey.
Very, very nice to prevent a lot of damage coming down from Chrisberg, because if the first kill of the fight in that one went over to Astralis, I think it's going to look very, very different in terms of how much was gained. But as it stands, the answer to the question was,
yeah. And again, I will continue to say, I feel like the game state is not particularly the best for Astralis, but as things go on, we will start to see, you know, much like League of Legends is, an execution-based game where it can just take a team fight. For now, I feel like X7 do have more cards in their hand to work with. But if Astralis can find the winning hand, that's all it really takes.
You only need 2 cards for blackjack, baby.
Exactly. As X7, they're going to take this mid lane tier 1. They're going to have access to the river first. But take a look at Carlson on the minimap, actually. I think he's unseen. He might.
Kasi is all alone. He's going to be able to get back towards his team, though. And Kasi has been the one that's been the priority target, the victim of a lot of these plays. You can see by his scoreline has died twice. MC also doing the same, but is a little bit tanky, a little bit hard to catch out, especially now when he's got his ultimate available. On the top side, Sengox is just split pushing.
Take a look at the minimap. I mean, so Astralis, in this instance, just saying, okay, 2 dragons, we don't really care. So we're going to take the dragons instead. With Tower will die. Did he get the... He did get the local gold, right? I think
so, yes.
I hope so. Otherwise, that's a lot of gold to miss out on, Sandy, but I'm pretty sure he hit it anyway, so...
He did, yeah.
Well, he did hit it, so...
He was still for gold. If he wasn't hitting it, he's doing something very wrong. But our camera wasn't there. We've got to assume that Sengox was doing his job properly. In farm, though, interestingly, something I've just noticed, Tempt has been doing the last hitting.
Yeah, he's doing a... What was it? Who was it back in the day? It was Froggen and Who. Mostly Froggen, to be fair. You just take the chicken camps and the wolves.
Oh, I do remember Froggen just turning and just Anivia ulting the chickens and his jungle just being like, okay, that's cool. No, yeah, no worries.
His jungle would be like, a crumb of jungle camp, please.
Please, sir. Just one chicken. No.
But,
so he needs to be careful. The positioning from X7 has been, to put it
on occasion
a
suspect.
Bit sus.
Yes, on occasion suspect. I'm glad that we went the same way with that. I mean, again, it's about the windows for Astralis. If they can find them when they're open, they have to take them. And if they don't, this game is going to be difficult. It has been slow. We've had 6 kills in 30 minutes. That feels... This is LCK levels of slow, actually. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
I don't like it.
Because the worst part about this is that we are going to end up... I'm just going to call it right now.
Okay.
Okay, wait.
That's fine. MC was just thinking about it, but he heard you wanted to... He heard you had something to say.
He heard I had something to say. I feel like we're going to see a team fight in approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe even 3 to 5, I'll say.
So 34 to 37.
Yeah. And the team who wins is going to get Baron, and then the team that gets Baron is potentially just going to end off the back of it. I feel like we're just going to see a really, like, you know, a Mayweather-type victory.
You're saying game ends at like 38, 39.
Yeah, just... Okay. It's either that, or we're here for the next 30 minutes. And I don't know how I feel about that, Will.
I hope not.
I kind of hope not as well, but I don't know, frankly. See, this is the thing. We actually came with talking points, but the game has been so slow, we have unfortunately exhausted them.
Oh, it's a new one!
Totally unplanned. We were probably going to flame Nymera, but...
Oh, no, we definitely were going to flame Nymera, but Akamask been caught in the crossfire, I'm sorry. Kryze, Linker, Senkux, Venza, Kiba.
You know what? I mean, hold on. Wait. Senkux and Kiba are in the same...
You're bottom. You're bottom with...
oh, boy. Yeah, that's a failure.
Singularity official account.
Aka Mask, a.k.a. Mask, that's a failure right there. That's unfortunate as a...
Oh, they're going to kick off that fight, MC.
They're just going to walk away from each other.
Someone giggling to yourself on the side. I'm going to have some water. Oh! No, I'm going to have some water if you want to just like cover.
Yeah, I'll cover you, sure.
Mike, that's cool.
X7. Senkux could have actually caught somebody out there, but wasn't able to find the mark because looking towards Senkux, but again, that Visions of Empire is just not going to land. Senkux will walk away very happily towards no. X7 are bored. X7 are bored. They're bored. They're bored. It's the only answer.
MC, you are half.
Oh, wait, Crispo based as well, actually.
Oh, the ultimate coming through from Ezreal is going to hit everyone but MC as he's able to dive away from this one. But Carlson's on the back, and this is
a throw, surely.
This is crazy. The ultimates come through. The layering. What's going on? It's a disaster from the team, but Attila on the side. It's burning through. I don't think he stands.
MC, he's dead! He's dead!
Okay. You were like 30 seconds too slow on that one, but they got the Baron, they got the team fight. Now do they get the end?
You can't make this up. The only explanation is X7 were just bored. I don't know what else to say. They just thought, all right, I'm just going to damage check the Baron, but they commit too hard. And Tax is able to get in over the wall. Carlson has a flank angle, and it's just carnage in the pit. They blow up Kasing immediately, and as soon as he's gone, there is no more sustain. But everybody is being shredded by the Baron. MC has to exit the back of the pit. The Nar's great, but guess what? Everyone else is dead. Oh, man, I don't know what to say about this one. Normally, I feel like I would be a lot more harsh, a little more critical, but I just... I just...
Okay. Okay.
I don't know what to say.
For those of you wondering, there is more League of Legends to happen after this. We've got Dusty Singularity to close out the day, so stay tuned with us. And it looks like base has been cracked open. Astralis Talent looking to step forward. MC also looking to step forward, but I mean, 4,500 gold to the good for Astralis Talent now. That's a good position to be in. And they've broken open the base.
Yeah.
How do they mess it up? I've seen this before.
I think they change target and they don't dive Kasing anymore. I think that's how they mess it up. I think they try and dive tempt, right?
Okay. And he's just gonna shuffle them.
And he's just gonna shuffle them, or like Chasey is just gonna like find a 4-man Mega Gnarl. Just randomly. Okay, I need a second to breathe.
Okay, well, we're gonna have a team fight anyway. Oh, no, we're not. They missed everything. So it's just gonna be the inhibitor taken down, but that's the base broken open, which is pretty nice to see. And X7 needs to be careful. MC scrapping forward. I don't know about this one, MC, honestly. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. He does manage to get away, which is quite nice. And Astralis is just going to be able to back off and go towards this dragon, setting themselves up for Soul Point, ladies and gentlemen, at the ripe old 41-minute mark. And that's if X7 don't get the dragon.
In Season 11, 41 minutes would be the second Elder Spawn, probably.
Like 2 weeks ago, this game would be done.
Yep. Yeah, it would.
12.10, everybody.
Whew, it is.
Actually, no. Let's not blame 12.10. Let's blame Astralis Talent.
No, let's blame 12.10. I feel like that is a pretty solid scapegoat here. Will, I really do think it is. I feel like it has slowed down the meta a lot. Teams up.
Oh, Chasey might be caught out, gets the Gnar, but doesn't get the stun. Crucially, in Astralis Talent are the ones collapsing. That's a teleport committed though, and the Gnar's just gonna wander away.
Okay.
No one can see you nodding.
No one can see me, but I am
like
I don't know what else to say. Senkux closes teleport, and the rest of X7 are able to escape. This is a game, Will. And you know, I don't know if I can handle a Singularity game after this.
It's Dusty as well as
Let's see what Astralis can do. Because right now, if there's anything we can, right. narrative time.
Okay.
If there's one thing we can say about Astralis, we have been wanting a consistent game.
We have.
I think this falls under those parameters, in all fairness.
If they win.
If they win.
If they lose.
If they lose, then the story continues. And they continue to be shaky, and X7 are the comeback kings of, well, actually, realistically, they're not of today.
Do you know what? I'm just going to come out and say it. No one deserves to win this game.
I don't know about that yet.
No, I do. I do.
Yeah. What do you want to talk about, William?
If you could be...
Okay.
Okay, no, okay. So,
I know it's bad when we're doing the if you could
be... $1 million.
Oh my god, on Div 1.
But...
All right.
All of your clothing starts the day very slightly wet.
That's annoying.
It is. It's like damp. Like you've been
so
on a beach
I wake up.
seafoam.
I wake up and it's like, oh no.
It's not salty, but it's like it's slightly damp. Just all of your clothing.
$1 million?
$1 million.
For the rest of my life?
Yeah, for the rest of your life.
Oh, that's gonna be annoying when I'm old.
You could go back. You could go buy clothes, and the new clothes will be dry. Anything that you own at the start of the day is moist.
Okay, I think I'm sleeping with no clothes. I think that's the,
that's
the first strategy and workaround.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I don't know. How long do they stay damp?
Well, it's
I need some parameters.
So I mean, it depends. If you like, there's an Ezreal ult.
Do you know it's bad when our observers are following Ezreal from start to finish?
It depends how the clothing's laid out. Because if it's all folded in your wardrobe, that's gonna be bad, right? That's gonna take a while. But if it's hung up, like you can like hair dryer it pretty quickly.
Okay. That's electricity bills, man.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Electricity is expensive these days.
No, you got $1 million.
Oh, I do have $1 million. That's a great point. You know, I'll take that. Yeah, I think that's cool.
Okay, $1 million, but you can never wear the same pair of socks twice.
Nah.
There is the sandal tech.
Nah, I like socks. No, and feet stink if you don't put socks on and you put shoes on.
No, but you just wear sandals.
Nah, Oh, okay. Hey, look at this. This is something of import.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do it up the Baron. It looks like X7 is not going to be in a position to contest this one.
No, this is Astralis. This is Astralis through and through. The question is, what will X7 do about it on the follow-up? The answer is nothing. So, okay. What's the question again?
So, $1 million, but you can never wear the same pair of socks twice.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I could do that. Like, $1 million is a lot of money, but I don't think I could. Yeah, same pair of socks.
Now, there's like a thing where I remember hearing this on like an old podcast long ago, and I 100%, this resonates with me. I want to get to the point where I'm rich enough that I can buy fresh socks and just wear fresh socks every day. Because that's like, fresh socks are good. Like, you put those socks on for the first time.
You know what? Those first time socks. Like,
imagine you're rich enough you could do that every day of your life. You just have that feeling.
You know what? I like that. That you know what? Yeah. Screw it. I'll take that.
I talked you into it.
Yeah,
I like that a lot.
Yeah, you've talked me into that. I like the idea of that. Now,
it's gonna be Dragon Soul.
Dragon Soul is on the table, on the horizon for Astralis here, and they have the Baron buff, and they also have priority around the entirety of the
I haven't really been looking at my screen, and not much has actually happened.
Yeah, I wonder why.
If Astralis take this Dragon, they've got Baron, they've got Dragon Soul. You've got to imagine that has to be it.
Yes, if they win this team fight, they will end the game.
What happens if X7 win this team fight?
We're here for another 10 minutes, Will, and I don't know if my mental can sustain it.
Okay, well, Attila's going for a flankenzy. Won't be able to find anything, though. As Kiba's going over the side as well, though. This could be dangerous as he dives away. But Chasey's in the middle of the fight, not gone large yet, but does have half the bar filled up. Dragon's going to be joining on the side of X7 as well. As Kiba goes forward, manages to find Kasing. That's a huge knockup coming through, and layer upon layer is utilized. They're going to be able to hold out a second longer with Attila. Chasey's still there as well, but a lot of damage dealers are already dead. Teleport coming through. It looks like Astralis Talent want this one done just as much as we do. Carlson breaks into the base. Baron is secured. The ace is secured. And Astralis Talent, they win the marathon and they'll take down X7 Esports.
Are you ready for the narrative, Will? It was slow, it was calculated, and it was not quite concise.
You Kings, he was only 17, everybody, as Astralis Talent will win the matchup.
Just let the music play. Okay. Just let the music play. X7, you know, I have to say, I really did like their draft. I feel like all they had to do was sit there.
Well, they did.
And sit there and wait. They just had to sit there and wait. Unfortunately,
this signs I am now officially concerned about X7 Esports.
Yes, actually,
Before
I
it was
totally
kind
agree.
of a variance. Team needs to bed in. MC's in a very different environment, different champ pools.
Now we start to worry.
Not good.
Yeah, no, now we start to worry. Yeah, lots to talk about. I think the analyst desk will probably break it down better than we could after having to experience that. So I'm going to do your job and just toss it to Bryce and the gang.
Thank you very much. Yes, a lot to break down. There are casters not the most enthused about how that game actually ended up playing out. So let's get our first kind of reactions on... Godbot, you're giving me a look there, and I have to ask what that mind is calculating.
Well, first off, I think I was the only one who put in the prediction document that Astralis was going to take.
Yeah, but why? Because you have an obligation from last split because you lost a bet with their coach.
But that's beyond the point. Either way, I am having just a lot of watching that game. I think I had just as much a breakdown as Jamana had here, and so it almost feels too distant away to know what happened these 45 minutes ago before this game ended. But I feel like that this game should have been harder from Astralis than it was, and it was an X7 that got the bot lane going, pressured out Keeper, and the Astral Keeper didn't make a movement on the map. Herald the top. You can say about that what you want to, but then when the top lane is long, then all of a sudden Chasey gets solo killed. And that's why it starts to get wrong. Now all of a sudden Astralis gets back into it, and the game gets a little too close, and then nothing happens, and they can scale. And then after that, it just seems like X7 is the one making the move when they don't have to, and that just really dooms everything.
I'm speechless. I am disappointed. I am speechless. And I think at this point, obviously it's not the time to start pointing fingers, but that was a composition from X7 that was built through comfort. Viego, Senna, Azir, these other comfort
like
picks.
the draft.
These are the 3 picks that they've actually won on. These are the only 3 picks that have been consistent that they've won on. Once they got off the picks, they lost the game. Back on the picks means to me that the team is just not feeling comfortable together. They have to play these champions to feel good on the Rift. It did not show. I think the breakdown that the guys had on the desk, I think pretty much summarized what was happening with X7. It's like you have a draft that's winning here. You can go literally 100 minutes into the game and you will outscale, but you just get bored and thrown a Baron.
Literally, we are sitting in the green room, we're watching the game, we're watching Astralis, and we're kind of going like, well, it doesn't really seem like they want to do much here. And then all of a sudden, X7 does this.
Like, screw it.
Astralis was never going to start this one up. And they just get pincered. You have one from Top River, one from Baron Pit, one coming in with Carlson here. You are literally just completely getting flank pincer move. There's no room for you to play, and despite like a really good Meganar who's coming through, there is no one to follow up. The fight is split, your teammates are dying left, right, and center, and I have no idea what justified this call. Like, I am baffled that this play has happened, and from a team of the caliber of X7 with their players too. It's actually quite mind-boggling.
Well, we'll get a chance to ask him in a little bit, but yeah, it did seem to kind of be things, like you said before, right? Comfortable with the picks. X7 should have been in probably the most confident mode going into this game. And then we see things like that. We see them going behind as well. And you're like, well, what's going wrong? What do you think is happening in the X7 camp that mistakes are being made? They're not playing to what we say is their best ability.
I just have to say, we keep saying go back to the drawing board. It's a new patch, but like the guys said on the desk as well, let's hope 12-11 will just make it better for them, right? Maybe MC back on his carries, tower dives are easier to execute, maybe a Nidalee renekton towards the tops of the map, Nidalee Camille, like anything that will get them rolling. You know, Chasey is a great AD player, playing carries over the tops of the map. Like, for the love of God, like put MC something that he feels comfortable on and just get the ball rolling that way, because I think it just suffocates the players at this point.
That's all it comes down to. This is a worrying trend now.
Okay, all right, worrying trend. Well, away from the negative of X7 and on to the positive, because fortunately we can now jump to an interview with Astralis Keeper on the line with us now, and we have questions, but congratulations on the win first of all. A kind of an interesting win over the other team as well. You gave them away in their draft, you gave them all their comfort picks. Didn't seem to bother you at all.
I mean, they're not really good on it, so...
Okay, going straight with the fire. Was that always part of the game plan then, to just play your own game and not really worry about what the other team were doing?
Yeah, it was pretty simple. Like, we talked about the Senna, of course. We didn't really see it as a big threat because it doesn't seem like they play a lot of time Kench, and that's like what we think the only good combo. So we didn't really care that much. And we got the Israel, so we were being chilling.
So I've also asked Chrisberg that question, but Kiba, I feel like your addition in the team has brought sort of like a new flair in the bot lane for Astralis. So how have you seen your synergy so far with Chrisberg in lane, but also out of lane?
I think Chris is really good at putting me on like a leash, so I don't go too monkey mode, because I have tendencies to do that a lot. That's also why you see me on Renato all the time, because coach is scared that I run it down. So it's just to put me on a leash. But I think in lane also give Chris a little bit of like aggression, I guess, or like more proactive ideas. So we match well together because it's like a mix of aggression and more calculated type of play. So yeah, complement each other well.
Okay, I have to ask, and this we take it out of the game here. I have to go a little bit in there first. Had you said to me 3 years ago that you're going to be playing for Astralis Talent, I would probably have laughed in your face and said that is never, ever gonna happen. So I kind of want to get your point of view on it. Like, what has this journey been like for you? Like, just looking back from when you started out, struggled to get a few teams, and then moving up to now. And then what's your goals now being on Astralis Talent?
First of all, I think I'm very lucky. That's like the first thing. I think I'm very lucky and I'm very thankful for the opportunity I got. That's also why I want to make sure I make the most out of it. So yeah, that's the first thing. Yeah, I'm just really lucky, and in general, I'm thinking of obviously EU Masters. That's obviously like the long-term goal, but take it game by game, pretty much. Was there more to the question? Sorry, based out.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry, man.
Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Sky's the limit.
Okay, kind of a final question from me then as well here. So I'm not the expert here at the NLC by any stretch of the imagination, but I've heard from the rest of the talent, and I'll drop them in this here, that they don't consider it a very clean game. There maybe were too many mistakes. What exactly is Astralis going to be working on coming out of this? And what do you think the team really needs to focus on to make that next step?
I think a lot of the times this game, well, our early game is pretty bad. First of all, let's get that out of the way. Our second issue is mid game. We don't. I mean, a lot of the times this game, if you guys also like saw it, we're like at the right place at the right time. We're just too scared to go in when enemies are just griefing, because we think, oh, surely only steps up because his whole team is behind him. But in reality, that's not the case. So yeah, I mean that's like probably the biggest issue. Like versus M&M, we played like, oh my god, that was so disturbing. Like we the last 2 days we've just been like yesterday's scrim. Our coach just said, guys, just if you go in, I don't care if you go 0-50, just please go in. And yesterday's scrim I went 0-16 as well, right? Like it's just
it worked.
Well, he did take his coach's word for it, right? He's like, go in, I don't care if you go 0-50, 0-16. Yeah. Sounds good.
But yeah, honestly, we still have a lot to work on. Like we're so bad, but other teams are just as bad. So maybe we could keep finessing some wins. Who knows? Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you for joining us here on the NLC. It's been a pleasure. Oh, go on.
I have one last thing.
Go for it.
To Nias, the coach of X7, if you talk to talk, you also got to walk the walk, bro. That's it.
Strong words then to end on. Thank you so much for joining us here as well. And It looks like maybe some positive feelings coming out of it, but obviously very well aware of the mistakes they have been making.
I mean, I think we've been talking about this for Astralis for the longest time now. We're like, just more proactivity. Like, this guy's running down the lane. Your jungler is right there, you know, ganking. But a lot of the times, you go into these mind games where you're like, surely this guy's not griefing. Surely he's not running it down on his own. Well, he is. Just gank him and get ahead, you know. And even in this game, it felt like even though X7 were making the mistakes, that were overextending, that were all alone, they were too careful to pull the trigger, even though they had all the tools with like a Wukong and everything else.
But I can appreciate the fact that the coach is losing his mind as well. I mean, fair enough. I mean, obviously, he's got the same frustrations as we do, that there's a lack of proactivity.
Hey,
so...
Kiba listened, he went 0-16, he said.
So, exactly. I feel like if you're too scared to pull the trigger, fair enough, if you jump too far then afterwards, then you can learn how to minimize these steps.
Yeah.
But it's better going out too far than never going out at all.
Oh, I like that. Okay, so they're making a mistake by trying not to make mistakes and essentially a little bit more aggressive.
And that's why you have the scrims.
That is why you have the scrims. It goes 0-16. I can do that. Anyway, we have to talk about how that has affected our standings. Obviously, a win for Astralis and a loss there for X7. Trouble, is anything on this kind of caught your eye now?
Yeah, it has to be X7 again. It's just a bummer. Like the guys who we hyped up to win EU Masters, it felt like you took one piece out of the equation and the team is sort of falling apart, right? But again, obviously, one of the big surprises is Astralis. I love seeing them up there. Kubok, you hyped them up in your power rankings. Last split, they disappointed. I feel like right now they're coming in, and yes, they're playing a very slow, bleeding out game, but at least they have identified what the issues are. Yes, we're winning, but we want to win faster. Maybe 12-11 is the patch with a little bit more proactivity allowed in the early game.
I mean, this splitter didn't hype them up at all, so apparently that's what working.
You didn't jinx them then.
Apparently,
Yeah.
last split I was a hype guy. This time around there, I've done that.
Fair enough. Well, we'll have to find out what works in the end. But speaking of working, some things work better on social media than others. It is time for our NLC social class and the best that the Twitter sphere has to offer. I am going to lean a little bit on my experts here for this one, for some context, being kind of new to this area as well, but I believe we can take a look at our NLC social clash and find out the best tweets we have seen so far.
So basically what's happening here is just that we're kind of just raiding esport organization who's doing some nice social media, and it's just really us playing a psychological game of them, forcing them to step up their game. So the orcs that's not really putting the effort into it, you know, we can smash them a little bit. And for the orcs that are putting the effort into it, we give them some cookies.
I love that. I love that. Make sure the orgs do the work. All right. I believe coming in third place, we are going to have just 1 point here, but it will be Riddle who come away with this meme asking, is that enough towers for you?
So context is that first off, Riddle started some trash talk, and then X7 came through and said, yeah, but you didn't kill a single tower in a quote retweet. And now Riddle against X7 gets to tweet this at them, taking down their Nexus. So
I guess you don't care about towers when the Nexus explodes, right?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you something. Always a little bit of payback when you go.
Stop hitting them. They're already dead. Stop.
So that gets 1 point. It seems like the easy comeback, as I've been assured by our
that was
social
a 1
media.
point.
That was the 1 point. That was in third place.
That hurt me.
We're set up well for some.
Yeah.
We are set up quite nicely. It does mean we can move on to our second place. I believe this is 3 points.
It's the Torok.
And this talk's obviously coming through about coaching Venza isn't stressful at all.
He looks at his best there. That's prime Torok.
Okay, so remember how Kiba came out and he was like, guys, please play a little bit more aggressive. I don't care if you die 50 times. I think Torok is like the opposite of it. He's like, Venzer, please stop dying level 3 and 4 50 times.
Maybe that's how you fix it. You really just swap Chris Berg for Venza, and all of a sudden you got the 2 best teams in the world.
Oh.
Yeah.
Power move?
Well, I tell you something. If it's aging while winning, I'd like to see what happens when you
Like
start
fine
losing.
wine.
I'd try to see what happens when you start losing.
Well.
We have a lot more aging going on as well. But that was our second place here on the NLC Social Class. That does mean we have a #1 placement. We'll get 5 points to wrap this one up. So, who is it? Well, you can see coming in, it's X7 Esports. And
Well, at least they're winning somewhere.
MC.
Wait, MC during LC offseason. Make sure you don't miss the game. Oh yeah, that's
Oh no.
That's of course a little unfortunate looking back at after today, of course. X7 win. Well, luckily they are winning the social media game so far.
Gotta win something. Maybe.
I was about to say they have to win something, man. Like at this point, something like one W, a dub. I don't know.
Well, good point you brought up W here, because we can take a look at the leaderboard here for the NLC Social Clash, and I believe that moves X7 into the lead on 13
There you go, there
points.
winning something.
There we go.
Niriki, Dusty, Astralis, this is an official call-out. If you're by 0 points by next week...
Yes?
Well,
you get control of their social media.
He didn't have the second part ready.
I feel like they just know what's coming then, okay? That's all there is to it.
I believe we also saw Riddle Esports have moved up to tie with Veneer, and the last one, JDXL, I think was the last one coming through. No, sorry, M&N Gaming. Am I right there?
It was X7.
It was X7. There we go. Moving forward. So yeah, they've moved all the way towards the top with a W as well, but that's the NLC Social Clash. I like the fact we're calling out organisations. I've always done that my entire career. I'm glad to see they come straight into the NLC.
And you do it on broadcast too.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Need to do it. This is crazy, isn't it?
It's a setup segment on the desk to kind of make sure it goes through. But all right, so I am new to this, and I really don't want you to hate me off the bat here, but we have to talk about our next game, and I am going to throw you a little bit of a curveball about it. So we are going Singularity versus Dusty. I'm going to ask you to sum up this game in a word before we go into deep analysis. I know you're going to hate me for it. So,
one word? Do you know what color casters do?
I am aware. I said you're going to hate me for this one. I just want one word that sums up this game. Goldborg.
Hit me.
Optimism.
Okay, optimism, all right. Trouble, one word that sums up the game we are about to see.
Remember, we're paid
banger.
Banger. Okay, banger. Wow, it's very interesting that those come through. Optimism and banger. That banger sounds like optimism as well. But as we go into this one, we need to talk about these two teams going forward. So first of all, Singularity. Now, for context, coming into the NLC here, obviously my colleagues and the talent here has given me the lowdown on an awful lot of these teams. They have said not kind words about Singularity, essentially, not being overly positive about them. I'm going to be backing the underdog. What is it about this roster?
I'm backing up players and stuff all together, because obviously what happens and what you see on the screens is not necessarily the only thing that's happening behind an organization and behind a team, and obviously behind a team that has been last place in standings for quite a while in the NLC. This was meant to be a university project, not necessarily full-timers, you know, practicing and playing League of Legends, and there's a bunch of like things happening in the underlines of the organization and behind the scenes that we don't know, that are very sad. We had Jeppe on a very heartwarming interview and heartbreaking at the same time last time. So I'd like to say that I hope that the players are coming in, because we're having relegations. It doesn't freaking matter. Like, at least I hope they have fun. At least I hope they can manage to keep their spirits up when they're in game and they're playing with each other, and hope to even pull the W, because at some point when you lose so much, you forget sort of how to win.
You love the underdog. Here's some emotions bringing into it. I have to take it back into someone.
Well, you said optimism coming into this game, and you better just.
Oh no, he's about to break it down.
Oh, okay.
I mean, optimism.
He's about to knock my Jenga off.
See, I would like to be optimistic about this one. I would like to see that Singularity really just gets that first blood in the bot lane, rolls through with it. But here's realistically speaking what I'm seeing. Dusty has been a little on and off in terms of how they gained their victories. Last Monday, they gained it off a split push with Kerberos coming through. But even then, they have a dangerous bot lane that they can play for as well, with then Voxney coming down there. I think for Dusty that this is a game that we want to be convincing from them. This is going to be one of the games where this has to be solidified as one of the easier ones to overcome as well. Also because on paper, this is a roster that you would like to have play for playoff contention. Like, we have European Masters guys on this roster. Kerberos and Voxner, Sten been hyped up massively as well. In general, this is just a roster that should be capable of doing more of what they've achieved so far. They said they were struggling a little bit on the patch. I still think that at times is bad excuses for players because I generally feel like it's more just a team thing and getting together. Everyone's playing on the same patch, of course, but it does, of course, also take time to adjust. But I generally feel like this should be cut out for Dusty, and this should be clean, it should be calculated, and there shouldn't be a question about it.
Okay, all right. Well, that's laying down the law on the game we are about to see. But speaking of seeing, it is time to go in and look at our drafts for this one. Trouble, he broke it down, but what are we expecting to see in the draft phase?
Ban LeBlanc. I think one of the key members of Dusty is going to be these solo laners, Kebros and Backland. Kebros, of course, Fiora out of the picture.
Yeah, that's it.
I really like that because he created so much pressure on the side versus Vanir that in the end they ended up winning because of all the work that Kebros had put in individually, right? So Backland's LeBlanc, very lethal. Kebros' split push is very lethal. He has Darius, Tryndamere there. Tryndamere we don't see very often. Darius we saw today as well, did very well. So you have to keep this in the back of your mind.
Then at the same time, I can't help but think that Fiora came through on R5, like last picked on red side, with Ornn and Aatrox being picked on blue side by the enemy team, where everything just makes sense. I think that's... You have better bans to throw out against potentially the players coming through here. Senna has still been left open as well, something that Voxter loves playing. So unless Spiky is seeing that as something he'd like to play, it can be a little bit problematic. We saw Singularity playing against the Senna Tom Kench combo themselves, struggling a little bit against it. Now with all bans so far coming through, it's been a little bit all over the mix, but Gwen and Wukong still up and available, Lucian as well. So loads of power picks that we've seen so far in the patch could be up for grabs here for Singularity.
Yeah, it feels like we're seeing more niche bans from both sides rather than the OPs being taken away. Yeah. I feel like especially the Karthus for Pop right there, you definitely don't want to leave him in his lane to start farming. But was that a B1 lock?
That's locked. That's Udyr coming in. Yeah. Out of all the power picks that's open, Singularity crawls out from the depth of desperation with apparently their own take on this unique meta we found ourselves in so far, and it is simply...
I have one word.
Udyr. Okay.
Banger.
Okay, so to kind of break this one down for, let's say me...
Wait, aren't you being a little bit too selfish here?
No, I kind of want to understand. We talk about the obviously the more meta champions and what we expect people to say. Why was Udyr a shock? What does that mean for Singularity?
Okay, so basically this is a champion that we, I think like 3 months ago, 4 months ago, so maybe even last year. Maybe
it was the start. It was 2021 spring.
Oh, my mind is.
Yeah, it was literally. It was Lilia, Hecarim, Udyr, Nidalee.
Champion got nerfed a bit. The build path he went that make him good and strong back then got nerfed a little bit as well. There's still build paths you can go. Frozen Fist if you want to. Sunfire as well can be built into.
Chem tank is okay.
But it's just the fact that a lot of other junglers just started making more sense than what he did, but there's still like ease of execution in it, easy to start, easy to come into a lane and just try and nullify or solidify a kill immediately. It's just not something we've seen in a while.
What do you think that means?
That's a very good question. I think it's Singularity that's come up with comfort for their own players, something they perhaps have tried in Scrim. Last Monday they said they were going to try something new on Wednesday, and well, we are getting something new already.
Okay, so at this point, I think I said the players might as well have fun and play with something they're comfortable on and play something that they think they can actually win on. I think falling back to Udyr for Pop, I don't mind it, because Pop has tried some creative ganks, I would have to say, that have put him massively behind. So I think sticking into farming, maybe later on in the game, being that nuisance in the front line, and Udyr is like very slippery and an annoying champion in general later on in the stages of the game. So just farm your way to being super tanky and just be annoying later on in the side lanes and in the front line. And then your bot lane is extremely strong with the Tristana and the Braum. You hit your passive with the Braum, Tristana jumps in and instantly blows someone up. Now, I don't think Tristana's going to have the easiest of times if they don't create space with maybe something like a Camille or a Gwen on the top side of the map. And if this Vayne gets locked in here, it's going to be like really tricky to try and get something done.
I think it's going to get turned into an Ezreal at the last second, but either way, I think Braum into
Clairvoyant?
Nautilus is... Huh?
I thought you're clairvoyant or something, but you're not, apparently.
Okay, so the thing, the way it is right here is Vayne is incredibly short range, and if you do get tagged by a Wind Despite, then towards the bottom lane, there is kill pressure for the Tristana. She can just send it, which is sort of difficult to play against. Also with the short range, if you're far up in lane, Udyr has a really easy gank pattern on you, despite you having a Condemn. So having jungle tracking is, of course, but going to be important. But it could also be a solo lane main. There's no guarantee that this is going to a bottom lane instead. There is.
It could be Kerberos for all we know.
Exactly, there is flex potential in it. I like the Broms coming into the Nautilus here. I think Nautilus is blind picked a little too much. I think there's good disengage in the Brom that we're getting here. It's nullifying the lane. You should be able to get some lane power as well with the Tristana, really good at taking wave control, and that should hopefully keep Spiky and Yebbeho in a position where they have control and where Yebbe then can move out of the map with Pop, because there's actually some really good potency between a Brom and a Udyr when they sync up.
And I just love the two bans from the sort of Dusty as well. We mentioned how Tristana, when she wants to jump in, it's extremely short range. She literally jumps into your face in a team fight, right? So you need to have these champions to create space like the Wen, like the Na, anything that will create this sort of like huge space in front of you. Camille is still one of them, but it's kind of like extremely hard to play into Vayne. She jumps in, Vayne condemns back. Like any melee champion into Vayne is going to struggle, especially she goes invis, she pushes you back, she goes invis again. Her ultimate gets refreshed. You know, it's just really difficult to play that. And I'm just looking at this and I'm like, okay, Backlands LeBlanc has been banned, because I'm like, where is Backlands LeBlanc ban? But right here, they're just gonna have to resort onto the Zoe, ever pushing mid lane, which to me, it shows that Linkas probably is looking to maybe also invade and find Pop in his own jungle.
Okay. So, if you don't know, Singularity have dubbed their mid laner the Pigeon, because it's called Pigeon, which is Italian. It sounds like pigeon, and he plays a lot of Anivia.
And Azir.
And the story basically goes that this guy was sent down from the sky like a pigeon to carry them out of the depths that they have found themselves in. He is now on the Anivia.
Did you make this up?
No,
okay.
I legit
It'd be very good if he had made this up on the spot.
I legitimately messaged Yep, I was like, what's the deal about your mid laner? He's like, he fell down from the sky. I was like, okay, that's great. But basically, that's the story that they gave me, and it had been specifically on the Anivia. Now with Sion coming through, I could easily see the Vayne going top, and they am actually picking any carry instead, or just keeping the Vayne down towards the bottom lane, but I think that's why we've kept the R5 for Kerberos, to at least keep the availability there.
Here comes the surprise. Is it going to be a Camille, maybe?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, well, okay, pretty simple.
What a surprise!
Okay.
No, it's not, it's Kale!
Oh, okay.
Which, of course, is also a Kerberos.
The Kerberos special.
Decent matchup into the Sion as well. Kale known for having one of the most atrocious laning phases, where quite often will have to be bailed out, but into the matchup of a Sion, not the hardest kill pressure. Obviously, it will still be there, so you can still have to play on the back foot a little bit, but Kerb is a master of this champion, and I'm actually a little delighted to finally see him busted out.
I really like what Singularity have. I'm taking nameplates completely off. I feel like Tristana has been given a gifted front line for herself.
Okay.
The Brom, the Udyr, Anivia with like walls and slows and stuns. You've got the Sion that can engage a fight, can disengage a fight. I feel like on paper, your team fighting looks really good. Kale will take a while to scale. Anivia, after level 6, has also really great push potential over the Zoe as well, because Zoe pushes waves so fast. And then the bot lane, I think Gubok mentioned it, one Winter's Bite hits. If Udyr is around, you could have kill potential even on the Nautilus.
Okay, so we're saying Singularity's done a really good job of the way they've balanced their team, essentially. Good for the Tristana. Obviously, something we didn't expect coming out of the Udyr, but they've managed to build around it and get a good thing going. Let's move on to the other side. Dusty, how do you feel they've built their team? What do you think they're looking for, obviously, with the team comp they've built and the draft they've just had?
Genuinely feel like they got great scaling as well. You got the Kale, you got the Vayne, and even the speed up that you're going to be giving to the Vayne. You got the invulnerability you're going to be able to give to the Vayne as well. Like, there's loads that you can play around with to make sure that Singularity's life, despite them even getting ahead, if they are fighting at 40 minutes like we have seen some teams be doing at this point, they might struggle a little bit. But as Trouble has already mentioned, there is also quite a good front line and also range in the Anivia and spacing that you'll have to play around. It's a little trickier navigating from the side of Dusty, but they also have other tools to navigate it with Zoe Bubbles. They have pick potential. They have the Nautilus. They have the availability of blowing up a target if one member makes a misstep on Singularity.
Okay, that's an interesting point. You kind of say Singularity kind of have to make a mistake for Dusty to really take over this game. And that's kind of my next point as well. Essentially, the win conditions. We've spoken an awful lot about it today, about win conditions for both of these two teams. Trouble, what are the win conditions for Singularity? Is it just stick to this formation they've kind of assembled?
I think try to play team fights. Don't let your laning phase to fall through. Do not die to silly ganks. Make sure your vision is set up properly. And even if it's not, do not overextend yourself. I'm looking at top lane, right? You have Kerberos. Kerberos loves overextending. He loves fighting. He loves brawling. You have a Sion. Just play it safe. Clear underneath your tower. Make sure you don't get dived. Have Udyr around hovering. Your bot lane is going to play safe. You have a Braum down there. It's pretty much undivable to have to stand up Braum in the bot lane. Anivia has an egg. By the time he's egged, your Udyr's going to be there. He's a pretty fast boy. So I think the point in the game is make sure you shadow your tops of the map so Kerberos doesn't snowball. And then later on, I feel like your team fighting has a lot of potential.
Here we does it specifically. Bot lane, crash wave 3, move into the enemy jungle, place the ward between blue buff and raptors, get the jungle information, make sure you keep that tracking up and going. You have an Anivia in the mid lane. Realistically speaking, should never die here. If you can keep the mid lane pressure up into the Zoe, you should be doing a fairly good job at actually taking control of moving these things up towards the top side. I generally feel like shadowing is great on Kerberos, but there's the actual kill pressure because there's setup in the Sion, but there's also an Udyr who can come in, literally just walk in, give you a little slap on the back there.
Claw.
And then literally stun you into change EC. Either you have to flash, great, crash the wave, move it into a freeze position, and literally just redo everything again. I think they have a lot of tools that they can take control over in the early game. And the worst thing I would hate to see coming through from Singularity is just them keep pushing their lanes and doing nothing with the extra downtime that they have then achieved for themselves. Whereas from the side of Dusty, they of course are looking to mitigate these attacks, right? If you can fight for the control in the mid lane, get the Zoe shove in, which he quite usually does. Like, it's not realistic that it's going to be the Anivia doing that. Okay. Keep that extra hover there. Make sure that like you are paying attention that Kerberos is vulnerable. And if he doesn't die, let's say 3 times before he's level 11, I think it's quite doable for them.
All right, okay. Don't die 3 times before level 11. I love that as a statistic. We have got a little bit of delay here, so just stay with us. Fortunately, I'm just going to mine the brains of our experts for about 10 minutes so I can learn everything I can. Talk to me then. Let's talk about scaling. Let's talk about. I have to find out more about it because obviously I have played League of Legends, but I am nowhere near the level of the top level here.
Are you familiar with the meme on Twitch chat where it's Monka S 1 out of 16 clock?
Yes, I think so.
That is the Kayle. The second he hits level 16, you might as well type /FF in the chat and go next. So I agree with Gulbok. Unless they completely choke down Kerberos onto that Kayle, the late game scaling is insane. They've got so much poke with the Zoe. They've got so much late game team fighting with the Vayne and the Kayle together that it's going to be, I mean, I know that Voxney, and he's like one of the most skilled AD carries that we have in the league. His Vayne is going to be unstoppable in the late game with the vulnerability of the Kayle being added on top, with the heals and the movement speeds being added on top. It's going to be really difficult to deal with.
Okay, so my question is this.
Go on.
Is this more of a hold on for late game? So you basically they just have to play for that as a win.
Scale boys.
Just stay there, don't do anything silly, just try and hold on. Or is it on the other side? Does Singularity need to push this tempo? Is it on who is essentially got to do the decision making and be proactive in this scenario? Is it Singularity and got to say, right, do not let it get to late game, do not allow them to get their scaling where they want it to be. We have to hit them hard early and mid game and make sure that they are very firmly on the back foot. Or is it for Singularity they just have to make sure they don't make anything stupid mistakes?
Yes, I generally do believe so. I think they have drafted them. Of course, you can argue that you have a Braum, so you have Peel and you want to kite back. But at the same time, that's just an extra luxury you can have. Like, you want to be able to take leads. You want to be able to then be put in a position where you can be the aggressor, but also at the same time, we can feel good about kiting back against the Vayne and against the Kayle and all this stuff, especially if they're behind the curve. But I generally feel like a thing that Singularity we haven't seen too often from them is early objective taking as well. The faster you can put Dusty on a clock, realistically speaking, right? And the even better. And I also think, with that being said, yes, for Dusty, it is a little bit about holding on for some of their picks. That doesn't mean that they don't have leeway to get aggressive, because if you get good roam timings with the Nautilus when resets are coming through, there is a very immobile mid lane. And there's good setup if Wukong hits level 6 as well to really just come in and sync up and find a great kill pressure. So I think it's harder for Dusty to find it, for sure. but they still have tools in their kit to try and look for picks if they get the chance.
I would say usually the easiest way to pull a team to team fight when they don't want a team fight is getting the dragon stacking. Now, of course, you can be very unlucky and it's going to be a Cloud Soul, which a lot of teams do not get too much about giving away. But I feel like you have very great tools to start the dragon stacking from the early game. You've got an Udyr that's notorious for taking these objectives really, really fast. You've got a Tristana who's notoriously known for perma-shelving bot lane. After level 6, you've got an Anivia that can kill the mid lane wave in literally 2 seconds time. So once all of these lanes sort of bleed into the river and start stacking objectives, once Anivia is in river, it's just so difficult for you to walk through a choke point through your jungle because there's a wall that's going to stop one choke point. There's a stun that's going to stop the other choke point, and then she has the ultimate as well if you do make it through. So I think there are win conditions. Start stacking the dragons and force Dusty to teamfight when they don't want to.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Make sure you're proactive and that you get everybody coming to where you want them to be, essentially. I'm very interested in how this game is going to go, but like I said, we are on a little bit of delay. So we have asked our players before about nerfing and buffing certain items. What we haven't had a chance to show you, though, is which items they would like to see removed from the game. So let's take a look.
Probably something like Guardian Angel. You die once, that's it. You can't have second chances.
I think remove that stance. I think it's good. It's too unfair to only have it for melee champions as well. Like the item should be long gone, I think.
Probably Hullbreaker. It brings a really toxic way of playing the game, in my opinion. I think you don't really need it to split push, but it helps you cheat the macro that's usually needed.
Ex-drinker. I'm playing mages and I cannot burst anyone.
I'd like more items, if that makes sense. I think like the more options there are in the game, the more fun it is. I don't necessarily would want to remove an item.
I mean, I'll remove Rocket Belt, so more people can build Night Harvester.
Crown of the Shattered Queen. I don't see anyone buying that item. It feels so pointless.
Remove Anathema's Chains. It's really broken, especially when the enemy team has only one source of AP or AD damage. It's completely unplayable for that carry to play against the enemy tanks.
Their favorite AD item, I just removed Gale Force to begin with.
A wide variety of items that the players kind of want removed there.
It's like whoever feels like a grudge against an item, right? MC is like, Rocket Bell, like these pesky assassins can get onto me really quickly. And the other one is like, Anathema's change, because when I'm really fed, it just holds me down.
Essentially, it's this item's so broken because it's used against me.
Which one would you remove? One item that you'd remove.
Oh, Umbral Glaive.
I know what I would remove.
Umbral Glaive, because...
For real?
I'm a support player. I run around...
the bias again, yes.
I work hard at placing down my wards. All of a sudden, some jungler has just invested in an item, just removes all of it with
or
one
a support.
Shot. Yeah, that's if I'm playing against the Pyke, right? But
yeah.
even in that case scenario, it's just too much value. Like, it's so difficult keeping up my vision game against that item. Just get it out of there.
I'd remove Gale Force. Like, Gale Force has been such a nuisance of an item because when you really think you've got someone, you really don't because they get an extra dash. When you see a Jhin suddenly reloading his gun, he just dashes forward and kills you with Gale Force anyway. So
just not a highlight play. Peter likes of me, pick Thresh and then Mad Life that.
Oh, yeah, that's yeah, okay.
That's what we're like.
See, I can't really contribute to this conversation. I would just like to see Heart of Gold brought back to the game. So
yes.
That's kind of showing my age a little bit. But
Gulbok too, because he's a support player.
I was going to say, that's going to be a lot of value.
Obviously, no longer available. But lots of discussions about these teams going through. One thing I haven't kind of asked, actually, and considering the amount of time we've had to fill, I really should have done. Who are you picking for this game? Like, the predictions going forward into it.
Singularity. We're locking in. We're picking Singularity for this one.
Woke up, broke the desk.
Yamada just peeked his head past the desk. He's like, are they all right over there? What's happening? I think nameplates completely off.
On.
Nameplates completely off. I do like what Singularity have. A lot of priority, a lot of bleeding into the bot side river, a lot of objective stacking and really fast objective taking. I like what they have. Do I believe they can execute it? I want to see proof.
this is why I'm gonna go with Dusty, because so far I think they have some exceptional players in the team, but also a lot of cohesion.
Okay, so you've picked Singularity, and I prefer to think of it not just because
he goes with his heart.
Not because I think he just wants to hit the desk. Is there a reason behind it? Is it similar to Trouble that nameplates off? You think they've done a very good job here of setting up a potential win scenario for them, or is this all just for the memes or the underdog or any one of these scenarios?
Spoiler, he's playing with the nameplates on.
Does a person need a reason to follow his heart? I genuinely think not.
Yeah.
Okay. And I mean, even taking a look at Dusty, I feel like they're a team that can allow themselves to drop a few games, so maybe they would be so kind to do it today, playing against Singularity.
Wait, we don't want charity.
I feel like that'd be nice. Confirmed on stream, Troubling doesn't like charity.
Well, that's probably the
charity before. Throw it to the game. Like, what is going on? Elise has been banned.
I have nowhere to go from that point. That's one of the most interesting things I've ever seen in my years of esports. What we are currently seeing on screen is going to be the remake of the lobby. Don't worry about the bans. Essentially, we are going to be seeing the champions just come straight in for these teams and how it is all built up. And I, as a host, will desperately try to get this slightly back onto track.
Please.
We have to go back over how the draft went, ignoring the bans, which are obviously random, as this lobby remakes.
So they're not going to pick it in the same order. They're just going to pick it in the same way that the top lane is coming through. So it's going to be Sai, it's going to be Kale, we're going to get the Wukong, we're going to get the Udi over here. Then we're going to get
so well.
Okay, then finish it.
Okay, it's going to be Anivia into Zoe. It's going to be Tristana into Vayne, and it's going to be Braum into Nautilus.
Okay, you got me.
Nice. Yeah. You remember something we did 10 minutes ago. Okay, for one last explanation then, as this obviously is going through our channel today, about how this draft went for both teams and why it has given a sliver of hope towards Singularity. Because like I said before, I came into this, there was not a lot of confidence in Singularity, apart from Yamada.
There's a lot of confidence in Singularity.
Well, maybe now. Is this simply because of the way they...
Namera rooted for them all split last split.
And that didn't work out, but now I'm rooting for them. I genuinely think that if I had to give it some sort of logic, yes, some of it goes down to what Trouble is saying as well. I don't hate what they have gotten for themselves. I think it's playable, and I think if they finally keep a cool head about it and don't stress themselves, and just take a deep breath, and then breathe out as well, I genuinely feel like they have some good pieces here to try and take an offset of Dusty.
Deep breaths win you games, 5-head.
Good for you. Like, you'd be surprised how good it would be before making a decision.
How many games have you won by taking deep breaths?
Oh, bro, you haven't seen my solo queue games.
Oh, you haven't seen mine. I've taken a bunch of deep breaths.
All right, breathing aside here onto this one, could this just be like a confidence win for Singularity? Is this something that may help them solve some of the issues we kind of alluded to earlier on?
Yes and no. But you go on if you had
all jokes aside, I feel like when a team is permanently losing, but also dealing with problems backstage, you kind of forget not only how to win, but why you want to win, right? So I feel like getting the W on the board against a team that's as strong as Dusty, which is supposed to be in our top 4, right? Top 4, top 5, left side of the table, is going to be a huge confidence boost, if anything, for the players themselves.
Okay, all right. Well, we're not going to go any further into this game. We've done a lot of filling. We've done a lot of examining how it should go. The game is ready. Dusty and Singularity are ready to rock it on the Rift. Over to our casters for this one, Yamada and...
Welcome to the caster desk, ladies, gentlemen. I'm Jamada.
You are?
That's Viperin.
It is.
And we are here for the final game of the day. And what a day that it has been. Ready to bring you Singularity versus Dusty. We had an extended discussion.
Well, we didn't.
Well, we didn't, but the analysts did. About these compositions at length. So I'm not going to pick your brain just yet, because I feel like Gulborg and Trouble's brains were picked enough.
Yeah.
But general thoughts and feelings for this this draft. Dusty, you know, bringing in the curb special with Kale. I felt like we weren't going to see it for a very long time. However, we finally have.
Yes, absolutely. It's a case of, I said to you while we walked into the studio, Singularity aren't going to ban Kayle.
No.
And then they didn't.
I also I agreed with you.
You did? Yeah, I mean, look, there's going to be in this game, and we've talked about it at some length, this idea of windows, right? Because Singularity, 3 words, ease of execution. Right? It's a case of don't mess this up, and you'll probably be okay, but also this game can't really go 35 minutes. Because if it does, you have big issues. So there's 3 big questions. One, are Singularity going to be more disciplined than we've seen from them this split? 2, are they going to have the ability to close out a game or put a game so far beyond doubt before Dusty's composition gets fully online, at which point it becomes exceptionally difficult for them to play? And 3, I didn't actually have a third point, but we'll go with, is Singularity going to be able to do anything big that gets them a nice early lead?
Yeah, and we'll take a look at this. You asked for a big early lead potentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Lane invade coming in.
Yeah, going towards Kerberos, of course, the Kayle in lane is very, very weak in terms of the ability to fight, and it looks like, hold on a second.
I don't think they caught each other.
I don't think they caught each other either. They're going in very, very late. But note that Singularity's bot lane is on the top side. This is something that we do not see very often. Sion may well be starting on those Raptors, going for that early bit of advantage. But this could be Australia lanes, Jamada.
All right. I mean, this is something that I recall seeing all the way back when. You know, that sort of like lane swap scenario, and that's what they're doing into this KO. Kerberos, he's just gonna die. He's got flash at the very least. He might make the wall, and he will, but on Spike are just gonna follow him over the wall. That's first blood for the Tristana. Tatui's executed on the bottom side, so let's get a pan down, because he should be finishing off the red buff. Linkus should be cornered off to at least 1 quadrant of the jungle.
Absolutely, and they're denying these resources. We needed to see Singularity get an advantage in this game. And now I want to see what they decide to do, because the element of surprise was with Singularity. It worked great. They've denied the jungle a lot. Of course, Curb is just going to walk back to lane. No teleport utilized. That is smart. But the question being is, will they be able to do the same again? Because I don't think Curb's going to give them another opening just to go in and kill him.
We'll have to see. Kerberos is going to have, by the looks of it, Stend by his side. And then Voxene has been left on his lonesome into Tatui, which this is certainly a bold strategy. We have not seen lane swapping in feels like eons.
Well, the changes made it harder for you to push down top lane, right? This is what kind of impacted this, because every game about 2 years ago, we were seeing the majority of games, everyone was swapping top.
This is what plates were invented for.
Well, yeah, pretty much. The idea of, look, we're not going to allow you to get these easy pushes because towers are being broken down too quickly. And it looks like Dusty, they're putting on a defense here. They haven't yet shown that Send and Linkers are up here.
Oh, the vision plant.
Oh, yeah, we'll catch them out. So now they're just going to go aggressively. Stend is here to protect Curb. Because, of course, remember that Kayle becomes a ranged champion at level 6, where things become a bit nicer. But I want to see where this bot lane goes, because Braum is already moving down as Link is caught out port, maybe.
Yeah, no, it seems like Porp may be able to just walk away, but the bubble's going to connect. He's going to be asleep. Barkland props the paddle star, and Porp, no flash, is just going to burn down to Barkland. Barkland will pick up the double buffs as well, and that's going to feel particularly bad in a matchup where you would imagine Anivia wants to at the very least keep the lane in the middle.
Now, look, it was nice while it lasted.
Yes.
Right. The Drowsy to the comfort. Of course, Barkland's going to have a very nice time in the 1v1. Does need to be careful not to get caught out by CC, because Zoe sometimes have a tendency to think, I can just bounce in, get the damage out, at level 6 especially, and then just bounce away. If Anivia is able to get that CC under tower or just disrupt this Zoe's patterns, things might get a little bit difficult for Barkland.
Interesting. So it looks like we've got Tatui back up on the top side.
Yeah.
And we're having the bot laners match up in the bottom side again. Is there any particular reason for this?
Well, I think the idea being that Singularity went through to the mid lane. They got themselves back in. They lost out in the mid lane, right? So at this point, they're saying, look, the element of surprise is gone. Curb is not going to step up. Stend is here as well, so we're essentially hanging out Sion to dry. Top lane's going to be neutralized. So they're not really gaining. They could have got an okay push, but at the same time, with Tristana Braum, you're not going to have a bad time pushing into this bot lane anyway. And with Dragon coming onto the Rift in 10 seconds' time, you need the numbers down there to contest it. Because as we mentioned, for Singularity, this is all about them winning out and playing the first 20, 25 minutes very well. they're even at the moment, and they can't start hemorrhaging stuff like Dragon into that.
Yeah, and I have to say, I'm loving the adaptation, the innovation even.
Yes.
For Season 12. Reading this game particularly well, it seems, as they've put Curb fairly behind, but not necessarily a significant amount per se.
Is he even that far behind? Because he's pretty much on parity in terms of farm. Both top laners have died. Looking at gold, 100 gold behind. Your whole game plan in the initial stages was built around putting him behind.
But I will raise you. That's okay. He has, at the very least, got himself a fairly significant gold lead. So perhaps the end goal was that.
Well, it's First Blood. That's what the goal lead is. It's 400. It's actually less than First Blood. But Singularity, this is what Trouble was talking about on the desk. Able to create something.
Here we go. We're going to get an engage here. And it seems like Porp is probably just going to drop to all of the burst. Dusty able to at the very least pick up the jungler, but will they get more? Sleepy Trouble Bubble does land onto Happy Howl, but he is able to just walk this one away. Dusty, they lose out on the Dragon, but they pick up one.
Which is honestly not that bad, considering early Dragon, it's an ocean. We talked already about how teams aren't that fussed about contesting these. And yes, they were able to funnel Dusty away, and that's going to be big later in the game when you're looking at third, fourth Dragon Baron, or even Herald in a couple of minutes' time. Just that ability to control these neutral objectives could be where Singularity start to build out a little bit of a lead when they're less capable of doing so in terms of skirmishing and fighting.
All right, so seems like Dusty for now will back away. Absolutely. Potentially looking at an engage, but let's get a look at this fight as it happened.
For sure, you can see their levels are not at level 6. The wall goes down, and that's a very aggressive flash coming in from Stand, and Devox, they're just coming through as well. It's really a case of target acquisition, let's see who we can get, and going for members that are going to be able to not escape.
Yeah, and even though it seemed like Pichone had a pretty nice stun there on multiple members, just too much damage came
absolutely.
To the jungler. As you see Tatooine trying to hold a freeze here, maybe trying to make things a little bit awkward for the Kayle, of course. Seems like nothing much will really come of it as Porp returns to his jungle to farm. Udyr, not really a champion we've seen too much on 12-10, and it's something that I was hearing whispers would actually be fairly strong, moving into sort of a slower game pace where, you know, farming junglers could come back into it. Those are the arguments I was hearing. What are your thoughts?
I'm in two minds, really. The slower pace does allow for Udyr to get a little bit more value out of that utility that we see so much from him. Of course, he doesn't do too bad damage, and his clear is very, very good. Looking towards the top side, though.
This Make Smash does connect, and Kerberos is going to be forced to flash away as Porp did pop the Ghost.
Smaller cooldown on the Ghost, though.
Yeah, so a return very likely, if I had to wager a guess from SNG. A lot to try and put this KO behind. But still, again, we have to talk about, I mean, XP doesn't seem that different. The gold, as we flashed up earlier, wasn't too different either.
It's smart itemization from the Kayle, going for the Berserker Greaves first, because a lot of what is happening with the San is going to be those slow CC abilities, and Kayle being able to move away from them quicker is going to be great. They've sent up their bot lane to the top side Singularity once again, because they want to look towards this Rift Herald, and they're utilizing their lane assignments pretty smart, all things considered. I don't know if I'd call the level 1 smart, but it definitely worked. And now they're going to be able to get this Rift Herald.
I mean, I have to say, it was creative play. Yes. I would wager, and not only that, SNG, dare I say it, this may be the first neutral objectives in the early game, specifically the Herald, that they've picked up practically uncontested, as Kerberos, a little bit of poke, but Happy Howl is not there in time to assist Spike. So there will be no threat of lethal here.
The thing I want to know is where this Herald is going to go down, because Porp is hanging around top side. If they can break open this top lane and take it down, crucially, it's going to be really, really hard for Kerberos on his top side to play the game. Stend is up there as well. It'll be a 3v2 on the dive. Remember, Kayle will be able to go invulnerable or make the Nautilus invulnerable, as Backland's there as well.
Yeah, and that bubble is going to connect onto Happy Howl. Buckland doesn't quite have the paddle style cooldown just yet, but it will be blocked by the Unbreakable, so no damage will come through, and both teams will disengage.
Yeah, and on the bot side, Devoxnate. This is actually a matchup that we kind of see in the top side sometimes. Devoxnate popping the ultimate.
Yeah, Devoxnate, final hour popped. Not enough HP to commit to the 1v1. He's able to get away from that. Just about alive without having to burn any summoning spells.
But crucially, Tate still has the ultimate available, and while you're not necessarily looking to use that in the 1v1 at every single opportunity, if Singularity can try and get something going right now, when Devoxnate's attack ability, not in the late game, only got all that one item, Kraken Slayer secured, will make things very difficult for Tatooine in that 1v1. But if you can go as Sar and get around the map a little bit, maybe catch out someone like Curb, then you could be looking to make something good happen. And crucially, we need to see Singularity making stuff happen. We've already talked about it so much. But if the game gets to 30, 35, 40 minutes, it becomes exceptionally difficult for them to play because Curb will be 16. You'll have a Vayne with 2 or 3 items, or 3 or 4 items at that point, and it's going to become nigh on impossible unless you're super quick and you've got so much of a lead. But at that point, you should have finished if you've got a massive lead at 35 minutes.
Yeah, no, I agree, especially if we take a quick look back at how games typically have been on this patch.
Yeah.
Teams with those larger leads at those points in the game have, on trend, been ending in most cases, rather than not. We'll see if that is, of course, the case here, as SNG, they are about 1,500 gold down, but I feel like the game state, not too bad for them in the moment, but again, like you said, the Kerberos, Kayle, the Vayne.
This is the thing, though, because the idea of being okay in this game at this point, with the compositions as they are, that's not really an acceptable state of affairs for Singularity. They've got a little bit of gold back in that charge on the bot side and might be able to crack that one open, but now Dusty grabbed themselves that second dragon, slowing the game down again. Anything that Dusty can do to slow the game down is going to be a tick in their column because they know that they're going to be able to survive through in the later stages, but Tattoo looking for Curb.
Yeah, Tattoo is going to find Curb here. You have to imagine that Divine Intervention will be popped, but that's a very low HP bar. No flash, and Tattoo underneath the tier 1 is just going to find a solo kill onto Kerberos.
Eminez, who? is all I'd say about that. But this is the power. You can dive through, get himself the ultimate, and Curb, yeah, he has the ultimate available, but when the Kayle is on their own at this stage, you're surviving for a little bit longer, but even if you get the kill on that health bar, Sion's got passive. So I don't really know what you can do. You need someone like Stend around. That's why Stend was moving up so much in the earlier stages, because at that stage, it's Sion diving forward, Kayle ults himself, and then the Nautilus has the ultimate, has so much CC that your Kayle is then able to escape or turn around some damage.
All right, so talk to me. How do SNG continue to, at the very least, try and snowball a pressure lead? Right now, they don't have the gold lead, but where do they need to attack the map to actually find something? We'll talk about that right after.
Well, let's have a look at this kill first, because Tattoo, it's really quite straightforward. He lands the bowling ball and then just dives on forward. Doesn't get the knockup, but crucially gets the damage on the end of it. And at that point, Curb is just a little bit too far up in lane. Yes, he has the ultimate. He holds it so he gets on the tower so that it can help him out because he knows that the tower is a little bit stronger on this patch. But ultimately, Sion's just a little bit too healthy for that one. And we actually might see a run back.
Yeah, might see a run back indeed. Kerberos clipped by the stun.
The ultimate.
Of course, the lethal tempo is up. He's getting some of those autos back in. Will, of course, be able to sustain over time with the heal as well. But Tattoo just kind of bullying Kerberos a little bit in the health department. But again, Kerberos, yes, he did just get solo killed. Yes, he may have lost a wave on the back of it. But again, he's still, you know, relatively close to parry in terms of the XP. And of course, the gold, the other important thing, KO Iron Spikes are, you know, arguably, you could say, just as important as hitting those levels.
Absolutely. Getting those items as you go through is going to be great for Curb, and it's going to make either split pushing, because we know that's what Curb loves to do on a champion, but Kayle is also a really, really potent team fighter, especially after level 16. Because at level 11, you can do a lot of damage and ramp things up. Can I... You made a sound.
Oh, no, continue.
Okay. Because at level 11, you can ramp up your damage on the edge of the team fights and then go in when it's all ramped up. At level 16, you don't need to do that. You're automatically just there. So as the question you asked earlier is how do SNG kind of keep the pressure on? And the answer is, I think, you have to start breaking down towers. The play's going to fall off in 15 seconds, which is going to make that much, much easier to do it. It looks like they're doing just that on the top side, but they need to put themselves in a position where contesting neutral objectives and, crucially, getting to them first is the default rather than the exception. Because if you can do that, we saw what happened at First Dragon. As we mentioned then, if they can do that around stuff like Baron, Second Herald isn't as important, but getting it will help them play to this game plan a little bit sooner. But ultimately, when you get to those 25, 30-minute team fights, there needs to be so few objectives on the map that winning one of those team fights can allow you to push into the base at the very least.
All right, so towers are the name of the game.
Yeah, I think so.
For SNG, I'd say maybe trying to suffocate Dusty out of as many objectives as they can through that route, but for now, it will be Dusty pushing the likes of SNG off of this objective. I believe Happy How actually based off the back of that play, so numbers advantage is firmly in Dusty's command, and they will pick up this Herald almost leashed and for free. And where would you want to see this Herald used recently? Second Herald, we know, typically doesn't have as much value as...
I think... Yeah, it's not necessarily used to get gold, but to get objectives and towers down. Breaking down mid lane tower is going to be pretty big here. Anivia, one of those wave clear bots that you've got down there.
Earlier.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about this with Victor, I believe, in the mid lane. And being able to spread that open takes away that safety net a little bit. And again, it's the opposite of what we just said. Opens up the map, allows you to get that slightly deeper vision in, especially in the mid lane. And if you're fighting around stuff like Dragon, Herald, Baron, well, not Herald anymore, but Baron, certainly, it removes a safe haven that the enemy can retreat to. And for Singularity, they've got a decent amount of disengage, so they might be okay getting back to something like that tower. But an extended chase from someone like the Vayne, who, of course, we know is very good at doing that Nautilus as well, it could be the difference between a kill and not a kill in these skirmishes at, like, the 20-minute mark.
All right. Thank you very much. As Dusty seem to look to set up around this dragon, trying to push their vision line up just a touch, as even Kerberos with no teleport seems to want to come down to get involved in the action. Third dragon fights, they've been very important today, Will. Who do you think is the stronger of the two?
I think it's difficult to say, honestly. I'm just looking at the items. Crucially, Curb hasn't hit a big item spike just yet, but we're going to have to hold that point.
Right. Yeah, one-sample onslaught is going to be dodged away from. Barkland is forced to flash away, and now SNG are taking control of the river here. Dusty a little bit split on two fronts.
Dragon's helping them, though.
Yeah, Dragon kind of helping them as well. SNG, they're going to burn this one down. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble doesn't connect, and now the fire is going to ensue. It's Port that secures the smite, but look at the middle of it as Dusty, they're actually going to survive on the front line, but it's the junglers that are just duking it out in the pit itself. Port will lose as the rest of Dusty just flash over the wall. They're hit with the wall, but that Sleepy Trouble Bubble is going to connect onto the Scion. Paddle Star will connect. Scion does end up dropping. Tatooine unable to escape his sins. SNG, they pick up the dragon, but they lose two. How worth is that for them?
I mean, getting the dragon is really, really good. Massive credit to Porp under pressure, securing that objective. This is something that we've seen a little bit from Porp so far this split already. But we've been positive about his general jungling acumen. Doing that again is very, very nice. But again, it's just a case of we need to see Singularity making gains in this game. Grabbing yourself a second dragon, that's at least 10 minutes that you're going to have to wait for Soul Point. Assuming that you get all the other dragons moving forward. And losing out on those kills makes the next dragon take harder. Because the enemy team, especially giving one to Den Voxnay, is going to make things difficult. Fighting is never going to be easier than that because Curb just picked up his mythic item and a half-bound axe on the side as well. So Kayle has started, this is the first big spike, right? So she's going to be able to rip through the likes of Tatooine on the side lane now much more effectively. But let's have a look at how this fight really kicks off because honestly, Dusty giving so much respect to what that can be done here by Singularity, especially in Nivea. Diving forward, securing the dragon is good. The junglers can't just do their own thing, it's whatever. But Stend just survives so long with the ultimate coming down from Curb, and then Dusty chasing on through. They really want to be extending this just a little bit. I don't know if they needed to expend those flashes, in all honesty, but really, really nice play from Backlund as well, quietly going about his business, getting that sleep, and does allow his team to secure the kill. Backlund, someone who has been, I mean, throughout the entire split, has kind of been quietly going about his business, but has been very, very effective in that mid lane for Dusty so far, and in this game, it's really no different.
Yep, no, totally agree with you. Zoe, Backlund, this game has been crucial to finding so many extra picks so far for Dusty. And like you say, quite a few flashes expended for the back end of that.
Yeah,
so I'm curious to see whether or not that will end up buying the Dusty
I don't think it will, crucially because they'll be up by the next time Dragon spawn, or Dragon's going to be taken. Not exactly on spawn because the timers are the same. But Baron's up in a minute. I don't think that Singularity are going to do a bad Baron, a silly Baron, an X7 Baron, if you will. They can do it reasonably quickly. You've got the likes of Tristana and Nivea who do manage to do a lot of damage. Udra as well, surprisingly, pretty decent at taking these neutral objectives. But Curb is doing Curb things on the side. He knows that he can't overextend too much on his own right now, but you've got members who are being pulled away. He's creating so much space for the rest of his team to go in and potentially look for a tower dive.
Yeah, Tatooine could be in danger here. Stend potentially eyeing up the dredge line, but Tatooine will use the unstoppable onslaught to get away.
That tower's forfeit now, is the thing.
Yeah.
Really, really nice from Stend. Just a step forward, be aggressive, even if he didn't want to necessarily take that fight, which he would have been fine with. He had Den Voxnay there, he had support from Linkus as well. He's just forcing the ultimate away, saying, look, if you step back, I'm here, and you're going to die. So he's just keeping him back. And on the other side of the map, Singularity don't gain anything. We talk about this so frequently. What is gained on the other side of the map when a play is made? The play was made there by Dusty. Top side, get drag, get tower, maybe get a kill if the top lane is not smart. Tatooine was smart and left. On the bottom side, no one from Singularity's there, so nothing was gained. And again, 3k gold lead for Dusty. Singularity needs to be ahead at this point.
This 3k gold lead probably feels
Singularity.
And we asked to not see an X7 Baron, but
it's going down very quickly.
It is going down quite quickly, but Spicione does have blue buff, so he can keep this one going for a while. The rest of Dusty are starting to pincer in. It's Kerberos on the top side. The rest of the core team are approaching from the bottom side. That's a Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto the support, and he's going to get one shot almost. Heavy How in the middle of the pit bites the Cyclone from Linkus. That is going to tear apart SNG. The Baron is stolen. Tatoe's dead. Spikey's dead. SNG's hopes are in the mud.
Nah, that's it. Legitimately, the facts of the matter, let's see how this goes down again. So Singularity's still up. As you can see, they do it pretty quickly. Nivea's doing a decent amount of work on it. Spiky as well. But this is a very telegraphed. No one's on vision, so they know they're somewhere. Kerberos is the one who gets vision down, and everyone from Dusty's in mid lane. Singularity have no information about anyone on Dusty being bottom side, and right there the damage comes through. Then Voxley is allowed to free fire. Yeah, gets hit by the Glacial Fissure, but who cares? Members are low. MR has been rinsed, so Kerb is just ripping people to shreds. And at the end of the day, doesn't really matter who gets Baron out of that one. It was Dusty in the end, which might just speed things up. But the fact of the matter is, and we said this about X7 last game as well, there was so little logic behind that shot call.
I can only nod my head and agree. That was a perplexing Baron attempt at best. And now Barkland has an angle for a Sleep Trouble Bubble, and he's going to connect onto the AD carry of SNG, who doesn't have Cleanse, but there was no one else to follow up from Dusty. The wall does aid in that effort as a Hextech Gate will be taken, but on the front side, Port gets locked down by Sten. Then Voxley is forced to flash backwards as Spike actually jumps forward, gets condemned into the wall, but all of a sudden, it's Hebehao that gets bursted on the frontliners. All of SNG are focusing down then Voxley, but on the backside, the Anivia is getting taken down. Then Voxley is still kiting out as Tatoe just dances to his death. SNG torn apart from side to side, and Dusty pick up the dragon.
If Dusty weren't 9k down, that was the fight they wanted. Because you can see the idea. We can get access onto the likes of Vayne. We can jump onto them, kill them, remove half the damage. Well, like 45% of the damage, because Zoe's doing a decent amount as well. Kerb on the side will be doing fine at level 13 with those almost 2 item spikes. The problem is, they couldn't get that final hit onto Den Voxley. And you can watch it here. Look at Den Voxley. He's aggressively placing. Porp can run forward, and there's a lot of damage coming through. A lot of cutoff is being utilized. But it's just a masterclass from Den Voxley, who's able to shred back. He maybe could have even thought about just leaving there and then, but he thinks, I've got this. The CC from Linkers is pivotal to keep Spike away, because he's the one that will have the opportunity to actually close the distance. Tatooine knows he's not catching Den Voxley, but you can see how if Den Voxley was a little bit further behind, or someone like Porp had a little bit more on him, maybe even just some more health to allow him to get that one bear slap down, get the stun. The rest of Singularity were there. The problem is Singularity can't play the way their composition is built because they're too far behind at this point in the game. And if they can't play how their composition's built, and their shot calling this game past the 3rd minute mark wasn't brilliant.
Ooh, it's a dive from Linkus. He's got the Cyclone on, and Tatoe is not long for this world at all. Will be bursted down in the zombie form, and SNG quite simply will not be able to defend this tier 2 tower. Hebehao is now even being bullied out of his own jungle by Barkland. His paddle star prepped, but it seems like will not follow up on anything. And Dusty just have control of the game entirely. They are looking to push and knock on to the inhibitor towers here, trying to split apart SNG. SNG, I mean, Hebehao is just playing catch on the top side of the screen, but Sten flashes over the wall onto Porp. He gets dredge lined, he gets depth charged, and he is dead to rights. SNG's jungler dead, top laner just about to respawn. That's the first inhibitor of what I can only imagine will be at the very least one more before this game is done. Dusty will retreat through the Hex Gates. Likely reset.
They're going to reset, they're going to buy items, not overextending it is nice. This is the problem here for Singularity that I'm seeing. This is kind of a get a flight to Dusty, start cutting some Ethernet cables angle. Although Backland overextending.
Could have overextended here. Doesn't have flash. Blast code isn't going to be hit here. But Barkland Not in vision for now of Tristana. No rocket jump available. Is going to try and teleport out. This is cheeky. No way! Has the time to do it. Thumbs up.
That was so close to the one shot as well. And being able to land that, knowing that they're in there. If there was a back there, that was dead. But Backlund having that teleport. I mean, teleport blown. Flash blown.
I can't believe it. I mean, even if that's the case, it's a mental win, it feels.
Linkers might be overextended a little bit here. Has Sten and Voxley moving through. And I mean, the Vayne being there is crucial.
Yeah, and then Voxley is just being untouched right now, layering auto after auto with the Guinsos stacked up. Absolutely shreds through Happy How yet again. Vayne, crucially, just can't really be locked down by many members of the SNG lineup. Now Kerberos in the mid lane, level 15, 2v1ing already. As on the bottom side, Unstoppable Onslaught goes into the wall, and then Voxley, I think, is just going to take his 10th kill of the game. Legendary again. As Dusty look to pick up their 4th win of the split. Pushing onto the second inhibitor, and it will fall. 4 versus 5, SNG, what can you pull out here? The answer looks to be not a lot. Of Spiky again just gets near one shot by Barkland, who himself doesn't really have too much HP to work with. It's now or never, SNG, if you want to make a stand, but I just don't think the stand is coming. Pichone almost finds Barkland, but it's still not enough. It's SNG down to nothing but their bare Nexus, as it seems like Dusty take the cheeky exit out, as fair enough, Kerberos does have to flash, but the damage feels more than done.
I mean, look, let's talk a little bit about some hope. I know that Gulborg's word was optimism when it came into this one. And I mean, Singularity have played much better this game than they did on Monday. So there is that. There were some good ideas. My problem is, and I talked a lot about this with Nymera last split, the idea of saying, look, Singularity at the moment aren't winning games the conventional way, so they have to start doing unconventional stuff to either get a lead or to win, right?
Yeah.
Because player to player, gram for gram, they're not standing up to these other teams. The problem with that is that if your team isn't matching up gram to gram, there are other things wrong with your composition. Getting a first blood top is good. Going for the Australian lanes was very interesting, and hey, going with Tristana and Braum, that's really smart. This comp was clearly designed with this idea in mind. My concern is they got the start that they wanted, but then nothing really materialized. And Dusty are a very good side, let's not forget. I want to see how Singularity are going to do into a weaker team in the next couple of weeks, and to see if this kind of thing they could gain a small advantage in the early game would be enough, because hey, a reasonable advantage was gained against X7 on Monday by Riddle, and they managed to snowball this one. Maybe Singularity needs to find a game against X7 soon.
Ooh, maybe they do, but this fight starts out with Happy How getting chunked out heavily, and the Cyclone is going to knock up way too many members. Dusty, in less than 5 seconds, get through the entirety of SNG, and then Voxney isn't even going to allow Pichone to escape. Picks up his 11th and what should be his final kill of the game, as Dusty close out on SNG, and they take themselves up 4-2 in the standings.
Well, I mean, we talked about the fact that Singularity needs to be disciplined, organized, they needed to not give over advantages to Dusty, and they needed to gain the lead for themselves. The first few minutes, they managed to not give up a lead and actually kept themselves on parity with some smart plays. The issue being is that they never really snowballed after 8 minutes. They got themselves the first Rift Hell, but after that, it was kind of just downhill. And Dusty, they weren't set up behind enough in the right areas. Curb was the focus. Curb was on parity the entire time, it felt. And at that stage, it's like, look, the Baron, ultimately the Baron call was what put the last nail in the coffin. No idea what the logic was there. But, I mean, for Singularity, a stronger performance, but not a strong performance.
Yeah, and that seems to unfortunately be the case for SNG. Dusty pick up their 4th win of the split. But that is it from us at the caster desk. I'm going to toss you back over to Bryce, Trouble, and Gulborg for the post-show breakdown.
Well, thank you very much. Well, I can say the dream did not play out in that one. Unfortunately, Singularity could not get it going, and Dusty take a win above them.
You seem gutted.
It was a tough game. I feel like we come in with a strong game plan. Get the sign down towards the bot side. Good lane swap in towards the Kayle as well. We get a really good read on towards our opponents today. Unfortunately, the situation's just not good enough from our side. I feel like we're just not able to capitalize on the map movements that's coming through afterwards. And yes, we drop a couple of kills there, but in general, I'm proud of the boys. It seemed like we saw some improvement, and I think we take away some good foundations here to build on here.
Thank you, coach. Up to you.
All right, apart from kind of breaking it down for us a little bit from their point, Trevor, what do you think went wrong for Singularity there? Because we said they had a really good opportunity, at least, to do something in that game and potentially walk away with a win, but not to be the case.
Yeah, I think their level 1 was pretty creative, like having the Sion take the red buff from the bot side. Obviously, yes, he dies, but he keeps the red buff. He can walk into the lane with that red buff into a lane swapped lane as well, right down the bot side of the map, taking the Brom to Sana towards the top side of the map to try and punish Kerberos early on, take his flash as well. We saw that later on that got punished as well by Tatui with a solo kill onto Kerberos. I think is there's a few fundamentals in the way that team fights have been shot called, right? The fact that, yes, you take the first dragon, but you don't necessarily manage to snowball that. We said that this was going to be one of your win conditions. I saw a few Anivia pulls not being on the opening between the wall and another wall. So I think there were like a few things lacking, but all in all, you're also playing against a very strong team like Dusty. And again, Kerberos on one of his signature picks, then Voxney on a Vayne. It's just a really rough game for them.
Yeah, I would say a rough game is the perfect way to get it. So before we break this down anymore, I think we just need to jump straight in and talk a little bit to the players involved. So I believe on the other side of this, we do have Adam Fox all ready to kind of join us here in the studio. And just as a caveat to bring this one, I believe you had to change houses, I've been told, to actually get in this game. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm a bit sweaty, actually. I had to run home to my own PC because there was something wrong. It wouldn't let me log in. It was just infinitely loading. So I ran home. It was just 5 or 7 minutes, but it's still a bit sweaty and yeah.
Well, I admire the commitment. I really do admire the commitment. Running to another PC in a different location to get the win from that one. But Trouble, you want to ask a question, I think, about what's happening game?
Because everything is remote right now, especially with the ARLs, right? Things like these can happen. We had it on the LEC as well when a lot of teams were remote and then suddenly, lights would go down in the facility and everyone would have to scatter to go back home to try and play from there. So I want to ask you, even though technically on paper you're playing against a team that you guys need to actually play really strong against and finish it real quickly. Did this actually affect you at all?
I think it did a bit, in terms of focus in the early stages, because pretty much from usually after Champions League is done, you talk about different things you want to focus on, or Herald, Drake, how's lane's gonna go, all this. We didn't really get to do that this game, so the early part, Lucas, he mentioned that they could do this lane swap, but I was not there because I was on my way home and Kerberos was trying to fix the PC, so it wasn't really we weren't really being able to talk about these things. But I think after 10 minutes or something, you kind of get the flow of the game and we started playing a decent league. But I think, for example, we messed up the Herald. We weren't really on top of our game at the start.
I love that kind of imagery of your team discussing tactics about lane swaps and stuff, and there you are just running through the streets.
Sorry, I can't hear you guys.
No idea what conversation is going on strategy-wise. But my next question is about strategy. Coming into this game, your game plan. Obviously, we talked an awful lot on the desk about the scaling ability of your champion and locking it through. What was going through your team's mind when those picks rocked in?
I think this is actually one of our more adaptive drafts. We weren't really planning on playing this. We just kind of we realized, okay, they picked the Udyr first, and then we wait and see, and then the Vayne was just perfect on 3, which we hadn't really practiced a lot or at all actually. But it was just looking good, so we decided to go for it, and then we kind of went from there. I think this game maybe was a bit extreme in terms of okay, I think we had a pretty decent draft advantage, but I think it's really important in general as well to be able to kind of in middle of draft figure out, okay, actually this champ is just, it fits so perfectly here that you have to log it, because if you don't, you're just putting yourself at such a huge disadvantage, even though you maybe haven't played it a lot in scrims or in officials.
You know, I can just imagine the Vox and they'd be like, guys, pick me Vayne. I have to run home really quickly. I'll be back for picks 5 and 6.
I feel like I have to ask you as well, because for the people that don't know, you're obviously a former Nordic champion as well. You then got, you know, really riding the high, moving forward, going to Spain, not having the probably best experience in Spain, and then coming back to here. Do you feel like that stopped your, what do you say, like
trajectory?
Kind of like, yeah, trajectory moving forward, and is part of that reason why it's been a bit slow at Dusty, or do you still feel like you're at a peak right now as a player, where you've never been better?
I do think I'm playing really, or like I'm starting to play really well. I think there were a lot of issues on like from my personal side in terms of going into the Mad Lion split, and like first gaming house experience and all of this. I think in general it just wasn't ideal for anyone, and you know I brought my fair share of problems, I think, and I think I realized a lot of the, like after when you go into the off season you actually can reflect a lot and figure a lot of stuff out, and I think just part of it was gameplay related, but I also think part of it was just structure. Like I figured out what I need, like in terms of, okay, how much solo queue do I need to play, or like when do, like for example, I took a longer break before the split because you know it was Christmas and New Year's and stuff, and I decided, well, that doesn't work for me. There's I think just in general a lot of like, you know, out of the game habits that weren't in place before the split that made me perform really poorly, and you know then you pay the consequences, because like, you know, if you aren't performing up to par, then sadly you won't be around long. So I think, yeah, for sure it stumped me a bit, but it doesn't really faze me much, because you know I want to get as far as I can and I want to get good, and you know I learned a lot, so I'm happy to be at Dusty and can show that, yeah, I made a mistake, made mistakes, and now I'm going to show that those mistakes were one-time mistakes, and that's it.
I think it's a really healthy way to put it as well, considering the journey you've been on. But thank you so much for joining us here in the NLC studio. Obviously, you've already had a bit of a traumatic time just getting to another PC. I'm not going to hold you any longer here for us. But thank you once again, and congratulations on your win as well.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, pretty confident coming out of it. Obviously, they knew exactly what they wanted to do. And let's face it, aside from the issue of having to run to a different location, and that's another interesting point, actually, before we gloss over it, saying that actually may have cost him in the first 10 minutes, because he obviously a little bit frazzled from having to run to a different location. But other than that, pretty solid.
It's a lot, and it's a lot for the team, right? Because while you're gone, they're devising a plan, but they're devising a plan without you. You're one of the main carries. You need to know how to play the early game. He said that his team thought there was going to be like a cheeky lane swap, and like he wasn't part of the conversation, so he wasn't necessarily integrated into the plan. What happens when this lane swap comes through, right? So I feel like a lot of the momentum was gone, and I'm just thinking like, you're lucky you were playing against Singularity, which technically you should be beaten really easily on the Rift. What if that was an XL? What if that was a Bifrost? What if that was an Astralis? You know, this would have been a much bigger impact on how the game would have gone. And especially playing last game of the day as well, which means later on in the day, there's like a lot more problems that come with it.
That's great and all, but it wasn't then Voxner who died, it was Kerberos. So the guy who did hear the message was kind of the guy that fell for the... well, I guess you have the
cheeky lane swap?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you have the argument that they could have contested Vision in the early game and all that. But yeah, I just thought it was a little funny angle, at least.
All right, fair enough. Well,
but we told you.
I love the idea of you just come back and people are in different places, like, oh, okay, this is happening. Anyway, it has been a pretty crazy day with crazy plays as well. Of course, we can go on to our play of the day here at the NLC, and it should be a pretty spicy one indeed. Obviously, I'm going to let our experts break this play down as it comes through, because they know exactly what happened, why it happened, and why it's so important.
Right, so I'm pretty sure I know which play this is. Our producer literally walked in, he's like, yeah, the game is over. We're like, oh, the game is over? He's like, yeah, Eminem won. And we're like, oh, okay, cool. So we get up to leave, we come into the studio and watch this fight happen from Nuriki. And if there's any team that's gonna give you a banger team fight in the late game, it's either Bifrost or Nuriki. Again,
I think it was summed up by the Eminem interview as well. They're like, yeah, once a Felix kind of reaches 3 items, that's literally all you need to win the game. And honestly, yeah, it is. Azador even missed his Moonlight Vigil in this particular fight, and they actually absolutely stomped it. He even gets a triple kill at this point. I'm like, what, would you get a pentakill if you hit the Moonlight Vigil? So yeah, this goes out to Nuriki's great team fighting.
Especially because in this point in time, watching this, our producer has already told us, you know what, Eminem's
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just...
So he's like, oh, okay. And then we see this fight, and we're, how? I need to get into the studio. I need to work now. And yeah, we had to cut off the road. I feel like the clutch factor of Nuriki never fails to amaze me, but I probably would like to see him a bit more with a steep trajectory that they get on towards those ones and next time, perhaps.
Yeah, it certainly was a surprise to all of us here in the studio, but that is why that was our NLC Play of the Day, presented by MasterCard, and what a special one it was. Surprises for everybody, including us in the studio. I was here on the desk preparing for our storyline. But speaking of storylines, things have changed in the NLC, maybe just a little bit, maybe some surprises, maybe some not, but our standings are the main story now that we have left remaining. So far, JDXL completely flawless. Is there any other surprises that we may be looking for here, Trouble?
Oh, I'm looking at all of these teams at 4-2, and I think next week is going to be an absolute bloodbath because a lot of these teams will have the chance to reach JDXL, a lot of these teams will have the chance to challenge JDXL or even start getting rematches once the rematches start coming through, right? Really look incredibly strong. Astralis have pulled very slow victories, but now that they know what the problem is, they're starting to ramp up as well. Bifrost are finding their footing, Dusty are finding their footing, so there's like 4 huge teams, and like not everyone can make playoffs, not everyone can make EU Masters. It's going to be insane.
But it's then, once again, incredibly entertaining to just have a look at the left side and be like, wow, that is genuinely close. I'm looking at that and I'm getting excited for the next games just to see where these points go up and down. Yeah, there's probably a game of League of Legends to watch as well, but it's just really curious to see how top-heavy the league suddenly becomes here, especially with teams like Riddle and Astralis that, to me, is the biggest outliers in terms of where we started in the season and what we're looking at now.
Also, I'll tell you something, that's a very good point, actually, because there is an awful lot of good games to come. And speaking of everything coming for the NLC, we can take a look at our schedule moving forward, and maybe it'll give us some insight into where exactly these teams may end up. Obviously, on next match day, Bifrost versus Eminem, Singularity versus JDXL, Nuriki versus X7, Astralis versus Veneer, and Dusty versus Riddle. Gobble, you were looking forward to these games? What screams to you?
Crucially, none of the top 5 teams are actually facing each other at the first start here. Dusty's at what?
These are the top 5 teams that are facing each other right here. Dusty versus Riddle both sitting at 4-2.
Did Dusty make it to 4? Really?
Absolutely. They're all sitting at 4-2.
Guess that's the only one that really breaks the mold then, but outside of the others, it's really also just a consistency game when you're not playing against some of the teams that you're going up against. That's always easy preparing for. The games you're never prepared for are the bottom tier teams that you didn't prep enough for because you didn't see them as a threat. So this is why the consistency is really going to stand for some of these teams.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you talk about all the time, right? It's like you win the games against the big teams and then you don't want to let something slip against a team you should be beating every single time, especially with how close the standings are actually at the moment. Anybody could find themselves pushing towards that top or on the other side of it and find themselves in the back half. So it's definitely a lot to play for all of these teams moving forward. And I suppose, looking at that, is there any team so far today that has shown you something that you weren't expecting? Something a little bit different, Trouble, or they overperformed or underperformed for you?
I think JDXL today showed us the cleanest game, I would say. We're like, they're undefeated, but not dominant. I think this game was pretty dominant from them. On the other side, I really liked the interview with Astralis as well. Kiba was like, you know what? We've identified our mistakes. I looked at Twitter a little bit. Taxi said that as well. He's like, we're a little bit hazy, we're a little bit slow. We're working on it, guys. So I really like the fact that they're getting the wins. They're slow. Yes, mistakes have been identified, and they seem to be working on them.
Singularity. I feel like what came through today was miles above what we usually see from them with a elevated gameplay and an actual strategy coming in. And honestly, they didn't take the win, but I honestly thought that was the most entertaining that they could make a game, and that's what you hope for.
Okay, all right. Very entertaining. I'll tell you something. It's been my first time here, but Gobbo, I want to know if you get any words to wrap this show up in a neat little bow.
I mean, it's my last time at NLC today, obviously. So I've been at this league since 2020, competed in it in 2019. So obviously I've been in the North for a very long time. I think it's a little... I'm stepping down for the right reasons, but it's also still like feels a little bad not coming back. And yeah, I think for the Danish, Scandinavian, and even UK community coming in, going into the split, it's been really heartwarming. Also getting nice feedback every time you're done here today. And I'm really not very good at this, but I really appreciate every single comment or DM I ever received coming from people that like me on an ERL scale, or the closeness we had for a tighter community that's not the LEC or something even bigger than that. So I just really appreciate my time here at the NLC, and thank you to all of you.
Well, thank you for providing us with a great colleague and friend, a lot of us. I think the scene is going to miss you. The NLC is going to miss you. We're going to miss you. Don't cry because we're going to cry. Throw it.
It's fine. If you want to come in and hug him, you're more than welcome to. But I have enjoyed working with you, Goldberg, and obviously the rest of everybody involved as well. Maybe my first time, but I have thoroughly enjoyed this the entire way through. Well, it's been thrills and spills here on the Rift and in the NLC. Teams have won, teams have lost, and stories have been told. It's been glorious, it's been great, but it is going to be the end. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
It's over there, yeah.
No idea what that